Lu Yunqi unexpectedly transmigrated into a parallel world strikingly similar to Earth. 5 years of hardship and wandering had worn away every trace of his youthful pride. Once an ambitious college student, he now survived by running a tiny barbecue stall in the university district's food street, spending his days surrounded by charcoal smoke and earning a living from lamb skewers that sold for just 1 yuan each. Life was tight, exhausting, and far from glamorous. Yet no one could have imagined that on an ordinary day, as he struggled to make ends meet, a stunningly beautiful and aloof female, worth a fortune, would suddenly drive up to his humble stall. The first words she spoke left him frozen in place. "Marry me." Before Lu Yunqi could even process what was happening, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. The Tycoon Dad check-in system has successfully bound to the host. The moment he signed the marriage agreement with the beautiful CEO, he received a beginner reward, God-tier culinary skills. From then on, completing various parenting tasks and family-oriented missions would unlock an endless stream of top-tier rewards, mysterious farming spaces, God-level directing abilities, a flawless singing voice, and much more. In just a single year, the once struggling barbecue vendor achieved a complete reversal of fortune. The proud and untouchable female CEO now leaned against him affectionately, praising him with a gentle smile. Looking at everything he had gained, Lu Yunqi could hardly believe it. Had he really gone from an ordinary nobody to someone whose life was completely powered by cheats? In the parallel world's nation of Huagua, in the bustling city of Yudu, the university district's food street was at its liveliest around 10 o'clock at night. Street vendors shouted their sales pitches over one another as crowds of students flowed through the narrow lanes. Standing beside his small barbecue tricycle, Lu Yunqi flipped sizzling lamb skewers over the grill while calling out at the top of his lungs. 1 yuan per skewer. If it doesn't taste good, you don't pay. Students passed by in groups of 2 and 3. Some stopped to take a look, but few actually ordered. He had been working since 6 in the evening and had earned only a few dozen yuan after 4 hours of effort. Such meager income was nowhere near enough to pay off the debts his family owed. What nobody knew was that this hard-working young vendor didn't originally belong to this world. 5 years earlier, Lu Yunqi's soul had crossed over from Earth. Back then, he had been a senior university student with a bright future ahead of him. Everything changed when he caught a counselor harassing his girlfriend. Enraged, he beat the man up on the spot. The consequences were devastating. Not only did he fail to protect the relationship, but he also lost the graduation certificate he had worked so hard for. His parents, who had sacrificed everything to support his education, became seriously ill from the shock. Simple farmers, they had emptied their savings and borrowed money from everywhere just to cover his tuition. Then, after the incident, his girlfriend chose to leave the country and cut off all contact with him. With nowhere else to go, Lu Yunqi remained in Yudu and took whatever jobs he could find. He spent 2 years as an apprentice in a barbecue restaurant before finally saving enough money and experience to start his own stall, hoping to earn more and help his family. Just as he finally received an order for a mildly spicy grilled sori, Lu Yunqi focused all his attention on preparing it. Meanwhile, about 200 meters away, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz sat parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, a breathtaking woman with long black hair silently watched him through the window. After receiving confirmation from her assistant that Lu Yunqi had been operating his stall there for years, she stepped out of the car. Wearing crystal-studded high heels, she crossed the crowded food street and walked straight toward him. Her tailored black business dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Black stockings wrapped around her long legs, while her cold, distant eyes and commanding presence made her look every bit the powerful executive she was. Pulling out a tissue to cover her nose against the smoke, she showed no interest in the barbecue itself. "I'd like to speak with you privately," she said directly. Lu Yunqi looked at her elegant appearance, then down at his own smoke-covered clothes. Confused, he awkwardly apologized and asked whether they knew each other. Ignoring the question, she instead asked about his daily earnings. When he admitted that even on good days he only made a few hundred yuan, she immediately instructed her assistant to hand him 1,000 yuan in cash. "Come with me." With that, she turned to leave. Lu Yunqi laughed helplessly and waved his hands. "Sorry, I only sell barbecue. I don't sell myself." The woman paused before calmly saying 5 words. 5 years ago. Backstreet bar. The simple sentence instantly made his body stiffen. Long-buried memories surged back into his mind. The night his ex-girlfriend left the country, a heartbroken Lu Yunqi had gone drinking with friends at a bar. His alcohol tolerance was terrible. After only a few drinks, he became completely drunk. While his friends were distracted, he fell behind and accidentally ran into a woman who was just as intoxicated as he was. The next morning, they woke up together in a hotel room. After regaining consciousness, the woman simply told him they would never see each other again and disappeared from his life. The only thing left behind was the unmistakable evidence on the bedsheets. Over the years, Lu Yunqi had occasionally wondered if he would ever meet that mysterious woman again. He never expected their reunion to happen in such a dramatic fashion. After struggling with his emotions, Lu Yunqi followed the assistant to the roadside. The woman dismissed everyone else and handed him a document. When the words marriage agreement entered his sight, his eyes widened in shock. Before he could ask any questions, she calmly revealed the truth. After that night 5 years ago, she had unexpectedly become pregnant. Their child was now 4 years old. The child needed a legitimate father and a complete family. And Lu Yunqi was the child's only biological father. Just as countless questions filled his mind, a mechanical notification suddenly rang out again. The Tycoon Dad system has successfully activated. A beginner mission immediately appeared. As long as he signed the marriage agreement, he would receive the top-tier life skill, God-tier culinary mastery. At the same time, detailed information about the woman appeared before his eyes. Name *Qi Xianxian. Position * President of Haochen Group. Age * 24. Appearance score * 98 out of 100. Initial favorability toward host * 70. Lu Yunqi could barely contain his excitement. 5 years after transmigrating, he had endured endless hardship. During countless lonely nights, he had lamented the unfairness of fate. Now, his golden finger had finally arrived. With the Tycoon Dad check-in system, every parenting mission and family task would grant incredible rewards. Whether caring for his adorable daughter, spending time with family, or slowly building a relationship with his wife, each step would unlock unexpected benefits and extraordinary opportunities. The rise of a down-and-out barbecue vendor began the moment he signed that marriage agreement. And from that moment forward, Lu Yunqi's legendary comeback officially started. A system? A cheat ability? And it's actually a male goddaddy check-in system? Ha ha ha. Damn it, heaven. I've been in this world for 5 years, and you finally remembered me? As a veteran web novel reader who had lived through 2 lifetimes, Lu Yunqi naturally understood what a system meant. It was the ultimate tool for a protagonist's rise. With it, he could finally embark on a life of endless upgrades and climb straight to the pinnacle of success. At that moment, Lu Yunqi felt certain that he must have stepped in dog poop before leaving home today. Not only had a rich, beautiful woman suddenly shown up asking him to marry her, but he had also obtained the long-awaited golden finger he dreamed about for years. Right now, all he wanted to do was shout at the sky, "Mom, my glorious life is finally beginning." So that was why the system had never activated before. It turned out he simply hadn't met the woman destined to change his life. When he had first seen Qi Xian again moments earlier, he had still felt a trace of inferiority. But now that he had a system backing him up, Lu Yunqi was convinced that given enough time, he could completely win over this cold and beautiful goddess. Still, he had many questions. He needed answers before agreeing to anything. There was no way he was going to become someone's replacement husband without understanding the full story. That would be a huge loss. Qi Xian crossed her arms lazily and watched him with a calm expression. The pose seemed natural for her, elegant, confident, and subtly alluring. "You and I only crossed paths that one time," Lu Yunqi said. "Are you sure you've got the right person? And considering your background, if you found out you were pregnant back then, you could have simply terminated the pregnancy, couldn't you?" Qi Xian was silent for a moment before replying calmly. "No. At the time, my father was forcing me to marry a man I didn't love. I was prepared to threaten him with my life when I discovered I was pregnant. My first thought was also to get rid of the baby. But when I went to the hospital, I became afraid. The doctor told me that if I aborted the child, there was a high chance I would never be able to become a mother again. So I couldn't bring myself to do it. I applied to study abroad and secretly gave birth overseas. Of course, if you don't believe me, we can do a DNA test." "Then why didn't you come find me?" Lu Yunqi asked. He actually believed her. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have given her such a high rating. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling surprised. After transmigrating, his body had apparently become ridiculously capable. One drunken mistake, and he'd somehow become a father. Find you. Qi Xian looked him up and down before speaking bluntly. You were just an ordinary person. No status. No background. If I had looked for you back then, I would have only harmed you. Lu Yunqi glanced down at his smoke-stained clothes and laughed awkwardly. His thoughts were a mess. He knew she was right. If her parents had discovered that their daughter had become pregnant by some nobody, then with the Qi family's influence in Yudu, he would have either spent the rest of his life in prison or ended up as an unidentified corpse floating down the river. Then why come find me now, he asked. And why marry me? He pointed toward his barbecue stall in the distance. You've seen my situation. The implication was obvious. He was still at the bottom of society. Even if Qi Xian was a single mother, her family would never approve of her marrying someone like him. Of course, his poverty was only temporary. After all, he now had a system. And with a system in hand, the world was his. Because the Qi family listens to me now. Qi Xian frowned slightly. And more importantly, as I've already said, the child is growing up. She needs a complete family. She needs a father's love. Her tone remained cold and distant. It sounded almost as though marrying Lu Yunqi was an act of charity. If not for the fact that her child carried his blood, their lives would never have intersected again. With your looks and status, there must be countless men pursuing you. Why? Because you're her biological father. Qi Xian interrupted him before he could finish. Her voice was as cold as ever. Lu Yunqi could tell that she hadn't changed at all over the past 5 years. She was still difficult to approach, still untouchably aloof. He might be poor, but he had his pride. Part of him wanted to reject her outright. But when he heard the words biological father, he fell silent. 3 minutes later, he nodded heavily. Fine. I agree. The decision had nothing to do with Qi Xian. It was because the child carried his blood. Something deep within his heart had been touched. Besides, he knew he had wronged her. He could only imagine how much suffering a wealthy heiress had endured after becoming pregnant before marriage. When Lu Yunqi agreed so readily, Qi Xian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing that he hadn't carefully read the agreement, she reminded him, "You should read it properly. The children are still young. You'll need to take care of them full time. Of course, I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month as spending money." Understood, Lu Yunqi replied. "You earn the money and support the family. I'll stay home, live off my wife's wealth, and raise the kids. Clear division of labor. Pleasure doing business with you." He wasn't agreeing because of the money. What mattered was that his child wouldn't grow up without a father. And he certainly wasn't willing to let another man raise, or mistreat, his daughter. Besides, he didn't believe a wealthy heiress would go out of her way to play such an elaborate prank on an ordinary street vendor. Having made his decision, Lu Yunqi felt much calmer. His pride was intact. He wasn't planning to live off someone else forever. His current circumstances were only temporary. And now that he had a system, everything was different. Sure, becoming a live-in son-in-law sounded embarrassing. But one day, he would surpass her. He'd make her marry into the Lu family instead. Good. Then sign the agreement now. Once you bring your household registration booklet, we'll register the marriage. Qi Xian's mood seemed noticeably better. A rare smile appeared on her face. Lu Yunqi didn't hesitate. He took the pen from her hand and immediately signed his name on the final page of the agreement. Then, in an almost ceremonial fashion, he bit his finger and pressed a bloody fingerprint beside his signature. "Xiao Gu, bring the things from the car." Qi Xian called out to her assistant. Moments later, the assistant returned with a document bag and handed it over. Qi Xian passed it to Lu Yunqi. "Take these. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan into this bank account every month. The amount isn't fixed. It depends on your performance. So I've officially become your kept man?" Lu Yunqi joked. "You have good awareness," Qi Xian replied calmly. Then she turned and left without another word. Standing beneath the streetlight, Lu Yunqi watched the car's taillights disappear into the distance. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again. "Congratulations, host. Beginner mission completed. You have successfully signed the marriage agreement. Reward granted, God-tier culinary arts." God-tier culinary arts? Not bad. If you want to keep a woman's heart, you first have to keep her stomach happy. This skill is actually pretty practical. Lu Yunqi's heart raced with excitement. System, how do I use it? Host only needs to select the life skill and activate it. Activate. The instant he gave the command, an enormous torrent of information surged into his mind. The sheer volume of knowledge was overwhelming. His head began to ache as countless culinary techniques, recipes, knife skills, cooking methods, ingredient knowledge, and professional secrets flooded into his consciousness like a raging ocean. Hashtag Chapter 3. Twin Daughters in a Mysterious Farming Space. By the time Lu Yunqi had fully absorbed all the knowledge contained within God-tier culinary arts, half an hour had already passed. After packing up his stall, he returned to his residence. Because he had been struggling financially, he lived in what was essentially a slum not far from the university district. The area was filled with aging two-story buildings, with the tallest reaching only 4 floors. Every structure looked decades old. As for Lu Yunqi, he rented nothing more than a garage for 500 yuan a month. The entire space was less than 10 square meters. He ate, slept, and lived inside that cramped garage. A simple metal frame bed occupied one corner, while ingredients and supplies for his barbecue business filled the rest of the room. When he had first moved in, the place had carried an indescribable smell. Perhaps it was because he now had a system. Or perhaps it was because Qi Xian had given him a bank card containing 100,000 yuan. Either way, after showering and lying in bed that night, he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. After replacing his SIM card, saving Qi Xian's number, and adding her on WeChat, he stared at his phone in hesitation. Should he call his parents back home? After 5 years in this world, he had long since adapted to life here. The next morning, Lu Yunqi woke up early and changed into his cleanest set of clothes. Following the address Qi Xian had given him, he arrived at the most luxurious villa district in Yudu. Jinxiu Houting. I'm at the gate, he messaged Qi Xian. About 2 minutes later, a security guard came out, verified his identity, and finally allowed him inside. Qi Xian's villa wasn't far from the entrance. By the time Lu Yunqi arrived, she was already standing outside waiting. Dressed in professional attire with light makeup, she looked every bit the cold and domineering CEO. When she saw him, a faint smile appeared on her usually indifferent face. Morning. The kids are still having breakfast. Come inside and meet them first. Okay. Lu Yunqi nodded and followed her toward the villa. At the entrance, he paused. Should I take off my shoes? No. Qi Xian replied calmly. This is your home now too. You don't need to be so formal. Lu Yunqi nodded, but still brushed the dust from his shoes before entering. The moment he stepped inside, he finally understood what the world of the rich looked like. Anything he could imagine existed here. A huge outdoor swimming pool, a private gym, a children's playground, a garden, and much more. The villa itself was a 5-story European-style mansion whose exterior alone radiated luxury. The interior resembled a palace. Every corner seemed to scream wealth. Following Qi Xian into the first-floor living room, Lu Yunqi saw a space nearly 100 square meters in size. Luxurious furniture was arranged neatly throughout the room. Nearby, 2 nannies were helping 2 children eat breakfast. Tang Tang, Guogua, come to mommy. Qi Xian waved toward the dining area. The 2 little girls looked up. Noticing an unfamiliar man in the house, they immediately ran toward Qi Xian. The moment Lu Yunqi saw them clearly, his pupils contracted. Holy crap, my genes are this powerful. 1 shot, 2 hits. Twin daughters. With these 2 little padded jackets in his life, even the coldest winter would feel warm. Only after the girls left the dining table did Lu Yunqi get a clear look at them. Their facial features perfectly inherited all of Qi Xian's strengths. Every detail was delicate and flawless, especially their large watery eyes, which seemed filled with intelligence and spirit. Their slightly rosy cheeks looked like unripe apples, making people want to pinch them. Their hair, however, clearly came from Lu Yunqi. Soft, slightly yellow strands were tied into adorable pigtails. Combined with their princess dresses, they looked exactly like little princesses from a fairy tale. Watching the 2 girls happily skip toward him, Lu Yunqi realized something. He had already fallen in love with these 2 precious daughters. New system mission issued. Receive kisses from both little princesses. Reward, 1 special space. Friendly reminder. Anything grown inside the special space does not exist in this world and possesses unique effects. Mission Target 1. Eldest daughter, Qi Shimin, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Age, 4 years and 3 months. Mission Target 2. Youngest daughter, Qi Shihan, Guagua. Gender, female. Age, 4 years and 3 months. As the girls approached, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yunqi's mind once again. Tang Tang, Guagua. Qi Xian gently held one daughter with each hand. This is your daddy. The twins stared blankly at Lu Yunqi. Their curious eyes swept over him like scanners. Who is this tall, handsome uncle? Why does he look kind of familiar? About 30 seconds later, something clicked. They remembered the photo their mother had shown them before. The face in that picture was exactly the same as the man standing before them now. The sisters exchanged a glance. Their eyes lit up instantly. Excitement and joy exploded across their adorable little faces. Breaking free from Qi Xian's hands, the two tiny girls charged toward Lu Yunqi like miniature hurricanes. Daddy, Daddy! The childish, crystal-clear voices trembled with excitement and struck directly into Lu Yunqi's heart. Without thinking, he crouched down and opened his arms. The twins threw themselves into his embrace simultaneously. At that moment, the bond of blood surged through Lu Yunqi's heart. His nose stung. His eyes became moist. People often said men didn't cry easily. That was only because they hadn't reached a moment of true emotion. Nearby, Qi Xian watched the warm scene unfold. A faint smile curved her lips as she nodded quietly. Only she knew the hardships she had endured over the past 5 years. Despite her privileged background, that very privilege had placed even greater pressure upon her. She had raised 2 daughters alone overseas while enduring the pain of having a home she couldn't return to. Had her father not passed away unexpectedly 6 months ago, she probably still wouldn't have dared to come back. Though her heart felt relieved, her face remained calm. Daddy, Tang Tang missed you so much. And Guagua too. Guagua missed Daddy. The twins clung tightly to his clothes as if afraid he would disappear. Daddy missed you too. Lu Yunqi's voice grew husky. At that moment, he made a silent vow. I will make up for every bit of fatherly love you've missed during these 4 years. I swear it. Daddy, now that you're back. Tang Tang puffed out her cheeks. You're not leaving again, right? No. Lu Yunqi glanced briefly at Qi Xian before smiling affectionately at his daughters. I'm never leaving again. From now on, Daddy will spend every day with you. Then he kissed each girl gently on the forehead. Really? That's amazing. Tang Tang cheered excitedly. Standing on tiptoe, she planted a loud kiss on Lu Yunqi's cheek. Moi? Me too. Me too. Not wanting to lose, Guagua stretched up on her toes and kissed his other cheek. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward acquired. Mysterious farming space. This space is an internal system dimension. The host may open it through thought alone. Planting, harvesting, and item retrieval can all be performed through mental commands. The moment the notification appeared, Lu Yunqi's eyes lit up. A mysterious farming space capable of growing extraordinary crops? Now things were getting interesting. Chapter 4. Taking his daughters to school and his mother's threat. This space can grow anything? Holding the 2 little girls in his arms, Lu Yunqi silently asked the system. Yes, anything can be cultivated except money. All fruits, vegetables, and plants may be grown. The system's cold voice replied. That's insanely overpowered. Combined with his god-tier culinary arts, wouldn't he be able to completely capture Qi Xian's heart? Sure enough, a cheat-powered life was full of surprises. Every day seemed brighter than the last. Lu Yunqi was overjoyed. Tang Tang and Guagua were equally excited, clinging to him and refusing to let go. All right, you two should be heading to kindergarten now. Qi Xian glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Though she hated to interrupt the warm family moment, she still reminded them in her usual cool tone. Mommy, can Daddy take us to school today? The twins turned around and looked at Qi Xian with pleading expressions. Neither girl left Lu Yunqi's embrace, clearly afraid she might refuse. Of course he can. Before Qi Xian could answer, Lu Yunqi spoke first. From now on, Daddy will take you to school every day. And I'll pick you up after school too. Yay! Yay! The 2 little girls immediately erupted in excitement. We have a daddy to take us to school now. Their tiny heads lifted simultaneously as they looked up at him. Their eyes were slightly red, but shone brightly with happiness. Ever since they had started kindergarten, it had always been the family nanny who dropped them off and picked them up. More than once, they had asked their mother sadly. Why do all the other kids have their moms and dads taking them to school, while we don't? Asterisk. Each time, Qi Xian had felt a pang in her heart. Not long after her father passed away, the massive Haochen group had suddenly fallen onto the shoulders of a young woman like herself. Managing the company alone kept her so busy that she barely had time to breathe, let alone personally escort her daughters to school. That was one of the major reasons she had sought out Lu Yunqi. Though her emotions were complicated, her voice remained calm. The girls are your responsibility now. With that, she turned to leave for work. Leave it to me. Lu Yunqi answered seriously. Then he encouraged the twins to say goodbye. Bye, Mommy. Bye-bye, Mommy. Blood really was thicker than water. The girls had become attached to him in almost no time. Qi Xian looked back one last time, responded to their farewell, and walked out the door. Outside, her assistant and driver were already waiting. After getting into the car, the assistant handed her a file. Miss Qi, this is the information you requested. Anything unusual? Qi Xian accepted the documents and began reading immediately. She had meetings scheduled with the general managers of 2 subsidiary companies later that day, each operating in different industries. She needed to familiarize herself with their latest reports beforehand. No, the overall performance of both subsidiaries remained stable. The assistant replied. Haochen Group's primary businesses were entertainment and fashion. Although Qi Xian had originally lacked experience in either field, her extraordinary business talent had allowed her to gain full control of the corporation within just 6 months. Even so, many within the company still questioned her authority. Because of that, she remained exceptionally strict and meticulous in her work. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi was already driving the BMW 7 Series Qi Xian had provided for him while taking the girls to school. Their destination was Elliston International Kindergarten. Rumor had it that it was the most prestigious kindergarten in Yudu. The families of its students all possessed assets worth at least 1 billion yuan. When Lu Yunqi arrived, luxury vehicles filled the area around the school gates. Originally, he had thought driving a BMW 7 Series was already impressive. Reality quickly corrected that misconception. A car worth over 1 million yuan was merely the entry-level standard here. At the entrance stood a female teacher wearing large-framed glasses, greeting students as they arrived. Good morning, Teacher Su. Good morning, Teacher Su. Tang Tang and Guogua greeted politely. Good morning, Tang Tang. Good morning, Guogua. The teacher smiled before turning curiously toward Lu Yunqi. She looked him up and down. And you are? Before he could answer, Tang Tang proudly stepped forward. This is our handsome daddy. Daddy said he'll take us to school every day from now on. Her face radiated excitement and pride. Beside her, Guogua nodded vigorously. Lu Yunqi stepped forward. Hello, teacher. My name is Lu Yunqi. I'm Tang Tang and Guogua's father. I'll be responsible for dropping them off and picking them up from now on. The teacher smiled warmly. Hello, I'm their teacher, Su Min. Then she added, would it be convenient to exchange WeChat contacts? I've tried adding their mother's account several times, but I've never gotten a response. Your family still hasn't joined the class group chat. Of course. Lu Yunqi immediately took out his phone and added her. Afterward, Su Min led the girls into the school. As they walked through the gates, Tang Tang and Guogua suddenly turned around together. Daddy, bye-bye. Remember to pick us up this afternoon. Of course. Lu Yunqi waved. Be good and listen to your teacher. Only after the twins disappeared completely from sight did he return to the car and drive away. His next stop was the small rental garage where he had been living. After parking, he took out his phone and called his mother. In this family, his mother had always been the one in charge. Although she had been furious about the incident years ago, parents were parents. They always cared about their children no matter what. The phone rang several times before connecting. Hello, Yunqi? His mother's voice came through. Why are you calling at this hour? Mom, I need to tell you something. His tone turned serious. What is it? Why do you sound so solemn? Mom, I made another mistake. And this time, it's a pretty serious one. The other party has already come looking for me. His voice sounded like that of a child confessing to his parents. What? Son, don't tell me you borrowed loan shark money. His mother immediately panicked. What happened? Explain it clearly. No, Mom. Lu Yunqi's face darkened. It's not that. Why would I borrow loan shark money? Don't worry. His mother's imagination was truly impressive. Then what is it? Hurry up and tell me. She sounded much calmer now, but her curiosity had only increased. I did something that wronged someone in the past. Now she's come looking for me. And she wants me to take responsibility. He continued carefully. There was silence on the other end. Then suddenly, son, you didn't get some girl pregnant, did you? Her voice trembled. Yet there was also unmistakable excitement hidden beneath it. Lu Yunqi couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Sherlock Holmes, is that you? Mom, you actually guessed it? The line went silent for 2 seconds. Then his mother's delighted voice exploded through the phone. Wait, you really got a girl pregnant? So what's happening now? Did she keep the baby? Where is she from? What's her family like? How old is she? Question after question poured out without pause. Lu Yunqi shook his head helplessly. Just how desperately did his mother want a daughter-in-law? Mom, the child is already over 4 years old. You have granddaughters now. Their mother has found me. What do you think I should do? He deliberately sounded troubled. The response came instantly. You little brat. Do I really need to teach you this? Bring them home immediately. I'll organize the wedding myself. Then her tone suddenly sharpened. And what do you mean by that attitude? You sound like you don't even like my granddaughters. Let me tell you something, Lu Yunqi. If you dare do anything that hurts them or their mother, I'll personally break your legs. The threat came loud and clear. It was obvious that Zhou Huiying was terrified her precious granddaughters might somehow slip away, and she was fully prepared to beat some sense into her son if necessary. Chapter 5, Planting Crops and Qi Xian's Best Friend, by Cha. Back in Lu Yunqi's hometown village, many people his age were already married. Some of them even had children. Ever since graduating from college and going through that life-changing incident, Lu Yunqi had spent years drifting aimlessly. Although Zhou Huiying had never pressured him to get married, seeing other families carrying grandchildren around the village inevitably made her feel a little uncomfortable. Now things were different. Not only did she have grandchildren, she had 2 granddaughters who were already 4 years old. Instantly, she felt like she could finally hold her head high again in front of the villagers. Mom, even if you really want a daughter-in-law, she hasn't agreed to marry me yet. Lu Yunqi deliberately sounded worried. Her family is wealthy, and her father only passed away recently. If it weren't for the children needing a father, she probably wouldn't even have acknowledged me as their biological dad. What? On the other end of the line, Zhou Huiying sounded shocked. Does she expect you to marry into her family? She stopped halfway through her sentence, apparently realizing something. Lu Yunqi knew it would be difficult to persuade his traditionally minded mother, so he carefully tested the waters. That's exactly what she suggested. Mom, maybe we should just forget about it. I'll be the heartless guy for once. Worst case, I'll find you another daughter-in-law someday. Shut up. Zhou Huiying cut him off immediately. Don't do anything rash. Keep her happy for now. I need to discuss this with your father. And listen carefully. You are absolutely not allowed to become a heartless scumbag. She wasn't about to let her granddaughters become someone else's family. After all, the girls carried the Lu family's blood. She would find a way to convince Lu Yunqi's father, Lu Kuan. All right, Mom. Talk it over with Dad. I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Lu Yunqi smiled helplessly. He then went to visit his landlord and paid a full year's rent in advance. He probably wouldn't live there again, but the place held too many memories for him to simply walk away from. After accepting the rent, the elderly landlady handed him a small package. This is for you, she said. I saved some pumpkin seeds. When Lu Yunqi opened the bag, however, he discovered it contained all sorts of vegetable seeds. Sitting inside his BMW, he immediately asked, System, can these be planted directly in the farming space? Yes. The host only needs to use mental commands to transfer the seeds into the cultivation space. The system explained. Lu Yunqi grabbed a handful of unknown seeds and focused his thoughts. The next moment, they appeared inside the farming space. The place looked very similar to an ordinary field. Its size was roughly 1 mu, about 660 square meters. After scattering the seeds, he asked another question. How long does it take for crops to mature in there? The seeds you just planted are bitter melons. This crop will mature within 12 hours. 12 hours. Lu Yunqi's eyes widened. That fast? Isn't that basically forced ripening? Can people even eat something grown that quickly? Having grown up in the countryside, he might not have been a farming expert, but he understood basic agricultural principles. Host may rest assured. All products provided by the system are premium quality. Everything grown inside the cultivation space is unique to this world. Furthermore, all fruits and vegetables produced there possess special beneficial effects. Fine. I'll trust you for now. Since the space had plenty of room, Lu Yunqi simply tossed all the seeds from the landlady into it. By the time he left his old residence, it was already noon. Since Tang Tang and Guogua ate lunch at school, he grabbed a quick meal by himself. Afterward, he visited a large shopping mall nearby, bought various ingredients, delivered them back to the villa, and then headed toward Elliston International Kindergarten. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon. The twins wouldn't be dismissed for another half hour. Since he no longer needed to run a barbecue stall every evening, he decided to arrive early and wait. At the same time, inside the CEO's office at Xingchen Tower, Manager Li Qixin sat behind her desk and spoke calmly. You need to follow up with the real estate subsidiary. The sales figures this quarter have shown a clear downward trend. The group needs an effective solution. Understood, President Qi. The middle-aged manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'll address it immediately. Good. Close the door on your way out. Qixin nodded. Only after he left did her gaze shift toward a woman sitting comfortably on the office sofa. The woman's appearance, figure, and temperament were all exceptional. She was none other than Qixin's best friend, Bai Cha, the daughter of the Bai family. The Bai group was every bit as powerful as the Qi family, with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. Their core businesses were liquor production and tourism, industries in which they were absolute leaders throughout Yudu. Bai Cha casually picked up a cup of coffee from the table and gulped it down. I came to invite you out tonight. When are you getting off work? I've lined up several handsome guys for us. Qixin rolled her eyes. Not interested. Hey, Bai Cha immediately jumped up from the sofa. What's wrong with you? If this keeps up, something's going to break. It's been 3 years. Do you really think a cold cucumber can satisfy all your needs forever? Qixin's face instantly darkened. You think everyone is like you? She glared at her friend. Bai Cha sat herself directly on the edge of Qixin's desk. Then why won't you come? She thought for a moment before suddenly reaching a conclusion. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell my brother. What does your brother have to do with this? Qixin shot her another glare. And can you please stop sitting on my desk? Nope. Bai Cha grinned mischievously. Her sharp eyes locked onto Qixin like an eagle stalking prey. My brother has liked you for over 2 years. How could he not be involved? Qixin attempted to read a document, but with Bai Cha around, concentrating was impossible. When she noticed the strange look in her friend's eyes, she instinctively touched her face. Was there something on it? Finding nothing, she smacked Bai Cha lightly with her folder. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a married woman now. What? Bai Cha nearly fell off the desk. Her eyes widened so much they looked ready to pop out. Qixin was married? How was that possible? Not only had she never attended the wedding, didn't that mean her brother had no chance anymore? Seeing Bai Cha's stunned expression, Qixin couldn't help feeling pleased. Surprised? She raised an eyebrow proudly. Your sister here has a husband now. Bai Cha stood frozen for several seconds before finally regaining her senses. When did you get married? Why wasn't I the bridesmaid? And who did you marry? Is he more handsome than my brother? Qixin nodded without hesitation. Yes. Much more handsome. The corners of her lips curled upward. For some reason, watching Bai Cha's disbelief made her feel incredibly satisfied. No one knew about Lu Yunqi, not even her closest friend. Likewise, nobody knew who Tang Tang and Guogua's father really was. Holy crap! Bai Cha jumped off the desk and stared at her. More handsome than my brother? Don't tell me you got tired of electronic toys and decided to spend money on a young pretty boy instead? Her face was filled with utter shock. This was far beyond anything she had expected. Chapter 6. Dinner at your place, a teacher's advice. You're still an unmarried young lady. Can't you speak a little more politely? Qixin rolled her eyes and replied irritably. Then a mysterious smile appeared on her face. I married the man I wanted to marry. What? Bai Cha immediately sat up straighter. Qixin, that's not fair. Aren't we supposed to be best friends? Qixin nodded seriously. Of course. Then how come you secretly got married, and I'm only finding out now? As your best friend, I didn't even know. Sigh. I never thought you'd become one of those people who value romance over friendship. Bai Cha pretended to look heartbroken. I guess I'll have to mourn for my brother for a while. Qixin calmly fired back. You're not much better. I only figured out today why you've stayed single all these years. Why? Bai Cha asked curiously. I think it's because. Just as Qixin was about to mention Bai Cha's fondness for electronic companions, Her phone vibrated on the desk. She glanced at the screen. It was a WeChat message from Lu Yunqi. A faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips as she picked up her phone. After reading the message, surprise instantly filled her face. Seeing her reaction, Bai Cha immediately leaned over. When she saw the profile picture and message, her eyes widened. Oh my God, who is this guy? He's actually pretty handsome. Wait, he says he's cooking dinner for you tonight. Don't tell me you really. Qi Xian interrupted casually. What? Am I not allowed to have someone cook for me? That's not it. Bai Cha shook her head. I'm just curious where you found such a handsome guy. And he can cook too? She couldn't understand how this mysterious man had managed to win the favor of the famously cold and aloof Qi Xian. That's a secret. Qi Xian replied mysteriously. TCH. Whatever. Bai Cha folded her arms. I'm coming over for dinner tonight. It's been ages since I've seen Tang Tang and Guogua anyway. Meanwhile, sitting in his car, Lu Yunqi smiled after receiving Qi Xian's reply. It was time to show off some real skills. At 4:10 p.m., a long line had already formed outside Elliston International Kindergarten. Parents and nannies waited at the entrance to pick up the children. Not long afterward, Tang Tang and Guogua emerged from the school gates holding teacher Su's hands. The moment they spotted Lu Yunqi, they immediately broke into a run. Daddy! Daddy! The two little girls were practically bursting with excitement. Lu Yunqi crouched down and opened his arms. Sweethearts, were you good at school today? Yes. Yes. Tang Tang answered first. I was very good today. Daddy, Guogua was good too. Not wanting to lose, Guogua hurriedly added her own report. Lu Yunqi chuckled. Yunqi chuckled. A warm feeling of happiness wrapped around his heart. He kissed Tang Tang on the forehead, then did the same to Guogua. The two little girls became even happier after receiving their father's kisses. Tang Tang stretched out her tiny arms. Daddy, carry me. Daddy, I want a shoulder ride. Guogua shouted eagerly. A shoulder ride meant sitting on her father's shoulders. Although their requests were becoming increasingly demanding, Lu Yunqi gladly accepted them all. Okay. Daddy will satisfy all your wishes. Just then, Teacher Su walked over. Looking at the twins, she smiled. Girls, may I have a quick word with your father? Hello, Teacher Su. Hello, Teacher Su. The twins greeted her cheerfully. Sweethearts, wait for Daddy for a moment while I talk to Teacher Su, okay? Okay. The sisters nodded obediently and reluctantly let go of his hands. Standing up, Lu Yunqi smiled. Teacher Su, what would you like to discuss? Mr. Lu. Su Min glanced at the two smiling children. This is the first time I've seen them spend an entire day this happy. Lu Yunqi was stunned. Were they unhappy at school before? Yes. Su Min nodded firmly. For quite a while now, the girls have seemed listless. They rarely showed much interest in activities. And after school, they often cried. Later, I found out why. They noticed that other children were picked up by both their parents. They felt hurt because neither of you spent much time with them. Her expression grew serious. Children their age are at a critical stage of emotional development. Parental companionship and care are extremely important. I know both of you are busy running companies. I've only met their mother once since the school year began. And today is the first time I've met you. Lu Yunqi scratched his head awkwardly and listened quietly. Today was a very good start. I hope you'll continue giving them the companionship and attention they need. After all, childhood only happens once. And those memories stay with them for life. Lu Yunqi nodded sincerely. Thank you for reminding me, Teacher Su. Don't worry. From now on, I'll pick them up and drop them off every day. And I'll spend time with them every day. Su Min smiled approvingly. I hope you'll keep your word. I will. Lu Yunqi patted his chest confidently. When I make a promise, I keep it. Seeing his determined expression, Su Min smiled and said nothing more. After a brief farewell, she turned and left. After saying goodbye to the teacher, Lu Yunqi carried the twins to his car. He carefully secured them in their child seats before driving toward the Jinxiu Haoding Villa district. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Xingchen Group, Qi Xian and Bai Cha chatted for a while longer. Oddly enough, Bai Cha seemed even more eager than Qi Xian. After checking the time and seeing it was already 5 o'clock, she immediately urged, Qi Xian, it's quitting time. We need to go. I'm coming to your house for dinner. And while I'm there, I'll conduct an inspection. Qi Xian secretly glanced at the clock on her computer while packing up her belongings. What exactly are you inspecting? I'm already married. Of course I'm inspecting the man who's cooking for you. Bai Cha answered confidently. As your best friend, it's my duty to evaluate him. I need to see whether he's really as handsome as he looks in those photos. At first, she sounded perfectly justified. But toward the end, her confidence seemed to waver slightly. The truth was simple. She mainly wanted to see whether the man was genuinely that handsome, and whether he could really cook. If both were true, perhaps she could ask if he had any equally attractive single friends she could be introduced to. After all, wealthy people's perspectives were often quite different from ordinary people's. Bai Cha belonged to the type who constantly made bold and suggestive jokes. Yet despite being 25 years old, she was still completely inexperienced when it came to relationships. Given her status, most of the men around her were wealthy playboys. The rest were usually interested in her money. In Bai Cha's view, even if someone wanted her wealth, he still had to be someone she actually liked first. Chapter 7. A culinary performance beyond compare. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi had already driven back to the villa with the two little girls, stopping along the way to buy plenty of fresh ingredients. The reason was simple. In Qi Xian's reply, she had mentioned, "My best friend is coming over for dinner tonight." As soon as they arrived at the villa, the maids came out to help carry Tang Tang and Guagua, while Lu Yunqi walked inside carrying bags of ingredients. One of the maids holding Tang Tang glanced at him and whispered to another maid, "Could Mr. Lu actually be a local from Yudu?" "Why do you say that?" "Because in Yudu, you always see men shopping at markets and waiting outside schools. I remember there's a local term for them." "Ah, right. Pardwa start. Pardwa is a Chongqing/Sichuan slang term for a henpecked husband who dotes on his wife. Lu Yunqi heard every word and couldn't help but feel speechless. Technically speaking, he really was becoming a Pardwa. After entering the house, Lu Yunqi headed straight for the kitchen. It was time to show off. With the god-tier culinary skills granted by the system, he felt confident enough to apply for a head chef position at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Naturally, he had to put on a proper performance. "Young master, what brings you to the kitchen?" One of the cooks asked curiously. "I want to prepare dinner for Xian myself tonight. You can leave everything here to me." "Huh?" The two cooks stared at him in surprise. "You can cook." In their experience, very few men cooked these days unless they were professional chefs. And even chefs often preferred not to cook at home. "Young master," the head cook reminded him cautiously. "Miss Qi is very particular about food." The implication was obvious. Trying to impress the lady of the house was fine, but attempting something beyond one's ability could easily backfire. Lu Yunqi smiled. "Don't worry. Just leave it to me." Seeing how confident he was, the two cooks exchanged glances before reluctantly leaving the kitchen. At that moment, the sound of another car arrived outside. A short while later, Qi Xian and Bai Cha entered the villa. The moment they stepped inside, they noticed something unusual. The cooks and several maids were all gathered outside the kitchen, craning their necks toward the doorway with expressions of complete shock. "Hey Xian," Bai Cha nudged Qi Xian. "What's going on? What are they all staring at?" "I just got here too." Qi Xian rolled her eyes. "If you're curious, go look yourself." The two women approached the kitchen. Then they froze. Inside the kitchen, Lu Yunqi casually hooked a finger. A chef's knife resting on the knife rack seemed to leap into his hand. The blade spun through a dazzling flourish before landing perfectly in his grasp. Next, with a simple motion of his other hand, ingredients seemed to fly onto the cutting board as though they possessed minds of their own. Then, tack 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 tack. The crisp sound of steel striking wood filled the room. The knife moved so quickly that it left afterimages. It looked like something straight out of a fantasy cooking anime. Every sliced ingredient was gently pushed aside with impeccable precision, landing neatly in waiting dishes without the slightest mess. Ignite the stove. Heat the wok. Add oil. Scallions. Ginger. Garlic. Ingredients. Sizzle. Flames burst upward, dancing gracefully around the wok. Wok tossing. Spatula flipping. Seasoning. Stir frying. Everything flowed together like a perfectly choreographed performance. With a confident smile on his face, Lu Yunqi seemed to have entered a world entirely his own. He was so absorbed in cooking that he didn't even realize a crowd had gathered outside to watch. Everyone at the kitchen entrance stood frozen. Not a single person spoke. Tang Tang and Guagua sat in the maid's arms with their mouths hanging open. Drool was already trickling from the corners of their lips. Although Qi Xian and Bai Cha were standing near the back of the crowd, the rich aroma still reached them. Gulp. Both women swallowed unconsciously. Their eyes remained fixed on the kitchen. Qi Xian's heart filled with delight. She had never imagined Lu Yunqi possessed such extraordinary culinary skills. When she glanced at Bai Cha, who was completely captivated by the scene, a smug smile appeared on her face. Bai Cha, however, didn't notice. She was far too engrossed in what she was witnessing. This wasn't cooking. It was art. She had never seen a chef spin a wok and spatula through the air as though performing a magic trick. Nor had she ever seen someone add seasonings with such precision. Whenever seasoning was needed, Lu Yunqi merely flicked his wrist. The spice containers seemed to leap into motion, tracing elegant arcs through the air before depositing their contents perfectly into the wok. Everything looked smooth, effortless, stylish. Yet not a single ingredient flew out of the pan. Completely immersed in his domain, Lu Yunqi continued cooking while simultaneously preparing 2 soup pots. Under everyone's watchful gaze, a 3 to 4 pound fish lasted less than 2 minutes on the cutting board before becoming a perfectly uniform pile of sashimi slices. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Tang Tang could no longer contain herself. Her childish voice rang out in admiration. Hearing her, Lu Yunqi turned around in surprise. Huh, when did all of you get here? His eyes soon found Qi Xian standing near the back of the crowd. Smiling warmly, he said, "You're back. Just wait a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon." The maids and cooks immediately turned around and greeted her. "Miss Qi, welcome home." Qi Xian nodded silently before addressing the servants. Everyone disperse. Although they desperately wanted to continue watching, none of them dared disobey. Well, everyone except Bai Cha. The moment the crowd moved aside, she marched straight to the kitchen entrance and leaned against the wall. "Handsome, you really know how to cook. Your movements are incredible. Especially that knife trick earlier. It looked like something from a movie. Were you a chef before?" Qi Xian remained where she was, but her gaze never left the kitchen. She was curious about the answer too. According to everything she had investigated, Lu Yunqi had never received professional culinary training. So where had these skills come from? Lu Yunqi smiled modestly. "I guess it's just practice. I never studied cooking professionally. I'm self-taught." In truth, he already knew how to cook before. But after receiving the system's god-tier culinary skills, even he was astonished by what he could now accomplish. Bai Cha clearly didn't believe his explanation. Qi Xian, however, was only half skeptical. Then she noticed something. As Lu Yunqi stood there confidently cooking, he seemed to radiate an inexplicable glow. At that moment, it felt as though something struck her heart unexpectedly. ####Chapter 8. A bowl of fish soup conquers 2 beauties. Handsome, do you need any help?" Bai Cha asked, practically starry-eyed. She couldn't help it. A man who was handsome and could cook was simply too deadly to her defenses. No need. Lu Yunqi shook his head and declined her offer. Just sit back and wait to eat. With that, he turned around and continued cooking. Bai Cha was eventually dragged back to the sofa by Qi Xian. Although the two chatted casually, their eyes kept drifting toward the kitchen. Even Qi Xian secretly glanced over more than 10 times. "Hey, Xian, tell me honestly, where did you find such a handsome guy?" Bai Cha asked curiously as she popped a potato chip into her mouth. "What are you planning?" Qi Xian glanced toward the kitchen before lowering her voice. "He's the biological father of my children." "Huh?" Bai Cha nearly choked. "What? He's the scumbag who got you pregnant 5 years ago and then disappeared." At that moment, the small amount of goodwill she had just developed toward Lu Yunqi instantly vanished. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you yelling so loudly?" Qi Xian hurriedly covered Bai Cha's mouth and explained, "Things aren't what you think. He only agreed to come because of the children." MMPH. Bai Cha nodded frantically, signaling for Qi Xian to let go. Phew. After being released, she took a deep breath. "Wait, you mean he didn't come back because of you?" A bitter smile appeared on Qi Xuan's face. Even now, she still didn't know what Lu Yunqi truly thought. Ever since they had talked about getting their marriage certificate, he hadn't mentioned it again. Since he never brought it up, she felt too embarrassed to ask. Xian, are you sure there's nothing wrong with his brain?" Bai Cha said, utterly baffled. How could he ignore a gorgeous woman like you? She had assumed the two were mutually in love. Instead, it seemed her best friend was the one doing all the liking. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi worked quickly in the kitchen. The villa was equipped with a professional restaurant-style stove, which sped things up considerably. Combined with his extraordinary cooking skills, the meal turned out even more impressive. Before long, dish after dish emerged from the kitchen, 12 exquisite delicacies, each looking and smelling irresistible. Finally, Lu Yunqi carried over a bowl of lotus seed and white fungus dessert soup. Tang Tang and Guoguo were already seated in their children's chairs, eagerly waiting. Qi Xinxian and Bai Cha had also taken their seats. Looking at the feast before her, Bai Cha's appetite surged. However, despite her carefree personality, she still had manners. No matter how close she was to Qi Xinxian, she couldn't start eating before the host. After sitting down, Lu Yunqi first served a small bowl of fish soup to each of the girls. Then he took Qi Xuanxuan's bowl, filled it, and handed it back. Try the fish soup first. Thank you. Qi Xinxian replied softly. A warm feeling rose within her. To outsiders, she was a cold and domineering CEO, but deep inside, she still had a softer side, a side that longed to be cherished by a man. Beautiful lady, hand me your bowl. I'll serve you too. Lu Yunqi then turned to Bai Cha with a smile. Thank you. Bai Cha handed over her bowl cheerfully. At that moment, she finally understood why Qi Xinxian had chosen this man. He was simply too considerate. If it were her, she would definitely hold on tight and never let go. Qi Xinxian scooped up a spoonful of fish soup and slowly brought it to her lips. The milky white broth entered her mouth, releasing an indescribably rich and fragrant flavor that exploded across her taste buds before flowing down her throat. In an instant, it felt as though a warm current spread throughout her body. Her entire body became pleasantly warm, even more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. Not bad. Wow, Daddy's fish soup is so delicious. Guogua couldn't hold back anymore. After several large gulps, she excitedly praised it. Of course. Didn't you see how cool Daddy looked when he was cooking? Tang Tang said proudly, holding a spoon in her mouth and lifting her little chin. He was super handsome. Come on, Tang Tang, Guogua. Aren't you two exaggerating a bit? Bai Cha said while accepting her bowl of fish soup. She looked at Qi Xuanxuan's expression of enjoyment before turning toward the girls. Aunt Bai, if you don't believe us, just take a sip. It's white like milk and tastes amazing. Tang Tang said proudly, her large eyes sparkling. This was the first time they had eaten food cooked by their father. They hadn't even tried the other dishes yet, and they were already captivated by the fish soup. Qi Xinxian, sitting beside them, also nodded at Bai Cha, signaling her to try it herself. Sure enough, after one sip, Bai Cha's reaction was even more dramatic than Qi Xuanxuan's. Like a starving wolf pouncing on prey, she immediately drained the entire bowl. Then she held out her bowl for a refill while declaring, Xinxian, I've decided. From now on, I'm coming to your house every day for meals. I'll even pay for the food. Given Bai Cha's wealth and status, she had eaten every luxury delicacy imaginable. Yet she had been completely conquered by a single bowl of fish soup. It was unbelievable. Ask him whether he's willing to cook every day. Qi Xinxian replied. Truthfully, she was just as captivated by the soup, though she hid it well. Seeing her best friend fall in love with her husband's cooking made her secretly delighted. Handsome. I listened to her. Oh, Bai Cha looked utterly speechless. Suddenly, despite how delicious the fish soup was, it no longer tasted quite as good. Could you two at least consider the feelings of a single person? She complained. Is it really okay to show off your affection right in front of me? Aunt Bai, we don't even have a dog at home. Tang Tang suddenly looked up from her soup and said innocently. For once, Bai Cha had no comeback. Lu Yunqi suppressed a laugh and continued drinking his soup. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Qi Xinxian, whose expression remained as calm as ever. Try all the dishes and give me a score, Lu Yunqi said, changing the subject. Out of 100. Daddy, I give you 100 points. Guogua replied immediately in her sweet little voice. Daddy, can it only go up to 100? Tang Tang pouted. I want to give you 101 points. Good girl, thank you. Seeing Guogua looking slightly unhappy after being beaten to the answer, Lu Yunqi quickly peeled a shrimp and placed it into Tang Tang's bowl. Then he immediately peeled another one for Guogua. Otherwise, she would definitely feel left out. As for me, Bai Cha said while savoring another sip of fish soup. Based on this soup alone, I'd give you 98 points. Lu Yunqi nodded, and then turned toward Qi Xianxian. 95. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of cooking for your wife and received a satisfactory evaluation. Reward, Grandmaster level writing skill. #### Chapter 9. Grandmaster writing skill and a touching moment. Grandmaster level writing skill. Lu Yunqi was overjoyed. This skill fit perfectly with his current situation. Since he would be staying at home most of the time, writing something in his spare time sounded far better than sitting around in the villa doing nothing all day. You guys go ahead and eat. I'll be right back. Not wanting anyone to notice anything unusual, Lu Yunqi pointed toward the restroom and spoke to Qi Xianxian and Bai Cha. Once inside the bathroom, he focused on the newly acquired Grandmaster-level writing skill within the system. An overwhelming amount of professional knowledge poured into his mind. Novel writing techniques, character design, plot structures, pacing control, storytelling methods, and countless other writing skills flooded his consciousness. For a moment, he felt as though if he picked up a pen right now, he could write a masterpiece comparable to Dola Delu. After fully absorbing the skill, Lu Yunqi returned to the dining table. As soon as he approached, he sensed two unusual gazes fixed on him. Instinctively touching his cheek, he looked at Qi Xianxian and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Qi Xianxian shook her head without speaking. She simply stared at him, trying to see through him. According to her investigation, Lu Yunqi had spent the past several years drifting through life and had only learned roadside barbecue cooking. So when had he become capable of creating dishes this extraordinary? His cooking was better than that of chefs at 7-star restaurants. With skills like these, why would he ever need to run a barbecue stall? Handsome, you're doomed. Bai Cha wiped some oil from the corner of her mouth and spoke with a serious expression. If I gain weight, it'll be all your fault. She wrinkled her nose and pouted. There was no helping it. His food was simply too delicious, making it impossible for her to control herself. I never told you to eat that much. Lu Yunqi shrugged indifferently before returning to his seat and continuing to look after the twins. Xianxian, look at him. He's bullying me. I finally come over for a free meal, and this is how I'm treated. Bai Cha made a fierce face at Lu Yunqi before turning to complain to Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian helplessly shook her head. Xianxian, I'm starting to envy you. How about asking him if he has any brothers who are as handsome and can cook as well as he can? Introduce one to me. Ask him yourself, Qi Xianxian replied. Lu Yunqi had no interest in listening to the two best friends gossip. After the girls finished eating, he took Tang Tang and Guogui out into the garden to play. After dinner, Bai Cha chatted with Qi Xianxian for a while longer before heading home. The maids cleaned up the dining table while Qi Xianxian walked into the garden. Seeing Lu Yunqi happily playing with the twins, a warm smile appeared on her lips. Tang Tang, Guogua, it's bedtime. She called softly to the two little girls. Mommy, can we play a little longer? The twins looked up with pleading eyes and pouted. Lu Yunqi checked the time on his phone. It was already after 9 o'clock. He crouched down, pulled the girls into his arms, and said lovingly, Be good, sweethearts. Let's go to bed. Daddy will play with you every day from now on, but you can't stay up too late tonight. You have school tomorrow. Okay. Tang Tang nodded reluctantly before grabbing his arm and acting spoiled. Daddy, carry me. Daddy, I want a hug too. Guogua stretched out her tiny hands, unwilling to be left behind. No problem. Daddy will carry both of you to bed. Lu Yunqi gently tapped their noses before lifting both girls into his arms. Turning toward Qi Xianxian, he said, I'll take them upstairs. Qi Xianxian nodded, feeling slightly depressed. They really are father and daughters. It had only been a short time, yet his words already seemed more effective than hers. Though she felt a tiny sense of loss, seeing the warm scene between the three of them also filled her with peace and comfort. Back in the children's room, Lu Yunqi began telling bedtime stories. When Qi Xianxian arrived at the doorway, she discovered that both girls had already fallen asleep. A nanny would stay with them through the night. Aren't you going to bed? Hearing Qi Xuanxuan's voice, Lu Yunqi quietly stepped out of the room. Oh right. Standing awkwardly at the door, he said. Then I'll go sleep now. He turned and started heading toward the guest room next to the nursery. Where are you going? Qi Xianxian sounded somewhat displeased. The bedroom is this way. With a slightly annoyed expression, she turned and walked toward her own room. Lu Yunqi froze in place. What the hell? Are people really this direct? Sharing a bed on the very first day? Watching Qi Xuan's graceful figure, he suddenly felt his blood temperature rise. His face grew hot. After walking a few steps, Qi Xianxian noticed he had not followed. Turning back, she frowned. What are you standing there for? Oh, coming. Lu Yunqi hurried after her. A woman isn't afraid, so why should I be? Asterisk, we already have 2 daughters. What's there to be nervous about? Asterisk. He silently encouraged himself while walking. Following behind her, he caught the faint fragrance drifting through the air. Chanel No. 5. The moment Qi Xianxian opened the bedroom door, the same elegant scent greeted him. The room was spacious and warmly decorated. For Lu Yunqi, entering a woman's bedroom for the first time brought an indescribable excitement, as though he were exploring an entirely new continent. Go take a shower first. The wardrobe on the left side of the bed contains all your clothes. After speaking, Qi Xianxian walked into a small office area connected to the bedroom. Sitting at her desk, she began reviewing documents. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqi walked over to the bed and noticed several stuffed dolls sitting near the headboard. He found it surprising. Despite her icy, CEO-like image, she still had a girlish side. The bed itself was enormous. 2 people could roll around freely without any risk of falling off. Opening one of the wardrobes Qi Xianxian had mentioned, he was immediately stunned. The upper section was filled with men's clothing, formal wear, casual outfits, pajamas, all from top luxury brands, and every single item still had its tags attached. He casually picked up a tag. Not a single item cost less than 10,000 yuan. The lower section was lined with various men's shoes. In a smaller adjacent wardrobe, ties and belts of every color were neatly organized. Looking at the clothes, all carefully selected to match his measurements, Lu Yunqi felt deeply moved. Aside from the underwear sizes being slightly off, everything fit perfectly. For the first time, he truly understood why people talked about living off someone else's wealth. And judging by everything she had done, Qi Xianxian had never treated him like some live-in son-in-law. Lu Yunqi randomly picked out a set of pajamas and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 10. A Loving Bento Mission, Registering an Author Account. The next day, Lu Yunqi got up early, ran several laps around the villa, and returned home just as Qi Xianxian was getting out of bed. Seeing him drenched in sweat so early in the morning, she asked, "Where have you been?" "Morning run." "Good for staying healthy," Lu Yunqi replied. "I'm going to take a shower, then I'll take the kids to school." With that, he turned and headed back to the room. Watching his sweaty figure, Qi Xianxian couldn't help recalling the previous night. Well, nothing had happened. The 2 of them had simply slept awkwardly in the same bed. When she caught sight of Lu Yunqi's not-quite-formed 8-pack abs, she had felt an impulse to reach out and touch them. In the end, however, reason won out. As for Lu Yunqi, the faint fragrance surrounding her had kept his blood running hot all night. Fortunately, the pair of scissors sitting prominently on the bedside table constantly reminded him not to do anything reckless. After all, he hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy life yet. By the time Lu Yunqi finished showering, breakfast had already been prepared by the maids. Qi Xianxian finished eating first and headed straight to the company. Now that Lu Yunqi was around, the 2 little girls no longer clung to her nearly as much. "Good morning, Daddy." Tang Tang greeted him with a bright smile when she saw him in casual clothes. "Morning, Daddy." Guogua turned her head and greeted her handsome father in a crisp voice. "Good morning, my little princesses. Finish your breakfast quickly. We need to head to school." Checking the time on his phone, Lu Yunqi saw it was already after 7. He walked over to the dining table and spoke affectionately to the girls. The twins obediently finished their meal, while the nanny packed their school bags. Lu Yunqi grabbed a sandwich for himself, eating it as he led the 2 children to the car. The vehicle started and slowly drove toward Elliston International Kindergarten. At the school gate, Teacher Sue was already waiting for the students. "Good morning, Teacher Sue." "Good morning, Teacher Sue." The 2 girls greeted her with cheerful smiles. "Good morning, sweethearts. Come on in." Teacher Sue waved them over, then looked at Lu Yunqi. "Mr. Lu, could you wait a moment?" Turning to the twins, she said, "Sweethearts, wait here for a minute. I need to speak with your father." Then she walked out of the school gate. "Teacher Sue, what can I help you with?" Lu Yunqi asked politely. "It's about this weekend," Su Min explained. "The school has organized a parent-child countryside outing. Most parents confirmed their attendance in the class group chat last night, but your family hasn't replied yet, so I wanted to let you know." "You know." No problem, Lu Yunqi said with a smile. I was busy playing with the kids last night and didn't check my phone. A harmless lie. All right then. Teacher Su nodded before taking the girls inside. Standing at the entrance, Tang Tang and Guoguo raised their little hands and waved enthusiastically. Bye, Daddy. Remember to pick us up this afternoon. Be good and listen to your teacher, okay? Lu Yunqi reminded them with a smile. Then he added, Daddy will be there on time. After dropping the girls off, Lu Yunqi drove to a nearby shopping mall, bought some ingredients, and headed home. Back at the villa, since it was still early, he sent Qi Xianxian a message asking whether he could use the computer in their room. Only after receiving her permission did he carry the laptop out to the garden. He spent some time browsing the major reading platforms in this world, sites like Yuedu, Qidian, Kunlun, Jiutian, and many others. The novels available here were completely different from those on Earth. Not a single book he remembered existed. Even Doluo Dalu, the novel that had accompanied his youth for 10 years, couldn't be found. Nor was Battle Through the Heavens by Tianqin Tudou. As for later classics like Joy of Life, they were nowhere to be seen either. Looks like I can register an account and try writing myself. After 15 minutes, he finally found and downloaded an author assistant app. It allowed authors to publish across several major websites and seemed quite convenient. Since he was unfamiliar with the platform and hadn't thought of a pen name yet, he muttered to himself, With a sword I roam the ends of the earth. The lone wanderer knows no home. When autumn winds begin to blow, where does one ultimately belong? Lu Yunqi. That sounds pretty good. Nodding in satisfaction, he set it as his pen name. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the time, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. Putting away the laptop, he opened his mysterious planting space. Inside, a variety of vegetables had already matured. Green peppers, bitter melons, cucumbers, carrots, eggplants, and more. He seriously suspected that his landlady had given him the wrong bag. He had dumped all the seeds into the planting space. But where were the pumpkin seeds she claimed were inside? Picking several vegetables from the space, he noticed that the cucumbers were especially lush and vibrant, while the carrots looked excellent as well. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. System mission released. Prepare a loving lunchbox for your wife. Reward, master-level screenwriting skill. Holy crap. Lu Yunqi nearly dropped a cucumber. Making food for my wife comes with rewards too? Originally, he had assumed the company cafeteria would provide decent meals for Qi Xianxian, so cooking dinner every evening would be enough. Now it seemed he would have to prepare a special lunch for her as well. In an excellent mood, Lu Yunqi headed back to the kitchen, ready to put on another culinary performance. Sir, why are you back in the kitchen again? One of the cooks asked respectfully. Oh, I'm making lunch for Xianxian and taking it to her company. You can take a break for now. Sir, you're cooking again. The cook's eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. After witnessing Lu Yunqi's miraculous cooking skills the previous evening, she had been completely won over. The moment word spread that he was cooking again, the maids gathered at the kitchen entrance like a group of enthusiastic fans. Soon, the first dish emerged from the wok. Its aroma filled the air, even richer than the previous night's feast. And it was only a simple plate of shredded pork with green peppers. The two veteran cooks felt as though their decades of culinary experience had been wasted. How could the exact same dish smell this incredible? Considering the special properties of the carrots, Lu Yunqi took 3 from the planting space. He snapped one in half, sliced it thinly, and stir-fried it with pork belly and garlic. As for the cucumbers that could replenish vitality and blood, he picked 5 of them. After slicing them thinly, he used them to make a light cucumber and century egg soup. However, once he finished cutting them, he regretted it. The cucumber's juices and fragrance simply didn't preserve well. Although the soup remained delicious, the cucumber's special effects had been significantly weakened. After finishing all the dishes, Lu Yunqi turned to one of the cooks. Could you bring me a few takeaway containers? Thanks. Of course, sir, the cook replied immediately. Chapter 11. Delivering Food, Master-Level Screenwriting Skills. A nanny ran to get the takeout box. Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. These dishes are making my mouth water. Yes, son-in-law, especially your hand speed. How did you train to be so fast? The 2 female cooks kept flattering him, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yunqi chuckled and said dismissively, Cooking relies on talent, and as for hand speed, you can't learn that. The two elderly women seemed to understand something and exchanged a glance. Yes, they really can't learn that kind of hand-speed training method. Soon, the nanny brought over the takeout boxes. After packing up all 4 dishes and 1 soup, Lu Yunqi also took a few green cucumbers and drove to deliver the food to Qi Xianxian. Half an hour later, at Haochen Building. "Excuse me, miss, how do I get to the CEO's office?" Lu Yunqi was a little excited and a little flustered as he walked up to the front desk of a landmark building in Chongqing for the first time. He asked a young lady in a women's suit. "Sir, do you have an appointment with our CEO?" the receptionist asked politely. "Beautiful lady, my wife is over there. I'm here to bring her food," Lu Yunqi said. "Excuse me, sir, you cannot go to the president's office without an appointment or special permission." The young lady maintained her smile, but inwardly she was thinking, "Don't think you can fool me just because you're handsome. Why don't you just say your wife is a CEO?" Lu Yunqi glanced at the receptionist and his lips twitched slightly. Why is it that in this society, no one believes you when you tell the truth? Then, he silently picked up his phone and dialed Qi Xuanxuan's number. "Xianxian, I made lunch for you in your company lobby and brought it to you, but the receptionist wouldn't let me go up," Lu Yunqi said. He originally wanted to give Qi Xianxian a surprise, but he didn't expect Haochen Group to be so strictly managed. Give the phone to the front desk," Qi Xianxian said. At this moment, she was sitting in her office, busy with the documents in her hands. She was very touched that Lu Yunqi had brought her lunch. Moreover, she had completely fallen in love with the food he had cooked last night and had no appetite for anything else. "Miss, your CEO wants you to take this call," Lu Yunqi said, handing his phone to the receptionist. The receptionist who answered the phone smiled and said, "Hello. Hello. It's me." In front of outsiders, Qi Xianxian always had a dignified voice. In just 6 months, she became an intimate figure to everyone in the entire group, from top to bottom. "President, President." The receptionist trembled at the sound of the voice and looked at Lu Yunqi in disbelief. "The owner of this phone is surnamed Lu. From now on, seeing him will be like seeing me, understand?" Okay, President, I understand. I'll have Mr. Lu come up in the private elevator right away," the young woman replied, bowing and scraping as she held up her phone. Immediately, with trembling hands, he handed the phone back to Lu Yunqi, bowed deeply, and said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lu. I didn't know you were the president's. This way, please." Led by the receptionist, Lu Yunqi took the president's private elevator. Soon, the elevator stopped at the floor where the president's office was located. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Yunqi was immediately led to the president's office by his secretary. Pushing open the door, Lu Yunqi saw Qi Xianxian sitting in the boss's chair, looking at the documents in her hand, with a silly smile on her face. "Xianxian, okay, let's put the food on that table over there first." Qi Xianxian looked up and said, "I haven't finished reading the documents in my hand yet. If I put them down now, I'll have to read them all over again later." Lu Yun got up and went to the table, took out the food, and waited anxiously. About 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian finished reading the document, picked up a pen, signed her name on the last page, and got up to walk out of the desk. "Xianxian, please sit down." Upon seeing Qi Xianxian approach, Lu Yunqi quickly stood up and gentlemanly arranged a chair for her. Qi Xianxian sat down, looking slightly tired, and said softly, "Thank you." After Lu Yunqi opened all 4 takeout boxes, he picked up a piece of carrot for Qi Xianxian and said, "Xianxian, try this." Qi Xianxian didn't stand on ceremony. She put a thin slice of carrot in her mouth, chewed it a few times, and a satisfied expression instantly appeared on her face. I had already worked hard all morning and was a little hungry. Now I was able to eat Lu Yunqi's cooking. I had already witnessed her cooking skills last night, but I didn't expect the carrots to be even more delicious today. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Lu Yunqi asked expectantly. This was the first time he had taken out food from the mysterious space to cook, and he also had to complete a system task. Qi Xianxian smiled slightly, somewhat touched, and said, "It's delicious, very fragrant." Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of making a loving bento for your wife and receiving positive feedback. You have been awarded the reward, Master-Level Screenwriting Skill. Immediately, a vast amount of information about screenwriting flooded into Lu Yunqi's mind. Lu Yunqi was overjoyed. This master screenwriter's skills are truly impressive. It seems I can now adapt those popular books from Earth directly into this world. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just as Lu Yunqi was feeling smug, Qi Xuanquan's curious voice rang out. What's in this bag? Lu Yunqi looked over at the sound and saw Qi Xianxian pointing to a bulging bag that looked like it contained some strip-shaped objects. Oh, this? I almost forgot. It's a few raw cucumbers, Lu Yunqi replied. Qi Xuanquan's eyes lit up, and she said, Thank you. How did you know I like raw cucumbers? Then I'll go wash you up. After saying that, Lu Yunqi took a cucumber that was of uniform size, about 15 or 16 centimeters long, and had a green and white sheen, and quickly walked out of the office. A moment later, Lu Yunqi returned to his office, walked over to Qi Xianxian, and snapped the cucumber in two with a snap, introducing it as follows. Xianxian, you work very hard every day. This melon can not only replenish your blood and energy, but also relieve mental fatigue and improve your work efficiency. Try it. Qi Xianxian looked at the cucumber in Lu Yunqi's hand and saw that the rich juice was oozing out from the broken part, and a refreshing aroma that made people's appetites spread instantly. Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. Try it while it's still fresh, since it's just been broken off. After saying that, Lu Yunqi slowly brought the half cucumber to Qi Xuanquan's lips. Qi Xianxian seemed to have her appetite whetted by the fragrant aroma, and her red lips unconsciously parted slightly in sync with Lu Yunqi's movements. Lu Yunqi smiled and slowly pushed it in. Her cheeks slowly puffed out, her red lips pressed against the cucumber, and the juice from the crack dripped into her mouth. At that moment, Qi Xuanquan's taste buds experienced an unprecedented sweetness. She gently bit down with her pearly white teeth. Click. Chapter 12 of the work, The Handsome and Effeminate Yuan, was released. With each bite, more cucumber juice exploded in her mouth, flowing down her esophagus and into her body. Damn, it's delicious and very fresh. He praised her with a face full of happiness and satisfaction. In the next few seconds, she had completely devoured the half cucumber. After finishing his meal, he stuck out his tongue and licked the juice from the corner of his mouth, saying, I feel like my mind isn't so tired anymore. Seeing that Qi Xianxian liked it, Lu Yunqi quickly put the other half of the cucumber into her mouth. A hearty lunch begins with cucumbers. Yunqi, where did you buy this cucumber? After finishing her meal, Qi Xianxian picked up a cucumber and started eating it. Lu Yunqi was slightly taken aback, then said, This was given to me yesterday by the old lady who used to rent the house from me. He certainly couldn't tell Qi Xianxian about his planting space, and the seeds were indeed given to him by the landlady. Okay, go ask around and see if they still have any left. Buy some. These cucumbers are special. I feel so energetic now, and my mind is much clearer, Qi Xianxian said. Okay, I'm glad you like it. I'll make you even more delicious food in the future, Lu Yunqi replied as he tidied up the lunchbox. Are you trying to win me over through my stomach? In the blink of an eye, Qi Xianxian had finished another cucumber, rinsed her mouth with her teacup, and looked at Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi packed up the lunchbox, looked at her with some emotion in his eyes, and said, I have to hold on to such a good wife. Faced with this sudden remark, Qi Xianxian felt her cheeks burning and her heart pounding like a deer. Lu Yunqi, tell me honestly, do you often say this to girls? Qi Xianxian looked at him with feigned seriousness. I swear to God, you are the only one, and the first time, Lu Yunqi replied, his ears burning red. After all, it takes a lot of courage to look directly into the eyes of a goddess and say such corny things. Qi Xianxian crossed her arms, staring at him calmly, and asked, Is this your first time? She knew that Lu Yunqi had a silver tongue when he set up a street stall outside the university town, and she also knew that before her, Lu Yunqi had dated a girlfriend and was deeply in love with her, but the ending was not good. This is absolutely the first time, Lu Yunqi nodded emphatically. Okay, I believe you. Remember to pick up the kids this afternoon. Qi Xianxian turned and went back to her office chair. I had just sat down when I heard someone knocking on the door. Enter. President, here is the laptop you requested. A female assistant, carrying a brand new laptop bag, walked up to Qi Xianxian and said respectfully, Okay, go out. Qi Xianxian held the documents in her hand and said calmly. The female assistant glanced at Lu Yunqi furtively before leaving the office. Here, as a reward for your lunch. Qi Xianxian put down the documents in her hand took the computer to Lu Yun before he stood up, and said. Looking up at the sound, Lu Yunqi saw a silver apple with a chipped edge printed on the laptop bag. He smiled and took it, saying, "Thank you." For Lu Yunqi, having his own laptop is very important now, since it's not very convenient to use Qi Xuanquan's computer if he wants to write at home. More importantly, he doesn't want Qi Xianxian to know that he's doing another part-time job while being a stay-at-home dad. Qi Xianxian nodded and returned to her desk to continue working. Lu Yunqi also packed up his things, said goodbye, and left Haochen building. Back at the villa, Lu Yunqi sat in the garden with his laptop. I've already registered on the assistant platform. Now I just need to think about what book to write. The literature in this world is still somewhat different from that on Earth. According to Lu Yunqi's observation, whether it is the current reading platform or Qidian, the two platforms mainly feature fantasy and urban fiction. Well, I'll just write about demigods and semi-devils, a novel I enjoyed watching when I was little. I remember most of the plot, so I'll just treat it as a way of reminiscing about my childhood. Having made his decision, Lu Yunqi began creating his work on the assistant app, Demigods and Semi-Devils. Next, I started actually writing. Although Qidian's review process is quite strict, Lu Yunqi is not worried at all about whether the book will pass the review. It is a classic work on Earth, and passing the review is a must. Damn, my fingers started moving rapidly across the computer screen. A crackling sound rang out. Lu Yunqi didn't stop what he was doing until his phone alarm rang at exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Phew, he let out a long breath. I got back from Qi Xuanquan's company around 2 p.m. I've written nearly 20,000 words so far, and I feel a great sense of accomplishment. Click Publish directly. Generally, the review process for new books on Qidian takes 1 to 2 days, so the next step is to wait for the platform's review. After finishing the posting, I packed up my computer and left. I arrived at the school gate and just parked the car. A Lamborghini pulled up next to Lu Yunqi's car. The scissor doors slowly opened, and a pair of shiny leather shoes emerged from the car. Then, a man in his 20s, dressed in a black suit, stepped out of the car. With slightly thick lips, shallow dimples, and small eyes that were made to appear much larger by the brown eyeliner, paired with a brown Korean-style middle-part hairstyle, he looked somewhat effeminate and cool. It looks like some lecherous thief from the martial arts world, about to prey on some innocent flower bud. "Hey buddy, picking up your kid?" the man asked Lu Yunqi, raising an eyebrow. Lu Yunqi was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Yes, to pick up my daughter. I don't know if this guy's thinking is too avant-garde, or if he's just crazy. I went to the kindergarten, and he didn't pick up the kids. Was he there to see pretty girls?" But, seeing his effeminate and handsome appearance, I had no choice but to agree. Well, our goals are different." The man smiled, his dimples deepening, and he even instinctively covered his mouth with a delicate, effeminate gesture. Holy crap. Lu Yunqi really wanted to say, "Dude, did you just come back from Thailand? Hey buddy, what's your name?" The man sized up Lu Yunqi's clothes, glanced at the car behind him, and decided to befriend him. "My name is Yuan, and my future girlfriend teaches here." "Oh, my name is Lu Yunqi, and my daughter studies here," Lu Yunqi said with a faint smile. That's great. Maybe your daughter will be in my future girlfriend's class," Yuan chuckled. "Probably not." Lu Yunqi shook his head inwardly, but replied aloud. He had naturally met his daughter's teacher, and based on his current impression, Su Min would like this type. Then, it was time for school to end. Immediately, all the parents lined up in an orderly fashion and picked up their little ones one by one. Daddy, Tang Tang and Guoguo waved their little hands excitedly to greet Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi waved to the two little cuties. Looking at the smiles on their faces, he knew that today was another happy and joyful day at school. The two little cuties were still being led by Su Min, walking towards the school gate. The two sisters looked happy, but Su Min seemed a little downcast, and even appeared somewhat dazed when she reached the door. What's going on? Chapter 13. A miniature Chinese music library. Giving my wife a massage. When Yuan saw Su Min, his eyes lit up and he seemed very excited. "Your daughter is one of those twins?" Yuan asked, somewhat surprised, with a hint of envy in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yunqi. "Well, what about your future girlfriend?" Lu Yunqi nodded and asked in return. "Look, your daughter's teacher is my future girlfriend." Yuan pointed to Su Min, who was standing blankly at the school gate. "Damn, did I really guess right?" Lu Yunqi smiled, but didn't say anything. Daddy, I want a hug. The two little cuties walked out of the school gate, opened their arms, and rushed into Lu Yunqi's arms. Lu Yunqi skillfully picked them up in one arm and asked affectionately, "Did you have a good day at school?" After saying that, he kissed each of the two little ones on the cheek. Yes, Tang Tang is very happy today. Guogua is very happy too. The two of them had clearly filtered out the unpleasant things and answered with smiles. Okay, that's good. Lu Yunqi smiled, then looked at Su Min inside the school gate and said, Teacher Su, thank you for taking care of them. Su Min forced a smile and said, These past 2 days, the two little ones have been behaving very well, much more active than before. Lu Yunqi felt gratified to hear this. At least since his arrival, the childhoods of these two little princesses have begun to become more interesting. At this moment, Yuchuan walked over, looked at Su Min with a smile, and said, Teacher Su, let's go on a date. Su Min looked at Yuchuan, frowned slightly, clearly displeased, and looked embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Oh my god, this guy is too direct and too reckless. Didn't you see the look of disgust on Teacher Su's face? Those who hadn't left yet, especially Lu Yunqi, who was holding two little princesses, almost stumbled when they heard Yuchuan's blunt words. Finally, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Daddy, that uncle is so cute. Tang Tang said to Yuchuan in her childish voice. Ah, baby, let's go home. This scene isn't suitable for us. Lu Yunqi smiled and shook his head, saying to Tang Tang and Guogua. Then he took his two children home. After returning home, just like yesterday, Lu Yunqi went into the kitchen to cook. The two female chefs had now become his assistants, or more accurately, his fans. As long as Lu Yunqi is cooking in the kitchen, there will definitely be a lot of people watching. By the time Qi Xianxian returned, Lu Yunqi had just finished cooking. Since no one was coming over for a free meal today, Lu Yunqi only cooked 4 dishes and a soup, which was enough for his family of 4. Qi Xianxian didn't care about this, because she could eat any food that Lu Yunqi cooked with great relish. After dinner, Lu Yunqi watched cartoons with the two sisters for a while, and then they played with toys for a bit before the nanny took them to take a bath. Until 9 p.m., the two sisters fell asleep to Lu Yunqi's stories. Lu Yunqi kissed the two little cuties' rosy cheeks before leaving the room. When he returned to his room, he saw Qi Xianxian still working diligently in the study. Qi Xuanxuan's study was a partitioned room in their house, which made it convenient for her to work. Lu Yunqi stood at the door and noticed that Qi Xianxian, who was engrossed in her work, was very beautiful. Everyone says that men who work hard are handsome, but women who work hard are also very beautiful. Instead of going directly to bother her, he left the room and went downstairs to make a cup of coffee. Aren't you done yet? Lu Yunqi pushed open the door to the cubicle, walked to Qi Xuanxuan's side, put down the coffee, and asked with concern. Thank you, but I still have some documents to read. Qi Xianxian replied, putting down the documents in her hand and picking up her coffee. Lu Yunqi glanced at the mountain of folders on the table, then at Qi Xuanxuan's tired expression, and said in a deep voice, As the company's CEO, don't you have a special assistant? Qi Xianxian sighed, took a sip of her coffee, and said helplessly, I've only recently taken over the company, and there are many things I need to understand personally. Lu Yunqi felt secretly miserable. Although he had a system at his disposal, he was completely clueless about business matters, especially with a large company like Houchin Group, where he was powerless to help. Go to sleep first. I'll come over when I'm done reading. Qi Xianxian said, putting down her coffee, her voice weary. Ding. System task triggered. Give your wife a massage, receive a satisfactory rating, and be rewarded with the title Master of Chinese Songs. What the heck? A Chinese little music library? Or a title? What's the use of this title? Lu Yunqi didn't rush to leave, but sat down on the sofa next to him and asked in surprise. Once the title is worn, it will be permanently effective. The host will gain access to many classic hit songs that do not exist in this world, the system's cold voice explained. So that's how it is. Then I can bring all the classic music from Earth to this world. Lu Yunqi began to feel excited. Yes, host. Lu Yunqi nodded in satisfaction. Back when I was on Earth, although I couldn't sing many songs, I still knew some of the more familiar ones. Having made up his mind, Lu Yunqi mustered his courage, walked behind Qi Xianxian, and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. What are you going to do? Qi Xianxian frowned slightly, almost dropping the folder in her hand on the table, a hint of panic appearing in her eyes. I can't sleep right now anyway, so I'll give you a massage to help relieve your fatigue and clear your meridians. As Lu Yunqi spoke, he began to press his hands gently on his shoulders. Every acupoint on the human body will leave a slight indentation when pressed slightly, and you will feel soreness when you press the correct acupoint. Qi Xian originally wanted to refuse, but when that tingling and sore feeling came, she swallowed her words back. As Lu Yunqi massaged her, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her ears turned bright red, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. I gritted my teeth, put down the folder, closed my eyes, and started to enjoy myself. Lu Yunqi felt like he was being scratched by a cat. Even through her clothes, he could clearly feel Qi Xuanxuan's soft skin. In particular, the faint fragrance emanating from her wafted into his nostrils, making his head feel somewhat dizzy. Most importantly, because of the position of massaging Qi Xian from behind, one can see the cleavage of her high breasts and the faintly visible mountain peaks. Gurgle. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but swallow hard, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and focused on massaging. After massaging the acupoints on the shoulders and neck, move on to the head, especially the temples. Massage gently in a clockwise direction, 3 times, and then slowly relax. Repeating the movements a few times will make you feel noticeably more relaxed. A few minutes later, Qi Xian was completely relaxed, no longer tense, and immersed in the tingling sensation of the massage. Was my massage okay? Lu Yunqi gently massaged Qi Xuanxuan's temples with his 2 index fingers and asked softly. Chapter 14. Giving his wife a massage, their relationship warms up. Have you studied this before? Qi Xian asked softly, clearly enjoying herself. You studied with your grandparents for a few days when you were little. How was it? Are you satisfied? Yes, I'm satisfied, Qi Xian replied. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and obtaining the title Master of Chinese Music. As the system activated, a massive amount of information flooded into Lu Yunqi's mind, containing details about classic songs from Earth, including lyrics, compositions, and more. If I were given a perfect voice right now, I think I could become the king of the music scene. Host. People should know how to be content and not be too greedy, otherwise it will become shorter. The system bluntly criticized. Lu Yunqi's face darkened. I was just saying it casually, and you actually took it seriously? Am I the host, or are you the host? Of course, he only dared to think these things in his mind, and he couldn't even think them in his heart, otherwise the system would find out. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yunqi had finished massaging his shoulders, neck, and head, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Madam, next I'll massage your back and legs. Would you like to lie down on the bed? Huh? No need. I still have documents to look at. Qi Xian snapped out of her reverie, suppressing the urge to continue, and said. After Lu Yunqi's massage, she, who was originally exhausted, now feels particularly relaxed and in great condition. Most importantly, she was worried that if she followed Lu Yunqi's massage technique, she would become so engrossed in it that she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. The technique, the pressure, the acupoints, everything was mastered with such precision that Qi Xian was filled with admiration, though she didn't express it. There are too many documents to read, so don't overwork yourself, Lu Yunqi advised. Qi Xian turned her head, looking at him with suspicion, and said, You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? That's pure slander. All right, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Go to sleep now. I'll come over as soon as I finish watching this. After saying that, Qi Xian turned around and began to look at the document seriously. Seeing this, Lu Yunqi said with a serious expression, This is a very special massage technique. It's necessary to press all the main acupoints at once, otherwise it will have the opposite effect on your body. So let me finish massaging you first, and then you can continue reading the documents, okay? The acupoints and meridians in the human body are all interconnected. Therefore, if you only massage certain acupoints and ignore the others, the effect will be counterproductive. Qi Xian was not fooled by Lu Yunqi's seemingly reasonable words. However, she kept glancing at Lu Yunqi out of the corner of her eye, wanting to see what other excuses and reasons this fool could come up with. I'll take that as a yes. Lu Yunqi didn't hesitate. He suddenly bent down and forcefully picked Qi Xianxian up from the chair. Ah! Qi Xianxian, her face full of astonishment, let out a scream, but her hands instinctively wrapped around Lu Yunqi's neck. Hey, I already said I wasn't going to press it anymore. What are you doing? Qi Xuanxuan's heart raced. She never expected that the seemingly gentle man could be so domineering. Being carried like a princess, her beautiful face turned as red as a ripe apple. Her little fists kept pounding on Lu Yunqi's strong chest, and her soft body kept wriggling and struggling in his arms. With the beauty in his arms, the intimate friction between their bodies instantly raised his body temperature by several degrees. He quickened his pace and gently placed Qi Xianxian on the bedside. Lu Yunqi, you bullied me. Qi Xianxian looked aggrieved, just like a spoiled wife who had been bullied, and said with a pout, I already said no. Why is this guy still trying to force me? I didn't write. Lu Yunqi stammered, seeing Qi Xuanxuan's delicate and coquettish appearance. Wah, I thought you were a reasonable and loving man, but I never expected you to be such a domineering and unreasonable bad man. How could my husband, whom I chose so carefully, be like this? My life is so miserable. Qi Xianxian suddenly raised her hand to cover her face, her voice trembling as if she were about to cry. Lu Yunqi was also stunned. He always became helpless when he saw a woman crying. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Can you feel a tightness in your back right now? It just doesn't feel smooth. Qi Xianxian carefully examined it and found that it was indeed as Lu Yunqi had said. She peeked through her slightly parted fingers at Lu Yunqi's flustered expression, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Then hurry up. Qi Xianxian rolled over and lay face down on the bed, covering her face with the blanket, and said in a somewhat muffled voice, Lu Yunqi, sure enough, women are fickle. Judging from how quickly she acted, I feel like I've been tricked. She gave a small, wry smile and turned around. Qi Xuanxuan's cool clothes, slender waist, pert and round buttocks, and long, straight, beautiful legs were all in sight, and her blood began to surge. With such an alluring figure, how can one properly receive a massage? Hurry up, I really still have documents to read. Qi Xianxian urged Lu Yunqi after lying down for a while and seeing that he still hadn't moved. Okay, let's start right away. Lu Yunqi swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. Another 15 minutes passed. As Lu Yunqi exhaled a breath of hot air, the full-body massage came to a perfect end. Lying in bed, Qi Xianxian was reluctant to get up. The wonderful journey she had just experienced had left her immersed in it, and she occasionally let out soft moans of happiness. After being touched by Lu Yunqi, every pore on Qi Xuanxuan's body seemed to relax, and fragrant sweat slowly emerged from her body, making her feel incredibly relaxed. Lu Yunqi was covered in sweat, and his breathing became much slower, but seeing Qi Xuanxuan's happy and content expression, all the sweat was worth it. Are you comfortable? Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian, who was still lying on the bed with a satisfied expression. I don't want to get out of bed. Qi Xianxian nodded shyly, her face flushed. You just sweated, so take a shower and have a nice good night's sleep, Lu Yunqi said. Okay, you go wash up first. Qi Xianxian said weakly. Lu Yunqi didn't say anything more. It would be best to lie on the bed for a while after the massage before getting up, so he grabbed his clothes and went into the bathroom. When he came out after taking a shower, Qi Xianxian was already asleep in bed. How tiring that must be. Lu Yunqi sighed and was about to cover her with the blanket when Qi Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes. You're done showering? I'm going to take a shower too, Qi Xianxian said, getting ready to get out of bed. But as soon as she stood up, before she could even stand up, her legs gave way and she fell directly into Lu Yunqi's arms. Lu Yunqi caught her, pressing her pretty face tightly against his chest. In her haste, one of her delicate hands slipped inside her bathrobe and touched his firm chest muscles. She wanted to pull it back, but her little hand wouldn't obey her and unconsciously began to wander over the muscle lines. Chapter 15 of the work has passed review, Demigods and Semi-Devils. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. The next day, Qi Xianxian got up at almost 9 o'clock. She didn't even have time to eat breakfast and quickly put on some light makeup in the car. Lu Yunqi got up early in the morning, sent his 2 little ones to school, and then returned to the villa. I took out my computer and opened the author assistant. and saw an unread author inquiry message. I clicked on it and took a look. Dear author, your work, Demigods and Semi-Devils, has passed review and meets the signing criteria. Please wait for further system notification regarding the signing process. During the signing period, please do not change the book title or author name on your own. If you need to make changes, please contact your editor as soon as possible. When adding your editor's QQ, please include your book title and author name in your message. Editor, Huiyan, contact, XXXX. Yes, just as I expected. After the new book passes the review, all Lu Yunqi has to do is continue adapting the story according to the original novel of Demigods and Semi-Devils, and then release it. The process of writing is always so tedious and boring. This world doesn't yet have the classic works from Earth, so bringing them here can also let the people here see the essence of Earth's literature. Having made up his mind, he sat alone in the garden and began to write. Houchin Building. Inside the CEO's office, Qi Xinxian sat upright in the boss's chair. A woman in business attire, around 40 years old, stood in front, holding a folder, and reported. President, our entertainment company hasn't had any new projects for quite some time, so the financial report for this quarter. This person is Ning Nan, the general manager of the entertainment company of Houchin Group. Does the company have any good plans right now? Qi Xinxian asked, frowning as she sat in her boss's chair, looking at the documents in her hand. Since taking over the group, she has been quite at ease with the entertainment company. The company has its own film and television resources and a well-equipped staff in this area. However, it is relatively weak in the areas of movies and songs. However, any entertainment company that doesn't release new works for a long time will inevitably suffer some impact on its reputation. We plan to search for novels on major online novel platforms that can be adapted into film and television dramas, because novels already have a fan base, which can reduce some risks. Ning Nan answered truthfully. Okay, but you need to be careful with the selection. Find a book that's popular and has a good reputation. You can handle the specifics. Qi Xinxian doesn't have much time to worry about entertainment right now. After all, with such a massive machine running in the entire Houchin Group, she couldn't possibly focus on just one component's problem. Okay, I'll look for it on Qidian Literature website in the next few days, and then I'll compile the information and report it to you. Qidian Literature Network is the website with the most novels adapted into highly rated films and television series. Although the copyright fees are high, as long as you don't make a mistake in your judgment, you won't lose too much. Okay, you can handle this. Qi Xinxian nodded. Although she doesn't have much time to read online novels herself, she has heard of Qidian Literature Network, which is very famous throughout the country and is known for its high quality. Just then, Qi Xuanxuan's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw it was a message from Lu Yunqi. She smiled slightly, looked up at Ning Nan, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "That's all. I'll head back now." Seeing that Qi Xuanxuan's usually aloof face had actually lit up with a smile upon seeing the message on her phone, Ning Nan wisely left. After Ning Nan left, Qi Xinxian picked up her phone and opened it to take a look. "What would you like to eat for lunch today? Feel free to order." After pondering for a while with his chin in his hand, he typed out the names of several dishes. Cucumber, beef brisket and potatoes, shredded chicken and celery, and hand-torn cabbage are all relatively light and common home-style dishes. Inside the villa, Lu Yunqi, who was typing away, received a reply from Qi Xinxian. He checked the time, and it was already 11 o'clock. He got up, clapped his hands, and finished 30,000 words in half a day. I looked into the mysterious space again. There were potatoes and cucumbers, but I'd have to check the refrigerator for celery and cabbage. Lu Yun got up and went to the kitchen. The female cooks had all given up their positions and handed the stage over to him. After making lunch for Qi Xinxian, Lu Yunqi drove to Houchin Building. On the other side, the editorial department of Qidian Literature Network. A man with small glasses, a buzz cut, and a round face suddenly ran into the editor-in-chief's office. Before the editor-in-chief could speak, the man excitedly said, "Editor-in-chief, editor-in-chief, I've discovered a really good book that has the potential to become our website's newest star this year." The man who couldn't wait to speak was Zhou Yin, an editor at Qidian Literature Network, also known as Huiyan in the assistant section. "Is that so?" An elderly man dressed in a Tang suit, with a literary air about him, sat at his desk. This was none other than the editor-in-chief of Chidian Literature Network. What book? A martial arts novel, Zhou Yin replied. A martial arts novel? Upon hearing this, the editor-in-chief frowned slightly and continued. What's the title? Let me see. Just released yesterday, Tian Long Babu. Soon, the editor-in-chief found the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils that Zhou Yin had mentioned in the back office and began to read it seriously. Because Lu Yunqi uploaded only a few chapters, but he had already expressed the overall structure of the book, the editor-in-chief still read them word by word. His facial expression changed several times, from initial indifference to utter shock, until he was deeply immersed in it. The story is full of twists and turns, with well-developed characters, a broad historical background, and massive martial arts battles. It vividly portrays human nature, joy, anger, sorrow, and everything in between. A full half-hour later, the editor-in-chief finally turned his gaze away from the computer, stood up, and looked at Zhou Yin with admiration in his eyes, saying, "Not bad. You have a good eye this time. This author's writing skills are profound. Even I am not as good as him." "Whose work is it?" "Not some big shot, but a newcomer," Zhou Yin replied. "A newcomer?" The editor-in-chief looked at Zhou Yin in surprise, his brows furrowed. He then opened the website's back-end, found the author's registration information, and was stunned after reading it all. So young. According to the information registered in the background, she is only 25 years old. He's only about the age to graduate from university. How can he have such mature writing skills? He's absolutely a genius, a literary genius. We absolutely cannot let other websites snatch up such a promising talent. Put down everything you're doing right now and go contact this author, Lu Yunqi, to prepare an exclusive contract for him with the best possible terms. Make sure you sign him. Understood, I'll go right away. Zhou Yin immediately agreed, then seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Editor-in-chief, how should we arrange this recommendation?" "You don't need to worry about this. I'll put this book on the homepage banner and give it a big cover promotion," the editor-in-chief said excitedly. "You should go and sign the contract with him right now, otherwise we'll lose the initiative once other websites realize what's happening." As Zhou Yin left the editor-in-chief's office, he was shocked by the editor-in-chief's performance. Originally, I wanted to ask the editor-in-chief for a better recommendation spot, since for an editor, the better the performance of the works under their supervision, the more bonus they will receive. Unexpectedly, after reading the book, the editor-in-chief seemed afraid that it would be poached by another website, and hurriedly urged him to find the author to sign a contract. What was even more unexpected was that it was a special contract. This contract is the ultimate contract among the ultimate contracts. Chapter 16 School Activities to Enhance Parent-Child Bonds. After delivering lunch to Qi Xianxian, Lu Yunqi returned to the villa. "Because it's the weekend tomorrow, and I'm taking Tangdang and Guogua to participate in the school's rural outreach program. I need to start writing this afternoon to prepare a draft." Just like yesterday, from a little after 2 p.m. to a little after 4 p.m., Lu Yun wrote at least 30,000 words in 2 hours, enough to publish in the next 2 days. After all, he hasn't signed a contract yet, so he doesn't need to publish that many words. After picking up the 2 little princesses from school that evening, I prepared a sumptuous dinner for them as usual, using food that I had taken from my own mysterious space. The next day, Lu Yunqi got up very early in the morning, and the 2 little ones also got up especially early today. "Dad's going out to play today, are you happy?" Lu Yunqi picked up one of them in each arm and said affectionately, "I'm happy. As long as I'm with Dad, I'm happy no matter what I do," Tang Tang said with a smile. Guogua chimed in. Not to be outdone, Guogua is also very happy, finally able to go out and play with Daddy. "It's almost time, let's go." Qi Xianxian, who was unusually dressed in sportswear today, reminded her. "Let's go, it's time to go to school." Lu Yunqi picked up the 2 little princesses and walked out of the villa. Upon arriving at the garage, we chose a Mercedes-Benz RV. After placing the 2 little girls in their child seats in the back, we got into the driver's seat. Qi Xianxian sat naturally in the passenger seat. Although the 2 had only been living together for 2 days, they had already begun to slowly integrate into each other's lives. Lu Yunqi drove Qi Xianxian and Tangtang Guogua, the whole family heading to Alistan Kindergarten. The car was filled with all sorts of outdoor supplies and the family's clothes. This event lasts for 2 days and involves spending the night in the countryside. When he arrived at the school, many parents were already there. After parking his car, Lu Yunqi went to find teacher Su Min to report to her. This event included all the students in the preschool class at Alistan, a total of only a few dozen children. Because it is a prestigious school, all the parents were quite wealthy. Most parents drive their own RVs. A few families who don't drive RVs regretted it when they saw this situation. It's not that they can't afford an RV, but they feel that camping in the wild with their children is more meaningful. As a result, it was done hastily. Before the main group set off, Su Min gathered all the parent representatives from the class together and began to speak, mainly about the main purpose of this activity. According to Su Min, there are three main objectives for this event. First, to enhance parent-child relationships. Considering that parents are usually very busy with work and have little time to spend with their children, which is not conducive to the children's growth and the development of parent-child relationships, the school specially organized this activity to promote the development of parent-child relationships. Secondly, it allows children in big cities to experience pure, natural ecology, connect with nature, and experience a different environment. Third, it allows children to experience rural life and feel the hardships of life, a point on which most parents agree. Because Alistan is an elite private school, the students there come from wealthy and influential families. The children grow up with silver spoons in their mouths and have no idea about the hardships of life, which is detrimental to their development. Su Min Zai explained carefully, and Lu Yunqi listened attentively the whole time. This was his first time participating in a school activity as a parent, and he was very excited. After all the precautions were explained, the group prepared to set off. At that moment, the bright purple Lamborghini reappeared and stopped in front of Su Min. After the cool scissor doors opened, Yu Chuan, dressed casually but still unable to shake off his effeminate yet stylish demeanor, stepped out. "Beautiful lady, please get in the car." He walked up to Su Min, bent down, and made an inviting gesture, saying with a smile. Su Min's smiling face instantly fell, and she said coldly, "Our school has cars, and please stay away from me. If you continue to harass me like this, I will call the police." After saying that, he turned and walked towards a minibus prepared by the school. Yu Chuan watched Su Min's graceful figure and sighed inwardly. When pursuing a woman, how can you be concerned about saving face? Relentless pursuit is the key. He nodded heavily, then got into his car and followed behind the minibus. The entire convoy was impressive and formed a beautiful sight on the highway. After driving for about 4 hours, they arrived at a remote mountain area, almost completely isolated from the world, much more remote than Lu Yunqi's hometown. Since exiting the highway, dozens of RVs have been traveling along the interspersed paths, and many people have taken out their phones to take pictures, thinking that some film crew has brought big stars to the mountain valley to scout locations. Finally, upon arriving at their destination, many parents exclaimed in surprise, "This is truly a remote and impoverished place." If the school hadn't organized this trip, none of us would have known that there was such a place more than 4 hours' drive from Chongqing. Although the area is poor, the air quality is absolutely superb, and all kinds of flowers, fruits, and trees cover the mountains and fields, making it like a fairyland. It seems the school's activity this time is meant to give everyone a chance to reminisce about the past and appreciate the present. Lu Yunqi got out of the car, stretched his legs, and looked at the wisps of smoke rising from the mountainside, sighing with emotion. Qi Xinxian also got out of the passenger seat, stretched her body, took 2 deep breaths of the fresh air, and closed her eyes slightly, as if embracing nature. "Wow, this place is so beautiful," Tang Tang exclaimed loudly as soon as Lu Yunqi carried her out of the car. "Wow, sister, look at those butterflies." Guogua exclaimed excitedly as she got out of the car, tugging at Tang Tang's clothes and pointing to a field of rapeseed flowers. "All right, honey, we should go find the teacher to meet up." Seeing his 2 daughters so happy, Lu Yunqi really couldn't bear to disturb them, but he had to go to the teacher to report first. Just as he crouched down, ready to pick up the 2 little cuties, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was his mother calling. He hung up immediately and took his daughter to her teacher's office to report for duty. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Qi Xinxian had just noticed Lu Yunqi hanging up the phone and asked curiously. "It was my mom calling. I'll take them to the teacher's office first, and then call her back later," Lu Yunqi explained, before picking up the 2 children and heading to the teacher's office. Qi Xinxian stood there, seemingly a little nervous. I've been busy with company matters these past 2 days and haven't had a chance to meet Lu Yunqi's parents yet. Although she had already had everything made for the wedding, she was just waiting for Lu Yunqi's household registration book. Lu Yunqi brought his child to the meeting point. The school had prepared many activities, most of which required parent-child participation. For example, in a rice planting competition organized by families, everyone was given the same planting area, and everyone started the competition at the same time. Whoever finished planting first won the championship. The school also set up rewards and medals for the champion, as well as some local specialties such as cured meat. In Lu Yunqi's view, this is basically the same as a variety show on Earth Mountain. However, this time, the money for the event was all paid by the children's parents. Of course, these parents are not short of money. Even though such a large-scale event must have cost a lot, it is still within their affordability. Chapter 17 Business Acumen, Rice Planting Competition. After some organization, the first match is about to begin. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Lu Yunqi's mind. Ding. System task. Lead your baby to win the rice planting competition and gain business acumen. A talent for business? What the hell is that? Lu Yunqi asked curiously. Business acumen, as the name suggests, is meant to transform the host into a person with a business mind, rather than a lazy bum. The system explained in a slightly sarcastic tone. Okay, I got mocked by the system again. Even a salted fish can turn its life around. Don't you know that? Lu Yunqi couldn't help but want to complain, but in the end he held back. After all, he was no different from a salted fish now. If there was any difference, it was that he was now a salted fish eating gold and soft rice. The rice planting competition has officially begun. Each family consists of parents and their child. The children are extremely excited because it's their first time stepping in the mud, just like Peppa Pig, having a great time. To Lu Yunqi's surprise, Qi Xianxian, this aloof goddess, actually rolled up her trousers and went barefoot into the fields. This pampered young lady, who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, is actually working in the fields. If Bai Cha saw this, she would definitely nag about it for days. Qi Xianxian walked to the edge of the field and asked Lu Yunqi, who was waiting for her in the field, with some hesitation, "Are there any bugs in this field?" "No, there are no bugs here. The soil also has antibacterial properties, and stepping on it occasionally is good for your health," Lu Yunqi explained. For someone who grew up in the countryside in their previous life and is now also from the countryside, the muddy fields are extremely familiar. Real? Of course, Lu Yunqi nodded emphatically. "Then help me up. I'm afraid I'll fall in," Qi Xianxian said softly. Lu Yunqi reached out to help Qi Xianxian, who slowly put her feet into the mud. Of course, Qi Xianxian wasn't the only one in this situation. The other families were even more embarrassed because they were all wealthy people who had never done farm work. Many parents were still standing on the ridges of the field, tentatively testing the waters. "Mom, you're such a scaredy cat." "We're not afraid at all, Mom. Keep going." Tang Tang, who was already covered in mud like two little clay figures, mercilessly mocked them before encouraging them. "Yes, Mom. Come down quickly. It's so much fun in here." Guogua, who was almost unrecognizable from the voice, said in her childish voice. Upon hearing this, Qi Xianxian stumbled and almost fell into the field. Then she glared at the two mischievous children and said, "You too. Just wait and see how I deal with you later." After saying that, she put both feet into the mud. But as soon as she stepped in, a frog jumped out from the side, startling Qi Xianxian so much that she screamed and then jumped into Lu Yunqi's arms. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yunqi's neck, hooked her legs around his thighs in an extremely ungraceful manner, and hung on Lu Yunqi's body like that. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she didn't dare to put her feet on the ground. Qi Xianxian was startled by the frog, while Lu Yunqi was also startled by Qi Xuanxuan's sudden action. After realizing what had happened, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, reached out and grabbed Qi Xuanxuan's buttocks, pulling her onto his body. You're not allowed to laugh." Qi Xianxian, held in his arms, blushed and feigned anger. "Ha ha ha ha, Mom, it's just a frog. You're such a coward." Tang Tang and Guoguo were amused by their mother's actions and laughed together. Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian, who was so close to him in his arms, and said softly, "All right, I'm not laughing anymore. It's just a frog, it's okay." After saying that, he suppressed a laugh his face turning slightly red. Lu Yunqi, is this funny? Qi Xianxian said through gritted teeth, then got off him and pinched Lu Yunqi's crotch. The family was laughing and chatting happily in their rice planting field. When the competition ended, there was no suspense. Lu Yunqi won the championship. There was nothing he could do. He was the only one from the countryside among all the parents. Many of them didn't even know what rice planting was, let alone how to plant it. As for Lu Yunqi, he had been doing farm work with his parents since he was a child. Although he hadn't done it much since high school, the skills were still there and he wouldn't forget them easily. Moreover, Lu Yunqi basically took care of all the work at their house. Qi Xianxian just stared blankly and watched the show, constantly asking how to insert the mortar. As for the two little princesses, they were just there to play in the mud. Lu Yunqi won the championship with a huge advantage. Tang Tang and Guo Guo went up and received medals. The two little girls were extremely excited and proud. As soon as they came down, they ran to Lu Yunqi and kissed him from both sides. "Dad, you're amazing. Dad, you're the best." Lu Yunqi held the two little clay figures, wanting to kiss each of them, but couldn't find a place to start. In the end, he could only gently pinch their noses as a gesture. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and winning the rice planting competition. You have gained a talent for business. Immediately, the notification sound indicating that the mission was completed rang in Lu Yunqi's mind. How do I use this? The system will add this automatically, please note. Before the system's voice could finish speaking, Lu Yunqi felt his IQ had increased significantly, and he felt he understood many more business strategies. After the morning competition ended, everyone went back to their own RVs to change clothes. Parents who did not come in RVs were arranged to stay at nearby farmers' homes. While Qi Xianxian was taking a shower and changing clothes, Lu Yunqi was outside the RV, about to call his mother back, when a call came in from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I'm Zhou Yan, an editor from Qijian Literature Network. Are you Lu Yunqi?" A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. When Lu Yunqi heard that the person on the other end of the phone said it was Qijian Literature Network, he glanced at the car, saw that Qi Xianxian hadn't finished showering, and took a few steps away before replying. "Yes. Is there anything I can help you with?" Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yan, and I'm the editor in charge of your new book. I apologize for calling so abruptly. I've read the chapters of your new book that you released today and would like to discuss the contract with you." About the contract? Knowing that he would be accompanying his daughter to this parent-child activity in the next 2 days, Lu Yunqi had already set up a timed message yesterday afternoon. What intrigued him was that usually, shouldn't the author proactively add the editor's contact information, agree on the terms online, and then have the author print it out and send it by express delivery? Why did they even call specifically for this? "Yes, we plan to sign a special contract with you. The terms and conditions are all negotiable, but our condition is that during the contract period, you can only publish novels on our website." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yan spoke. Then, as if afraid that Lu Yunqi would find this too restrictive, he immediately explained, "Of course, as long as it's not a matter of principle, we won't interfere with your creative process. In addition, we will arrange the best recommendations for you, and a series of other things to come." Lu Yunqi listened attentively, feeling deeply moved. "I used to think that editors were all aloof, but now I realize I was wrong." Chapter 18 Fish Catching Competition, Master Level Piano Skills. What exactly is the contract like? Lu Yunqi asked with a slight upturn of his lips, showing great interest. Based on the editor's description so far, it's quite good, considering that Qijian Literature Network is a very strict website. You might be able to get away with things on other websites, but here, you can only rely on yourself. They provide recommendations, but if you don't put in the effort, it's all for nothing. Of course, this is not a problem at all for Lu Yunqi, who has superb writing skills. It just depends on the treatment he receives. Zhou Yan didn't mention the specific contract, but instead asked, "Is Yunqi in Chongqing? How about we arrange a meeting sometime, so you can take a look at the contract then?" "It's in Yudu, but I don't have time these 2 days. I'm in the countryside. Let's arrange a place when I go back to Yudu the day after tomorrow," Lu Yunqi said truthfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then he said, "Okay, I'll call you back later. Once we arrange a place, I'll bring the contract with me." The two chatted for a couple more minutes before hanging up. He had just hung up the phone and was about to call his mother when he heard the bugle call to assemble. Tang Tang, Guogua, we should go to the meeting point. Lu Yunqi shook his head helplessly, went into the RV, and called to the two little princesses who were watching cartoons. Yay! Yay! The two jumped off the bed excitedly. Qi Xianxian also got up and put on her shoes. After all, they had prepared a lot of things in the RV. To be precise, Qi Xuanquan's assistant had prepared a lot of things for them. We arrived at the meeting point. The afternoon's activity was a fish-catching competition. Before the competition even started, the system issued another task. Ding! System task. Lead your baby to victory in the fish-catching competition. Reward, master-level piano skill. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi gave a wry smile. You're just giving me skills, which are useful, but not cash. At this rate, when will I ever be able to climb over my wife? Host, don't be discouraged. You have a long life ahead of you, and there will always be opportunities. Keep going, I believe in you. The system seemed to hear Lu Yunqi's voice and said playfully, Damn, regain your focus and prepare for the match. The competition was still held in the muddy field, but this time the water was a little deeper. So Tang Tang, Guogua, and Qi Xianxian stood on the edge of the field, holding fish baskets, waiting to fill them with fish. 1, 2, 3. Article 32. 20 minutes into the game, Lu Yunqi had already caught 32 fish. Although they are all small crucian carp weighing only 2 or 3 ounces each, sometimes you can catch 2 or 3 with a handful of water. And the muddy field itself is not very large, but there are quite a few fish. This made Tang Tang and Guogua very happy. Their fish baskets were already full of several fish, while many of the other children's fish baskets were still empty. As expected, Lu Yunqi, along with Tang Tang and Guogua, won the fish-catching competition once again when the competition ended. The two little girls were incredibly excited, constantly bragging to their friends about how amazing their father was, how many fish he had caught. Throughout the entire process, Qi Xianxian quietly followed Lu Yunqi as he took the fish from his hands, a faint smile occasionally appearing on her lips. Suddenly, she realized that she had indeed found a rare and wonderful man. He was a good cook, hardworking, and could live in a bustling metropolis as well as shine in a secluded mountain village. Especially in the last 2 days, seeing the warm and harmonious relationship between Lu Yunqi, Tang Tang, and Guogua, she felt incredibly happy. After the event, Lu Yunqi successfully received the system's reward and acquired master-level piano skills. After integrating a large amount of piano memories and techniques, Lu Yunqi felt that he could rival Lang Lang on Earth. As dusk fell, golden sunlight shone on the valley. After the children had taken showers and changed their clothes, they were organized by their teachers to play games together. The children were playing games, and the parents were taking pictures of their little ones with their phones. Lu Yunqi also picked up his phone and took a few photos and a video of Tang Tang and Guogua. In the video, he deliberately acted like a passerby and included Qi Xianxian in the shot. He then sent the video to Zhou Huiying. The message had barely been sent when Zhou Huiying called. You brat, what's going on? Is this really my granddaughter? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Huiying hurriedly asked, clearly showing her fondness for her granddaughter. That day, he had been discussing with Lu Yunqi's father about Lu Yunqi marrying into the family, but their old-fashioned thinking from living in the countryside made it difficult for them to make a decision. It's the real deal, but whether she can become your granddaughter or not depends on your and Dad's decision. Lu Yunqi answered the phone. His tone was calm, but the smile on his lips was undisguised. He knew that since his mother had called him, the matter was basically settled. Oh ho, you little brat. You think you're all grown up now, huh? Daring to be disrespectful to me. Upon hearing Lu Yunqi's words, Zhou Huiying immediately roared. How could I dare to be dissatisfied with Mom? It's just that it's been 2 days and I haven't heard from you. I thought. Get lost. Are you asking for trouble? Daring to make up stories about your mother. Before Lu Yunqi could finish speaking, Zhou Huiying abruptly interrupted him, continuing. I called you this morning, you little brat. How dare you hang up on me? How could your old mother not want such a beautiful granddaughter? Enough nonsense. I'll send your household registration book over by express in a bit. Hurry up and get the marriage certificate first, then bring it back sometime. Zhou Huiying tried her best to defend herself. In fact, she had argued quite a bit with Lu Yunqi's father, Lu Kuan, these past 2 days. From Lu Kuan's perspective, He absolutely refused to let his son marry into the family. Just now, when Lu Yunqi sent over the photos and videos, Zhou Huiying made a decision immediately upon seeing that they were actually twin granddaughters. Although it's not certain whether the girl in the video is his daughter-in-law, with such a beautiful granddaughter, the daughter-in-law must be quite stunning as well. Yes, there's no one better than a mother in the world. A mother understands her best. After receiving a definite answer, Lu Yunqi smiled and complimented her. "You little rascal, is my granddaughter over there? Call her over so I can see her," Zhou Huiying asked expectantly. Lu Yunqi glanced at Tang Tang and Guogua, who were doing activities with their teachers and classmates, and said regretfully, "Mom, they are participating in a school activity right now. When we get back, the whole family will video call you." "Okay, I'll hang up now and go mail your household registration booklet to you." Zhou Huiying hung up the phone, looking utterly disappointed. Lu Yunqi shrugged, indicating his helplessness. It was indeed inconvenient right now, as the two little girls were having a great time, especially since it was a class activity. While Qi Xuanxuan's eyes were fixed on Tang Tang and Guogua, she was also listening intently to what Lu Yunqi was saying. Clearly, Lu Yunqi didn't mention her to his parents, and he was still somewhat disappointed. "What's wrong? You seem a bit listless. Are you tired?" Lu Yunqi asked Qi Xianxian as he turned around after hanging up the phone. Qi Xianxian shook her head. Chapter 19. Singing with My Daughter. New book receives rave reviews. After dinner, the school arranged a bonfire party. Everyone sat around the bonfire, and the teachers let the children take turns performing on stage. Tang Tang and Guogua excitedly went up and each performed a talent. After they stepped off the stage, a group of parents and children cheered, urging Tang Tang and her buddy to perform another act. Tang Tang was the first to approach Lu Yunqi and asked in her childish voice, "Daddy, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star?" When Tang Tang asked him that question, Lu Yunqi quickly searched his memory, and after a moment, he smiled slightly and said, "No way. Then I'll teach you." Hurrah! This children's song was once the opening theme of a very popular variety show, and later became a nationwide hit. Of course, it was also included in the Chinese children's song library provided by the system. And so, Tang Tang pulled Lu Yunqi onto the stage to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for everyone. It must be said that although he didn't have a perfect singing voice, Lu Yunqi's handsome face and muscular physique still won the applause and attention of most parents. Guogua sat next to Qi Xianxian, pouting and looking very unhappy. "Why didn't I do it first? I can sing this song too." Sitting below, Qi Xianxian looked at Lu Yunqi, who was holding hands with his daughter and singing nursery rhymes, and suddenly realized how beautiful and heartwarming this scene was. When Lu Yunqi brought Tang Tang downstairs, he saw that Guogua looked unhappy, so he took her back up and sang it again. After he finished singing, Lu Yunqi praised his two daughters, saying they sang wonderfully. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title, Heavenly Voice. It's heavenly music. It seems this system understands me very well. Looks like I have another way to make money in the future." Lu Yunqi muttered a couple of things to himself. By now, he no longer doubts anything the system provides. Products produced by the system must be of the highest quality. Everyone was tired after a long day of playing, so they all went to bed early that night. The next day, after everyone had breakfast together, the school organized everyone to return to Yudu together. After driving for more than 4 hours, we finally returned to Yudu. Upon returning to the villa, perhaps due to the long journey, the two little princesses played for a while before going to sleep. Qi Xianxian, on the other hand, was busy with work. Lu Yunqi carried his computer to the garden, preparing to post his saved drafts. Upon opening the assistant's backend, I saw 99 plus comments, 99 plus tips, and 99 plus recommendation votes. A smile appeared on his lips. All of this was within Lu Yunqi's expectations, but the 99 plus reward was a bit of a surprise. Normally, martial arts novels wouldn't receive this many donations. After updating 5 chapters, Lu Yunqi opened the page to take a look and found that many of the donations were from low-level accounts, level 1 or 2. Almost all of them were 588 book coins to urge updates, and some were large rewards of 10,000 book coins. I took out my phone and just opened the Chidian Literature website app when a huge splash screen appeared, displaying my newly published novel, Demigods and Semi-Devils, from a couple of days ago. It seems this website is quite sincere. Lu Yunqi muttered to himself as he looked at the splash screen. Strictly speaking, I haven't signed a contract with Chidian Literature Network yet, so an unsigned work certainly wouldn't receive such extensive promotional resources. However, if editors from other websites knew that this book hadn't been officially signed yet, they would probably have already approached us with offers. Chidian Literature Network has used a classic blind spot tactic this time, giving out the best recommendations first to create a misleading impression on other websites. Other websites believe that Chidian Literature Network has signed another talented writer. When Lu Yun entered the book's cover, he saw that the reader community was filled with almost unanimous 5-star reviews. This is so good. I haven't read such an interesting martial arts novel in a long time. Yunqi, please update soon. I was wondering why the first thing I saw when I opened the app today was a martial arts novel. Turns out, it's really good, and the writing is very skillful. Oh dear, it always seems to end at the most crucial moment. I've already contacted the courier, and the blade is on its way. Such writing style, it must be a pseudonym of some great author. Wuxia novels have very high requirements for writing style. Author, please update soon. Aside from urging for more updates, many readers in the book club have developed a strong interest in the pseudonym Lu Yunqi. However, they never imagined that such skillful writing could be produced by a young man who was only 25 years old. Of course, many more people are immersed in the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. The charm of this new style of martial arts, just like the world of martial arts described in the book, makes people yearn for it. For some young people, the development of martial arts novels in this world has been stagnant, leading them to believe that the martial arts in martial arts novels are limited to moves like Arhut Fist, Mantis Fist, and Bagua Leg. When they saw demigods and semi-devils, they realized that the martial arts moves in wuxia novels could be so cool, elegant, and unrestrained. For some older bookworms, reading demigods and semi-devils brought tears to their eyes. That feeling from before is back. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Flying across rooftops and leaping across walls, swiftly settling scores. Thus, demigods and semi-devils spread like a virus throughout the entire Chidian Literature Network. Lu Yunqi watched for a while, then turned off his phone with satisfaction, turned on his computer, and began typing furiously. On the other side, Ning Nan, as the general manager of the entertainment company of Haochen Group, was still constantly browsing the Chidian Literature Network app, even on weekends. They were carefully selecting the next projects that Haochen Entertainment would be filming. After all, Haochen Entertainment hasn't released any new works in a long time, so Ning Nan must find a high-quality and well-received project this time, one that can bring the company both fame and fortune. Call. Ning Nan, who had been staring at her phone for hours and was feeling a bit hungry, turned it off, got up, and made herself something to eat. Although she was anxious, she also understood that finding a novel of good quality and reputation was not something that could be done in a short time. She already had a few good books written down in her notebook and planned to collect a few more before making a final selection. After finishing her meal, when she picked up her phone again and opened the Chidian Literature Network app, a brand new martial arts-themed page came into view. The Demigods and Semi-Devils. Ning Nan felt much better after finishing her meal, and when she saw the book cover, she wiped her glasses. It's quite novel that Chidian can now give a martial arts novel a splash screen promotion. It's worth noting that in this world, the last martial arts novel to be featured on the opening screen was almost 10 years ago. Moreover, when it was later remade into a TV series, the response was so-so, without much of a highlight or success. Since Chidian has already recommended it, let's take a look first. Ning Nan picked up her phone, plopped down on the sofa, opened the cover of Demigods and Semi-Devils, and started reading. When she opened it, she was surprised to find that the book had a rating of 9.9, and nearly 1,000 people had participated in the rating. The book only has 100,000 words, but the number of readers in the book club has already exceeded 10,000. More importantly, the book has received more than 50,000 recommendation votes and more than 2,000 donations. Chapter 20. Unanimously Positive Reviews. A meeting where time was forgotten. Ning Nan's eyes widened when she saw it. If it were just about ratings, it wouldn't matter, but the main thing was that the book had only been released for 2 days and already had this much data. It was simply unbelievable. Filled with curiosity, Ning Nan began to read. I don't know how much time has passed, but the once sunny city of Chongqing is now covered in neon lights. However, Ning Nan felt no fatigue at all until she swiped her finger and a line of large characters appeared on her phone screen. The author is working hard to write. She raised her head, still savoring the moment, and let out a long sigh. Then, without any hesitation, I gave it a 5-star review and, almost as if possessed, left a message in the book club urging me to update. After she finished writing the book review and sent it out, she realized that it was already dark outside. She hadn't felt tired at all while immersed in the world of the book, but as soon as she came out, her eyes started to hurt and she gradually felt sleepy. 23:30. It's absolutely amazing. No wonder so many people are giving it a reward. It makes me want to spend some book coins to give it a reward too. Ning Nan couldn't help but yawn and muttered softly. The next morning, Lu Yunqi took his 2 children to school, as usual, and then continued writing after returning home in the morning. Today, as originally planned, Qi Xinxian was to attend a meeting at Houchin Entertainment, Star Entertainment office. Mr. Qi, we found a really great novel these past few days. If we can buy it, we have a 90% chance of success. At the start of the meeting, Ning Nan spoke first, somewhat emotionally. Last night, she was completely immersed in the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. As long as the later parts of that book are not filled with filler, it doesn't even need to be adapted. It can be directly made into a TV series. Moreover, Ning Nan, as the general manager of an entertainment company, is very sensitive to this kind of thing. Based on the current quality of demigods and semi-devils, the TV series adapted from it will definitely be a huge hit and boost the company's reputation. What book? Seeing that the usually composed Ning Nan was so out of sorts today, Qi Xinxian asked curiously. A new martial arts novel, Demigods and Semi-Devils, has just been released on Qidian Literature website. The website has given it a splash screen promotion and a banner on the PC version. We need to hurry, otherwise, as more people pay attention to it, the competition will be fierce. Ning Nan's excitement had not yet faded as she spoke. Upon hearing that it was a martial arts novel, the people in the conference room all shook their heads, indicating their skepticism. In particular, the company's top screenwriter said with great pessimism, President Ning, martial arts TV dramas have been inactive in China for many years, and there is no market at all. Moreover, the current martial arts novels are really bad. Indeed, the current market isn't really interested in martial arts dramas, a director with a beer belly and a small braid remarked casually. In the company, only these 2 people dared to question Ning Nan in front of her. Although the others also looked incredulous, no one dared to say anything. Although Qi Xinxian doesn't know much about entertainment, she used to enjoy watching martial arts dramas when she was young, but the ones produced by various entertainment companies later on became less and less satisfactory. She had experienced this firsthand, and therefore she wasn't very optimistic about the company producing a martial arts drama at this time. Their gazes fell on Ning Nan, waiting for her to continue speaking. Recognizing Ning Nan's competence, Qi Xinxian took out her phone and started downloading the Qidian Literature Network app. Faced with these people's doubts, Ning Nan remained calm and stood up, saying indifferently, As for what you are worried about, you can go and take a look at that book first. No need to look at it. Just from the name alone, I'm certain it won't be a hit. The market is full of youth idol dramas now. How can a demigods and semi-devils show compete with others? The man with the braid is Wang Jieshi, the chief director of Houchin Entertainment and a very famous director in the industry. He has an incredibly sharp eye in the industry. Almost every work he produces becomes a hit. The company hasn't had any good projects lately, and not only is the company anxious, but he, as the director, is also worried. The martial arts market, which has been dormant for more than a decade, is simply delusional to think it can compete for market share with a newly released book. Ning Nan didn't argue with him. She simply asked everyone to open their phones and look at the book. At this moment, Qi Xinxian, who was sitting in the first seat, had already downloaded the Qidian Literature Network app. Sure enough, when I opened the software, I saw a cover that was quite well made, and the title of the book was Demigods and Semi-Devils. However, she didn't read the book's contents first, but instead opened the book club to see what other readers were saying. When she opened the book club, it showed that there were already more than 30,000 readers, and almost all of them were giving 5-star reviews and urging for more updates. The formation was so neat that it made people suspect they had hired online trolls. Yunqi, please update soon. Your writing is so sharp and skillful. I even dreamt that I was in a martial arts world last night. Please update soon. Yesterday's update was 10,000 words long, and I stayed up all night to read it. When will you update today, author? Duan Yu's character in the book is so handsome and dashing. In which chapter does Qiao Feng use the 18 subduing dragon palms? Qi Xuanxuan's fingers were aching from swiping her phone screen, but the comments in the book club were still not finished, and she couldn't find a single 4-star rating. Even without having read the book, the fact that it was already showing signs of becoming a huge hit piqued her curiosity. Is this book suitable for adaptation into a TV series? Qi Xianxian looked up at screenwriter Xia Yingxi and asked, Mr. Qi, please wait a moment. Let me finish reading first. Xia Yingxi replied without even looking up. She had already found the book when Ning Nanan mentioned its title, and she's currently engrossed in reading it. A hint of admiration appeared on her face. She had been a screenwriter for over 10 years and was a well-known screenwriter in the industry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Houchin Group's top talent. Right now, I have many questions in my mind. Who wrote this book? How can it be so beautiful? There's no need to write a script at all. You can just use it directly to film it. Even the dialogue in the book is already very relevant. It's so captivating. Once you're hooked, you can't get out. Whether it's the characters' actions and expressions during dialogue, the demeanor of the male and female leads when they meet, or the main and side stories, everything is handled perfectly and very well. Xia Yingxi asked herself if even she, a professional editor, possessed the same level of skill as this author. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded in the conference room of Houchin Group. The people in the meeting were all looking down at their phones. Their expressions varied, but they all seemed to be enjoying themselves. Time slipped away slowly as everyone was immersed in the world of martial arts. 11:30 a.m. The assistant pushed open the conference room door, intending to ask Qi Xianxian what she wanted for lunch, but she was stunned the moment she opened the door. Ning Nanan, having already stayed up all night to watch it and with no updates today, walked to the door and asked quietly, Assistant Gu, is there something you need from President Qi? President Ning, it's already 11:30. President Qi should have lunch. Assistant Xiao Gu snapped out of her daze and replied. Chapter 21. Signing the contract, the famous director gets a slap in the face. Just then, Qi Xianxian, who was engrossed in reading a novel, suddenly received a WeChat message on her phone screen. It was Lu Yunqi who sent the message, asking her what she wanted to eat for lunch. Reluctantly, he switched to WeChat and replied to Lu Yunqi. You don't need to make me lunch today at the branch office. Then I switched to the Qidian Literature Network app and began to immerse myself in the martial arts world of Tianlong Babu. At the door, Ning Nanan spoke to her assistant, who then left the conference room with an incredulous expression. One person went to the break room out of curiosity and downloaded the Qidian Literature Network app, searching for and reading about Tianlong Babu. Inside the Jinxiu Mansion Villa, when Lu Yunqi saw Qi Xuanxuan's reply, he smiled wryly and asked the cook to make him a simple lunch. Now, he has grown many vegetables with special functions in his own planting space. Since his wife and children don't come home for lunch, he has no interest in taking them out. In the morning, Zhou Huiying called him again, saying that the household registration book had been sent to him by express delivery. Lu Yunqi also took out some vegetables from the planting space and sent them back to his parents by express delivery. After lunch, the website editor called, and the two arranged to meet at a coffee shop. When he arrived at the coffee shop entrance, he immediately felt many eyes on him, and he could faintly hear some people whispering, Wow, my goodness, Wei Wei, look at that handsome guy at the door, he's so handsome. Seriously, these are some godlike looks. Looks. I'm almost sweating just looking at them. Shoo, keep your voice down. Look closely. When he walks, you can vaguely see his strong muscles through the seam of his shirt. So manly, I really want to touch them. The conversation between the two infatuated girls almost made Lu Yunqi stumble and fall. Where did these infatuated girls come from, daring to fantasize about me right in front of me? Well, being handsome is indeed a problem, and I'm already extremely troubled by it. As I was walking into the coffee shop, a slightly overweight man wearing glasses stood up from a seat not far ahead. Are you the great Dugu Yunqi? Zhou Yin stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Lu Yunqi nodded. Please sit down. Having confirmed Lu Yunqi's identity, Zhou Yin extended his hand in an inviting gesture, inwardly marveling. Not only is his writing excellent, but he's also incredibly handsome. Now I finally understand why I've been single for 22 years. Thank you. Lu Yunqi sat down. Although Zhou Yan's voice was slightly different over the phone, it was still recognizable. After sitting down, the two shook hands in a friendly manner. Lu Yunqi cut to the chase and asked, You said you'd bring the contract last time. Did you bring it? I brought it. Zhou Yin nodded quickly, turned around, and took the contract out of his bag. Zhou Yin seemed somewhat flustered, perhaps because his editor-in-chief had given him a firm order to sign Lu Yunqi. When handing the contract to Lu Yunqi, he reminded him, You can take a look at this contract first. Everything is in accordance with the highest industry standards. If there is anything you are not satisfied with after reading it, we can discuss it further. Good. Lu Yunqi took the contract and began to read it very carefully. After all, contracts have legal effect, so it's best to read all the terms carefully beforehand. Otherwise, like the book website I heard about online, they sign contracts with authors for their entire lives, and these contracts are for 20 years. That means that for 20 years, the author can only publish books on this website. Otherwise, they are in breach of contract. Therefore, Lu Yunqi read each and every one of them very carefully. Fortunately, the contract Zhou Yin brought didn't have any hidden pitfalls. It was just a normal profit-sharing arrangement for the book and the word count for the entire book. Lu Yunqi was quite satisfied with the profit-sharing arrangement, with the website receiving 30% of subscriptions and tips, and the author receiving 70%. The website can help with the most profitable copyrights and adaptation rights for novels, so authors don't need to worry about it. But the revenue split is 40-60. For Lu Yunqi, although this is the largest part of the deal, his current situation is not suitable for him to be flamboyant, so the 40-60 split is still worth discussing. Although the website needs to be operated regularly, Lu Yunqi is still very confident in his book, so the 40-60 split should be negotiated to 30/70. Even with a 30% profit margin, the website can still earn a considerable amount. And so, Lu Yunqi sat in the coffee shop, holding the 16-page A4 contract, and slowly began to read it. Houchin Entertainment Office. Everyone was still engrossed in reading the novel, but the one with the most expressive face was director Wang Jieshi. Sometimes angry, sometimes moved, sometimes raising his hand to pat his own elephant legs and exclaiming, That feels so good. Towards the end, her eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks were streaked with tears. As a renowned director, this was the first time Wang Jieshi had ever seen such a wonderful story, especially since it was just a novel, a completely unedited, original work. Whether it's the plot development, the character settings, or the emotional storylines, everything is exquisitely designed. When he also flipped to the page that said, The author is working hard to write, all his expressions came to an abrupt halt. That's it. I haven't had enough yet. Who exactly is that ringleader? At this moment, Wang Jieshi was completely captivated by the novel. By the time he finished reading, everyone else in the meeting room had also finished, and their faces all showed expressions of wanting more. Director Wang, how did you feel after watching it? Ning Nanan asked with a half-smile when she saw that Wang Jieshi had also put down his phone. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. It's unbelievable that someone can still write such a wonderful martial arts novel. If I were to rate it, I would give it 10 stars. The story in the book is just too wonderful. I haven't seen such a wonderful martial arts novel in so many years. Wang Jieshi's thick lips trembled incessantly, and the shock on his face was very obvious. It's fine to make it into a TV series, right? Ning Nanan crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Looking at Wang Jieshi's expression, Ning Nanan thought, his face looks like it's been slapped so hard. There are almost finger marks on it. Wang Jieshi seemed to understand Ning Nanan's meaning, and his face immediately turned red. He said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, President Ning, you have a really good eye this time. Although his face stung a little from the slap, Wang Jieshi was extremely excited. He had finally found a book that satisfied him and could be adapted into a TV series. The author of this book is definitely at the level of a master. We must contact him as soon as possible and make sure we can secure the adaptation rights and film and television rights for this book. Wang Jieshi stood up, looked at Qi Xianxian, and said with some excitement. This was the first time in Wang Jiexi's life that he had been so excited about a novel. After saying this, he couldn't help but give it a 5-star review in the book club and even wrote a commentary from his perspective as a director. Qi Xianxian had already finished reading the book and had decided that she must adapt it into a TV series. Although the opinions of the director and screenwriter are very important before filming begins, Qi Xianxian still wants to buy the rights and give it a try even if they disagree. Now that she heard Wang Jieshi agree, Qi Xianxian turned her gaze to Xia Yingxi and asked, "Screenwriter Xia, what do you think?" Chapter 22 Qi Xianxian buys the copyright. Mr. Qi, I think Director Wang's analysis is absolutely correct. Xia Yingxi looked up and replied, then looked down at her phone again, muttering to herself, Where exactly do I recharge these Qijian coins? Wang Jieshi, who was sitting next to her, overheard this and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He quickly leaned over and whispered, "Did you find it? If you did, get one for me too." Xia Yingxi looked up, and the two of them simultaneously revealed a knowing smile. However, at this moment, no one noticed that outside the conference room, the sunlight had turned golden. "All right, it's settled then." Then, Ning Nan Nan, you're in charge of contacting Qijian Literature Network and telling them we want to buy the copyright to this book. Qi Xianxian made the final decision. Yes, Mr. Ning. A novel that doesn't need any further adaptation is extremely important to Haochen Entertainment right now, and it also brings huge benefits to the entire Haochen Group. If the TV series becomes a huge hit, the market value of the entire company and its headquarters will increase accordingly, and it can also help cultivate some of the company's artists and make them famous. When an artist becomes popular, they can get more endorsements, and the company can make more money. After giving her instructions, Qi Xianxian got up and left. She almost lost her balance as soon as she stood up, and when she looked out the window, she realized that she had been sitting in the conference room all day without realizing it. It's all the author's fault for making demigods and semi-devils so good. Even a busy CEO couldn't resist sitting in the conference room and reading a novel all day. 4:00 in the afternoon, Qi Xianxian returned to the group headquarters and began to deal with the backlog of work from the day. Lu Yunqi, meanwhile, was already at Alistan Kindergarten, waiting to pick up the two little princesses. He signed the contract with the website in the afternoon. Basically, there were no problems with the contract that Zhou Yin had prepared, so he signed it directly. It's worth mentioning that when Lu Yunqi picked up Tang Tang and Guagua, he unexpectedly ran into the handsome and effeminate Yuchuan again. This guy has once again redefined Lu Yunqi's understanding of the word shameless. Holding a large bouquet of roses, he wanted to ask Su Min out for dinner, but Su Min retorted, "What do you like about me? I'll change, okay?" Leaving him speechless. But in the end, that guy actually said, "I just like the way you don't like me. When are you going to change?" "I'm waiting." Tang Tang couldn't help but complain. "Dad, that uncle is so shameless." Lu Yunqi smiled, feeling it was best to limit the children's exposure to this kind of atmosphere. He picked up the two little cuties and drove home. Since Qi Xianxian was going home for dinner that evening, Lu Yunqi picked up the children, played with them for a while, and then went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. This time, we specially brought out fresh potatoes and tomatoes, as well as some bitter melons and green peppers from the planting space. That's more than enough for a big dinner tonight. While he was cooking, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Yunqi, who was focused on cooking, took out his phone and saw that it was Zhou Yin calling. "Hey, what's up?" While looking at the food in the pot, he had the phone tucked under his shoulder and asked, "Hello, Yunqi, this is what happened. When I got back to the company this afternoon, they told me that someone wanted to buy the film and television adaptation rights to your book. Then the editor-in-chief asked me to ask you about the approximate number of chapters and words for the book." Zhou Yin, seemingly realizing that Lu Yunqi was busy, spoke directly. Lu Yunqi didn't rush to reply. He first took the food out of the pot before picking up his phone and thinking for a while. The original novel of demigods and semi-devils has a total of 1.54 million words. If each chapter in this world has 2,000 words, it would take about 800 chapters. Around 800 chapters, with a total word count of approximately 1.5 million. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunqi slowly spoke. "Okay, then you go ahead and do your work, I won't bother you anymore." Zhou Yin was very excited when he heard that he was going to write more than 1 million words. Based on the feedback from readers over the past 2 days, The book has become a huge hit, and he, as the book's editor, will also receive a considerable bonus. You've already agreed to sell it? Lu Yunqi asked curiously as the other end of the phone was about to hang up. Although I knew this book would definitely be a hit, I never expected that with only about 100,000 words, people would already be buying the film and television rights. Yes, some people have asked, but our company will still give it a good look and make the final decision. The boss also has a certain amount of authority. Zhou Yin answered truthfully. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'm busy. After saying that, he hung up the phone and continued cooking. When he finished cooking, he checked the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock, but Qi Xianxian still hadn't returned, so he sent a WeChat message. Xianxian, are you still working overtime? At this moment, in the president's office of Haochen Building, Qi Xianxian and Ning Nanan were discussing the purchase of the film and television rights to demigods and semi-devils, when their phones suddenly beeped. He picked it up and glanced at it, his furrowed brows relaxing slightly. He replied, yeah, something came up at the company. I'll be back when I'm done. After replying, just as she was about to put down her phone, Lu Yunqi's WeChat message came again. We're waiting for you to come back for dinner. Ning Nanan could tell that something was wrong, so she said anxiously, President Qi, I called Qijian Literature Network today, and they said that I am actually the 10th company to contact them, and they haven't even come up with a price yet. The competition is that fierce. Qi Xuanxuan's face showed a hint of surprise when she heard this. She rarely likes a book, so she never expected that her first liking of a martial arts novel would attract so much attention from her peers. Ning Nanan nodded. For most novels, only when a book becomes a true blockbuster will there be a situation where 2 or 3 publishers compete for it. I've never heard of a novel that would attract a dozen or so film and television companies vying for its copyright. How sought after must this be? Moreover, this is only a few days after the new book was released. As time goes on, more companies will likely join in. It might even attract the participation of domestic entertainment giants, in which case even Haochen Group wouldn't be able to compete. After all, besides the price, the overall strength of the company is also a factor in determining the value of film and television copyrights. If this were in Chongqing, Haochen Entertainment wouldn't back down at all, but if all the major entertainment companies in the country discovered it, then things would be hard to say. Have you found out who the author is? Qi Xianxian asked. She also knew that a good project was very important to Haochen Entertainment and herself. She had only recently taken over the group and urgently needed a solid project to silence some people and deter others from taking action. Qijian didn't say anything, probably because they didn't want to disclose it. They just registered our company and said they would notify us when they started the bidding. The bidding. At this point, Ning Nanan's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant, and she lowered her head as she spoke. She even called Qijian Literature Network herself, but still couldn't get any valuable information out of them, which made her feel somewhat incompetent. Chapter 23 Sigh. That book is just too popular. Okay, you follow up on this too. I have to go home now, Qi Xianxian said, tidying up the documents on the table. Okay, Mr. Qi, I'll be going now. After Ning Nanan finished speaking, she left the president's office. After packing her things, Qi Xianxian went home after get-off work. When she got home, Lu Yunqi and her 2 daughters were playing games in the living room. As soon as they saw her come home, the 2 little princesses rushed to greet her. Mommy, you're finally back. I'm starving, Guo called out, opening her arms wide and pouting. Mommy, my tummy is all flat. Tang Tang ran up to Qi Xianxian, touched her little belly, and said with a very aggrieved look, You've worked hard. Wash your hands and get ready to eat, Lu Yunqi said before going into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Just moments ago, Qi Xianxian was exhausted, but upon seeing this heartwarming scene, all her fatigue suddenly vanished, and all her hard work felt worthwhile. With a lovely baby daughter and a handsome and hardworking husband, that's enough. The sumptuous dinner made the 2 little ones eat 2 small bowls of rice, until their stomachs were completely full, before they went to play in the children's room with the nanny. Qi Xianxian always tries to maintain her figure and never dares to eat too much at night. But tonight, she ate 2 large bowls of rice. If she wasn't afraid of gaining weight, she probably could have eaten another bowl. After dinner, Lu Yunqi went to play with the 2 little ones, while Qi Xianxian went straight to the study. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that Lu Yunqi finally got the 2 little ones to sleep before returning to the bedroom. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I heard Qi Xianxian making a phone call. Qi Xianxian said sincerely, Mr. Yu, the price is negotiable. I really think highly of this novel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you personally. Just name your price. Well, this really isn't about the price. I haven't received any reports from below yet. To this day, I don't even know how many words that book is expected to have. How can you expect me to give you a quote? It was quiet at night, and the study door wasn't closed, so Lu Yunqi could vaguely hear the voice on the other end of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly a seasoned businessman, and their response was full of platitudes, lacking any substance. Then who is the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils? Qi Xianxian asked directly. Although she had only been in charge of the group for a little over 6 months, she was already familiar with the tricks of these seasoned business veterans. Once I find out the author's information, I can just talk to the author directly when the time comes. Although the copyright of a novel is usually sold through the contracted website, the original author's advice is also very important, at least giving them an advantage in the bidding process. Standing in the bedroom, Lu Yunqi trembled violently upon hearing the words demigods and semi-devils. Isn't this my new book that I just released a few days ago? What's going on? Is it possible that my wife's company is going to buy the copyright? This puts me in a difficult position. However, there was no answer on the other end of the phone. Qi Xianxian was still unwilling to give up and pressed on. President Yu, just tell me his contact information, and I'll contact him myself. I promise you won't be shortchanged on any price. Qi Xianxian knew that more than a dozen entertainment companies were eyeing this book, and since she had just taken over Haochen Group, she had to stabilize the entertainment sector, one of the company's 2 major businesses. An apologetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm really sorry, Mr. Qi. I really didn't know. If so many company CEOs hadn't called me personally today, I wouldn't have known that our Qijian Literature Network had actually made a martial arts novel a hit. However, don't worry, I'll talk to my people. If we really do sell the film and television rights, I definitely hope to work with you, Mr. Qi. Then I'll leave it to President Yu. Qi Xianxian adopted a very humble attitude and finally said in a somewhat pleading tone, if possible, I hope to contact Lu Yunqi directly and meet and talk together. Sure, came a laugh from the other end of the phone before hanging up. Obviously, the people at Qijian Literature Network aren't stupid. Why would they give the phone number to Qi Xianxian? Lu Yunqi, who had been overhearing the conversation from outside the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Qijian Literature Network hadn't given his phone number to Qi Xianxian. This skill was obtained through system check-ins, so it can't stand scrutiny. Qi Xianxian had already investigated me, and it would be difficult to explain later. Now, all I need to do is stay put in the goddess's house, accumulate my own wealth, and when the time comes, I'll definitely sweep away a whole bunch of rich kids. Qi Xianxian hung up the phone, feeling listless and unable to concentrate on reading the documents. I inexplicably opened the Qijian Literature Network app on my phone, and the book, Demigods and Semi-Devils, in the bookshelf showed the word updated. Then he began to watch it with great interest. When I watched it during the day, it was right at a crucial moment, and I didn't know if Wang Yuyin was rescued after jumping off the cliff. After all, Wang Yuyin is practically a walking martial arts manual throughout the book, and she's also incredibly beautiful. The emotional descriptions of her relationships with Murong Fu and Duan Yu are also vivid and engaging, making it easy for female readers to become engrossed in the story. What are you looking at so intently? Lu Yunqi picked up a cup of coffee, gently pushed it to Qi Xuanxuan's side, and asked curiously, thank you. Lu Yunqi suddenly brought over a cup of coffee, startling Qi Xianxian, who was engrossed in the story. She then said, it's a very interesting novel. Lu Yunqi glanced at it secretly and saw that Qi Xuanxuan's phone was showing a clip of Wang Yuyin trying to jump off a cliff to commit suicide, and the 4 villains and Duan Yu coming to her rescue. Oh, what novel is it that has my goddess Xianxian so engrossed? Lu Yunqi asked, a slight smile playing on his lips, knowing full well what was going on. Luckily Duan Yu arrived in time. Otherwise Wang Yuyin would have. The book is called Demigods and Semi-Devils. You can check it out on Qijian Literature website. It's very interesting. She was so engrossed that Qi Xianxian was lost in her own thoughts. Lu Yunqi walked behind Qi Xianxian, placed his hands on her shoulders, gently kneaded them, and suppressed a smile as he said softly, you just mentioned copyright. You're not thinking of buying the copyright to this novel, are you? Ugh, don't even mention it. This book is incredibly popular right now. Even though it's only a little over 100,000 words long, more than a dozen entertainment companies already want to buy its film and television adaptation rights. Whether it was because of Lu Yunqi's massage technique or because the book was so good, Qi Xinxian actually started talking to Lu Yunqi about the novel. It's so popular. It's only a few 100,000 words long. Are the film and television rights for it very expensive? Lu Yunqi asked. Upon hearing this, Qi Xinxian glanced back at Lu Yunqi and then shook her head inwardly. How could that be? He used to sell barbecue, and he didn't major in literature in college. They just have the same name suffix. If this book can reach 1 million words, the film and television adaptation rights might cost more than 20 million, Qi Xinxian said truthfully. After all, Lu Yunqi is the father of my child, and the two of us are already preparing to get our marriage certificate. So it's not a bad thing to let him know some things, so that he doesn't become out of touch with society while taking care of the child all day. Wow, that's high. Lu Yunqi paused slightly, surprised. Deep down, he was overjoyed. If he could sell the film and television adaptation rights to this book, he would be a millionaire. That's not the point. The point is, I could write a lot more. Chapter 24. How did they obtain the copyright? The household registration book arrived. The next day, after Lu Yunqi got up early and sent the child to kindergarten, he returned to the villa and called Zhou Yin to discuss the film and television adaptation rights of the book. He also instructed Zhou Yin not to reveal any of his information. My own book will definitely be given to my wife's company. After arranging this matter, it was time for Lu Yun to start writing again. At his current writing speed, he can easily update 20,000 words a day, and the book has only been published for a few days, yet the response on Qidian Literature Network is already very positive. After all, it's a classic martial arts story. The plot, character design, and pacing are all perfectly controlled by Lu Yunqi's masterful writing skills. So he didn't log into the author backend. He just opened ROD and started writing again. Midway through, Lu Yunqi received his household registration booklet via express delivery from his hometown, and he felt a little bit of anticipation. I'll be able to get my license and start working soon. I'm so excited just thinking about it. After writing more than 20,000 words in one morning, he updated the page promptly at 11 a.m. He then took out vegetables from his planting space to prepare lunch for Qi Xinxian. This morning, Qi Xinxian spent the entire morning discussing preparations for the filming of Demigods and Semi-Devils with Ning Nanan and others, ever since she received a call from General Manager Yu of Qidian Literature Network. She never expected that, just one night later, Qidian Literature Network would agree to sell her the film and television adaptation rights to the book without any bidding process. She pressed for an explanation, and Mr. Yu replied that Haochen Entertainment was a local company in Chongqing, making cooperation more harmonious. Qi Xinxian clearly did not believe Qi Dian's answer. But after making many inquiries, it seemed that everyone at Qidian had the same answer, which made her even more curious. Furthermore, when she tried to obtain the author's contact information from Qidian, Mr. Yu refused, citing the need to protect the author's privacy. Although Qi Xinxian was puzzled, she was still very happy that she had finally secured the film and television adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils. As for Qidian Literature Network, after Zhou Yin conveyed Lu Yunqi's message to the editor-in-chief, the editor-in-chief then reported it to President Yu Tian. A temporary rule has been added to Qidian Literature Network. All author information must not be leaked, otherwise a lawsuit will be filed for leaking trade secrets. 11:40 a.m. Lu Yunqi brought the lovingly prepared lunch to the president's office in Haochen Building. Inside, Qi Xinxian was discussing something with Ning Nanan and the others when suddenly the office door was pushed open. Who is it? Entering without knocking, Qi Xinxian was about to scold someone for being so rude. Looking up, he saw Lu Yunqi dressed casually, carrying a bag, and his anger instantly vanished. It's time for lunch. Lu Yunqi twisted the food in his hand to remind him. Ning Nanan and others turned to look when they heard Lu Yunqi's voice. Wow, who is this guy? He's quite handsome. Wait, what he's holding looks like a takeout box. And how did he get into the CEO's office? Could it be? Ning Nanan muttered to herself. My mind raced, then I gasped for breath. Xia Yingxi glanced at it briefly before looking down at her phone again, while Wang Jieshi didn't even look up completely absorbed in the novel demigods and semi-devils. Director Wang, editor Xia, it's lunchtime. Let's go grab something to eat. Ning Nan called out to the two of them, giving them a look that said, hurry up and leave. Lu Yunqi carried his lunchbox to the office table and waited quietly. However, she glanced at Wang Jieshi and Xia Yingxi a little longer. Judging from Ning Nan's tone just now, one of them should be the director and the other the screenwriter. Seeing these two, Lu Yunqi was somewhat looking forward to seeing what kind of feeling they could bring to the adaptation of demigods and semi-devils in this world. Of course, Lu Yunqi was confident about the scriptwriting. The entire book could be said to require no further changes from the scriptwriter, and the director could simply find the actors and start filming. The group got up, said their goodbyes, and left the office. One can imagine that after the three of them left, they would definitely discuss Lu Yunqi's identity. After the three of them left the office, Lu Yunqi looked at Qi Xianxian and said, go wash your hands and eat. Okay. Qi Xianxian nodded in response and went to wash her hands. When she returned, Lu Yunqi had already set the food on the table, especially the blood-nourishing cucumber, which was placed next to the bowl. While Qi Xianxian was eating, Lu Yunqi casually remarked, I received my household registration book today. My mom's idea is that after we get our marriage certificate, both sets of parents should meet and then talk about the wedding. After speaking, Lu Yunqi stared intently at Qi Xuanxuan's beautiful face, paying attention to every change in her expression. A few seconds later, Qi Xianxian finally spoke. Lu Yunqi was completely dumbfounded when he heard this answer. What did you mean by saying Just as Lu Yunqi was completely bewildered and couldn't figure it out. Qi Xianxian continued to explain. After we get our marriage certificate, we should take some time to visit your family. As for the wedding, my father just passed away 6 months ago, and according to custom, we can't have any weddings within 3 years, so? The meaning was clear even before the words were finished. And what about a meeting between the parents of both sides? Lu Yunqi continued to ask. Lu Yunqi agreed with the idea that the wedding couldn't be held within 3 years. He knew he didn't have the ability to give her a grand wedding if they were to hold it soon. Lu Yunqi still doesn't know much about Qi Xuanxuan's family situation. How about we go back and meet your parents together? Then I'll make the arrangements. Qi Xianxian said in a consultative tone. This answer was quite unexpected for Lu Yunqi, and he immediately sensed that Qi Xuanxuan's family seemed to be somewhat complicated. Okay, we'll do it your way. Lu Yunqi paused for a couple of seconds, then nodded. So obedient. Lu Yunqi's answer was also a big surprise to Qi Xianxian. In her opinion, why would Lu Yunqi keep asking her why? But this man took an unconventional approach, asking no questions and completely deviating from the script. Of course, with such a tempting offer, wouldn't it be pointless to ask too many questions? Besides, you're already married to me. What could be more important than this? If there are difficulties, we'll face them together. If there are no difficulties, that would be the best. Lu Yunqi replied with a smile, looking at Qi Xianxian who was enjoying her cucumber. Even a fool could imagine that a poor guy like himself marrying such a beautiful and wealthy goddess would definitely face some resistance from her family. If there's absolutely no intervention, then something seems a bit off. Isn't that how it's always written in online novels? A cold and domineering female, so, marries a poor young man. And she always runs into a mother-in-law who's always looking for trouble. Lu Yunqi had made ample preparations in this regard. But he believes that given enough time, he will one day hold a grand wedding for Qi Xianxian in a proper and respectable manner, and that day will not be too far away. Qi Xianxian swallowed the melon in her mouth, stared intently at Lu Yunqi for 3 seconds, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Chapter 25, Getting the Marriage Certificate. A little nervous about my first marriage. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Qi Xianxian stood up and said, Did you bring your household registration book? I'll change my clothes, and then we'll go get our marriage certificate. I brought it. Lu Yunqi nodded. He brought his household registration booklet with him specifically so that he could get the marriage certificate first and put his parents back home at ease. A few minutes later, Qi Xianxian changed into a snow-white chiffon dress and walked out of the lounge. Lu Yunqi was quite engrossed in watching. The elegant dress made Qi Xianxian shed her aloofness and gain a touch of liveliness and gentleness. Her jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her look like a fairy who had descended to earth. Her chest was voluptuous, and her long, Straight legs paired with white sneakers were simply captivating. So beautiful. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. Qi Xianxian blushed slightly upon hearing Lu Yunqi's praise, revealing a shy expression. Let's go get our marriage certificate. Qi Xianxian picked up her shoulder bag, took Lu Yunqi's arm, and looked like a little bird clinging to him. As he stepped out of the office, those outside who witnessed the scene were instantly petrified. A cold and aloof female CEO was actually wearing a dress and holding a man's arm? Could that handsome man be the CEO's husband? My goodness, the two of them together look like a match made in heaven. I'm not eating lunch today. I'm already full from this wave of PDA. Amidst the envy of others, Lu Yunqi and his companion entered the elevator and went directly to the underground parking garage. Throughout the journey, Lu Yunqi was filled with excitement. The occasional soft, squeezing sensation made his blood temperature rise considerably. The gentle pressure from Qi Xianxian gave Lu Yunqi the motivation to move forward. The two got into the car, and with a driver, they sat directly in the back. Lu Yunqi boldly reached out and gently put his arm around Qi Xuanxuan's slender waist. It's unclear whether it's because Lu Yunqi's performance these past few days has earned Qi Xuanxuan's approval, or for some other reason. Qi Xianxian leaned against Lu Yunqi's strong chest, enjoying her husband's embrace like a little woman. Her jade-like hand would occasionally trace the bulging muscle lines of Lu Yunqi. This made Lu Yunqi's blood boil even more. If there weren't other people in the car, he would have loved to let Qi Xianxian experience a man's rage right there and then. However, this torture soon came to an end. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After getting out of the car, Qi Xianxian acted like a little bird clinging to Lu Yunqi's arm. Upon entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, whether it was Qi Xuanxuan's special arrangement or not, the two were taken directly to a private room, and the registration process began immediately. You two look so perfect together, a golden couple. Congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a long and happy life together. The person issuing the certificate was a middle-aged man who looked quite young, but he was very eloquent. During the process of obtaining the certificate, he kept praising her, his smile widening, as if his son and daughter-in-law had given him a big, fat grandson. Qi Xianxian smiled sweetly and thanked the uncle who issued her the certificate. Lu Yunqi took out 2 packets of wedding candy from his bag, smiled, and handed them to the man handling the paperwork, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." At this moment, all Lu Yunqi wanted to do was shout, "Mom, I finally got my marriage certificate with my goddess. Now I can officially start working as a wife." When the two went to take their marriage certificate photos, Qi Xuanxuan's face was beaming with happiness. To outsiders, this seemed perfectly normal, but only Lu Yunqi knew that he and Qi Xianxian had only known each other for less than a week. The sudden decision to get married still made him feel a bit nervous, which resulted in him taking several photos, none of which he was satisfied with. Qi Xianxian couldn't help but glare at her and said, "Can't we just take pictures in peace?" I'm sorry, I'm getting married for the first time, and I'm a little nervous." Lu Yunqi suddenly stammered. These words made the staff taking photos unable to help but laugh out loud, which was rather unkind. Qi Xuanxuan's face was full of black lines. At this moment, she had an urge to strangle Lu Yunqi. His words made it sound as if he wasn't getting married for the first time. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and the two finally received their marriage certificate. Lu Yunqi picked up the red booklet, glanced at the photo with the official seal on it, and said, they're a perfect match." However, before he could even warm the red booklet in his hands, he took it directly from Lu Yunqi's hand, saying, "I'll keep the marriage certificate for you." Lu Yunqi remained silent. "I feel like crying, a really, really bad feeling." Looking at Lu Yunqi, Qi Xianxian took out 2 boxes from her bag. "These are wedding gifts, custom-made watches, one for each of us." After saying that, he opened the box and took out a watch with a sun pattern on the dial. Lu Yunqi looked up and saw the impressive openwork design, the semi-transparent dial, and the standard sun pattern. The ticket to becoming a billionaire. Richard Mille. He saw a rich kid showing off his wealth on Douyin, so he knew this brand. The gloom in my heart suddenly cleared up at this moment. "Extend your left hand," Qi Xianxian instructed. Lu Yunqi awkwardly extended his left hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This watch must have cost a lot of money. What gift should I buy for her tonight? Soon, Qi Xianxian put the watch on Lu Yunqi's wrist, nodded in satisfaction, and praised. It suits you very well. Put this one on for me. Then, Qi Xianxian took out another women's watch and handed it to Lu Yunqi. The women's watch is light pink overall, with a similar design and style, except that there is a crescent moon in the center of the dial, surrounded by 32 dazzling stars. It has to be said that this watch suits Qi Xuanxuan's temperament quite well. Lu Yunqi understood the meaning behind the image of a sun and a moon. What a perfect match. Thank you, madam. Lu Yunqi said sincerely after putting the watch on Qi Xuanxuan's wrist. When Qi Xianxian heard the word madam, her cheeks flushed. She looked at him with some emotion, almost calling him husband, but she held back at the last moment. He thought to himself, I can't let him be happy too soon, otherwise he might do something else. When Lu Yunqi's burning gaze fell upon Qi Xuanxuan's bright, watery eyes, his body involuntarily leaned forward. The atmosphere is right. Just as Qi Xianxian was about to close her eyes to welcome the moment, her phone suddenly rang. Okay, the good atmosphere has been broken. Lu Yunqi felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Speak, what is it? Qi Xianxian asked coldly, taking out her phone. Although there wasn't much of a strange expression on her face, her little fists were clenched tightly, and she kept telling herself something in her mind. Calm down, calm down. She must have something very important to do. That must be it. Mr. Qi, I'm sorry to bother you, but Qidian Literature Network said that the book Demigods and Semi-Devils is expected to be completed at around 1.5 million words, and they want us to come over to discuss the contract. It was Ning Nanen's voice on the other end of the phone. Even through the phone, one could feel the coldness emanating from Qi Xianxian, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Chapter 26 We are all fellow sufferers, when Dongxing. After finishing the call, Qi Xianxian turned to Lu Yunqi and said, I have something to do at the company, so I'll go there first. You can go home by yourself. The copyright of Demigods and Semi-Devils is very important to Qi Xianxian, so even though she is reluctant, she has to go to the company to deal with this matter. Immediately afterwards, Qi Xianxian hurriedly got into the Maybach and disappeared on the road. Lu Yunqi was left standing there alone, battered by the gentle breeze. He really wanted to crawl along the phone signal and beat up the person who called to ruin the mood. He was about to succeed. Pooh! Just when they were about to succeed, they were ruthlessly interrupted. The most heartbreaking thing in the world is being abandoned by your wife on the side of the road right after you've just gotten your marriage certificate. Inside a moving car. Miss, is it really okay for us to just leave our son-in-law on the side of the road like this? Assistant Xiaogu suddenly said as she looked at the gradually shrinking figure in the rearview mirror. When Qi Xianxian turned around and looked through the glass window, she could no longer see Lu Yunqi's figure. She then said, I think next time we should ask Yunqi to introduce you to a boyfriend. Oh, young lady, why? Once you have a boyfriend, you won't have so much nonsense to say. Qi Xianxian said calmly. A sense of guilt arose in her heart, but when she thought that demigods and semi-devils might be the first battle she fought in Haochen Group, she forcefully suppressed the emotions in her heart. I subconsciously took out my phone, easily found the Qidian Literature Network app, opened the bookshelf, saw that Tianlong Baabu had been updated again, and decisively started reading. On the other side, Lu Yunqi raised his somewhat heavy hand, looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what time it was. Finally, he took out his phone to check the time. 2:30 p.m. Well, it's time to go back to writing again. Just as he was about to walk to the roadside to hail a taxi, he was suddenly bumped into from behind by a distraught man. I'm sorry. Then a series of apologies were heard. Lu Yunqi turned around and saw a man in his 20s. Although he wasn't as handsome as the readers, he was still a 7 out of 10. He wore black suit trousers, a white shirt with a slightly loose light blue tie, a suit jacket draped over his shoulders, and his hair was somewhat disheveled. He seemed like an ambitious young man who had just been brutally beaten down by society. It's nothing, Lu Yunqi said, as if he had guessed something. Brother, I've seen you standing here for ages. You didn't just get divorced too, and your wife ran off with a rich guy, did you? The man's tone was low, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Lu Yunqi was speechless. I just got my marriage certificate with my wife, and now I'm just sitting on the side of the road, trying to gauge the weight of money. Brother, how did you figure out that we were fellow sufferers? It seems like he suffered a serious brain injury. Just as Lu Yunqi was about to explain, the man patted him on the shoulder and said with a resentful look, "Brother, that's just how society is. Without status or money, what woman would be with you?" Lu Yunqi was slapped hard by the man and almost lost his balance. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, "Dude, you're right. But brother, we're destined to meet. Come on, let me treat you to a drink." Before Lu Yunqi could finish speaking, the man walked up and put his arm around his shoulder. Lu Yunqi was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was all this about? I need to rush back to write more. Besides, are we that close? Why are we going out for drinks? Dude, I understand how you feel, but we're not that close. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Now. Lu Yunqi pried the hand off his shoulder and took a few steps away, saying, "Hey bro, don't overthink it. It's okay. When we're rich in the future, we'll still be able to marry a beautiful wife." Lu Yunqi had already turned around to hail a taxi, but the man was still standing there, shouting, "Comfort him. By the way, my name is Wendongxing, I sell houses. Remember to contact me if you want to buy a house in the future." When the taxi stopped in front of Lu Yunqi, before he could get in, Wendongxing quickly walked up and handed him a business card. After getting into the car, Lu Yunqi quickly told the driver to start driving. After the taxi had driven quite a distance, Lu Yunqi patted his chest and muttered under his breath, "Phew, did I forget to check the almanac before I went out today? How did I end up running into someone who was released without taking his medicine?" After expressing his joy, Lu Yunqi called his mother again to share the good news. Then, I picked up the business card that Wendongxing had just given me and took a look. Wow. Good heavens, it's actually owned by Houchin Real Estate. I don't know if the world is too small or my wife's business is too big, but I still managed to run into people from Houchin Group. Lu Yunqi returned home at 3 p.m. and began writing furiously. The website is giving you plenty of recommendations now. How well you achieve depends on yourself. On the other side, when Qi Xianxian returned to the company, Ning Nan was already waiting for her. Normally, she, as the general manager of a branch office, could easily handle this kind of contract signing, but Qi Xianxian insisted on going herself and also wanted to find out about the author's practice methods. After all, once a company buys the copyright, the original author's advice is very important if they want to make a good TV series. Especially in the creation of some characters, the original author's opinions are included, which helps to better create the image of the martial arts world on screen. Qi Xianxian and Ning Nan arrived at Qidian Literature Network Company, where they were personally received by the company's CEO, Yu Tian. "President Qi, you could have just sent someone to handle this contract signing. Why bother coming all the way here in person?" Yu Tian, who was a bit overweight but had unusually thick hair, asked with a grin in the president's office of Qidian Literature Network. Even though Qi Xianxian didn't say it, Yu Tian understood that this young lady wouldn't come to the temple without a reason, and that she must have come in person to try and get information. "President Yu, you are a senior, and it is only right that I, as a junior, come to pay my respects," Qi Xianxian replied. Qi Xianxian also admired Yu Tian very much. It is said that he was just a literary youth before and had published many articles in major newspapers at the time, so he could be considered a celebrity in the literary world. He started Qidian Literature Network at the age of 30, and now at 50, he has spent 20 years turning the company from a small website into a company with a market value of billions. Furthermore, it has made Qidian Literature Network a benchmark and leader in the entire Chinese literature network. "Mr. Qi, you're too kind. Please have some tea," Yu Tian said with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yu, let's get down to business first. Regarding the film and television adaptation rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils, you quoted 32 million. I won't haggle over that," Qi Xianxian said slowly, looking at the contract. Yu Tian was also a seasoned businessman, so he didn't rush to answer. He knew that Qi Xianxian had more to say. "Really?" Seeing that Yu Tian smiled without saying anything, Qi Xianxian continued, "I need the original author's contact information or address." In Qi Xuanchuan's opinion, the 32 million yuan adaptation rights fee for Demigods and Semi-Devils is very high in the industry. But she didn't care about these things, because she believed that anyone who could write such a high-level and popular novel must be exceptionally talented. Putting the book aside, if they could win him over, it would definitely be a good thing for Houchin Entertainment. Chapter 27, Buying a Gift for My Wife. I'm really sorry, but the original author specifically instructed us not to reveal his true identity, so I can't give it to you. Yu picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said apologetically, "Do you think Yu doesn't know what these people are up to?" For Chidian Literature Network, Lu Yunqi is now a cash cow, so how could they possibly give his information to others? Moreover, both parties agreed that Lu Yunqi would write at least 3 novels on Chidian Literature Network within 3 years, provided that Chidian Literature Network could not expose his identity. Therefore, no matter how good the cooperative relationship is, Yu will not do anything that would harm the company's interests. Mr. Yu, this shouldn't be. Qi Xianxian was still unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Yu picked up a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qi Xianxian, saying, "President Qi, come and have some tea." In the end, Qi Xianxian failed. After signing the contract with Chidian Literature Network, Ning and Nanan went straight back to their own company. Inside the car, "Mr. Qi, how about we contact the original author privately? Judging from what he's written so far, even our screenwriter Xia and director Wang highly praise it. If we could poach him, then in the future." Ning Nanan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and looked at Qi Xianxian, whose expression wasn't very good, and said. Qi Xianxian didn't speak, her delicate hand pinching the bridge of her high nose. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "The reason why Chidian is keeping this so secret is probably because they were instructed by the original author. The company should focus on preparing for the pre-production work first." His tone was tinged with helplessness. "I thought that if I went there in person, Yu would at least give me face, but when I got there I found out. In the eyes of the older generation of entrepreneurs, their own face is worthless." Jinxiu Mansion Villa. After typing the last period, Lu Yunqi stood up and stretched his fingers. "I finished another 20,000 words this afternoon. Feels great. It's already 4 o'clock. Time to pick my daughter up from school. I took 2 raw cucumbers from the growing area, ate them to boost my brain power, and drove to Alistan International Kindergarten. I must say, this blood-nourishing cucumber is quite suitable for having after typing." By the time he arrived at school, the 2 cucumbers had already been eaten, and the dizziness in his head that he had just finished typing had disappeared. At the school gate, they unexpectedly ran into the effeminate yet handsome Yuan again, and he even shamelessly chatted with Lu Yunqi for a few words. The main points were how to win a girl's heart and why teacher Su always avoided him. Lu Yunqi had absolutely no interest in communicating with him. As for how to pursue a girl, "Sorry, I always force people to drink." As for why Su Min would avoid him, anyone who occasionally looks in the mirror knows. After finally picking up the 2 little ones from school, Lu Yunqi chatted with Su Min for a few minutes before taking Tang Tang and Guo directly into the car. As they were leaving, "I saw in the car's rearview mirror that Yuan had taken a large bouquet of roses from the glove compartment and was standing in front of Su Min." As for their subsequent conversation, Lu Yunqi had no interest in knowing. He has a very important battle tonight, so why would he be interested in the flirting of a rich second-generation simp? Lu Yunqi drove towards the center of Yudu City. Sitting in the back seat, Tang Tang looked out the window and asked in surprise, "Daddy, where are we going?" Hearing her sister's question, Guo quickly turned her head, glanced out the car window, and said in her childish voice, "Daddy, this isn't the way home. Did you take the wrong road? Sweeties, Daddy's taking you to the mall today. Shall we buy some things before going home?" Lu Yunqi said with a smile, looking in the rearview mirror. "Wow, yay! I want to buy Balala the fairies." Guo exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, I want to buy a teddy bear, a super big one." Tang Tang thought for a moment before gesturing with her little hand and saying. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lu Yunqi saw that Tang Tang was actually about the same size as herself. "No problem. Dad will buy it for you." Lu Yunqi agreed with a doting expression. "Yay, yay, Daddy's going to buy me a toy." The 2 little princesses were thrilled to hear this, and they danced around in the car, even singing nursery rhymes. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." The most bustling raffle city in the heart of Chongqing. Lu Yunqi parked the car and walked into the mall carrying 1 baby in each arm. "First, I took my 2 little princesses to the children's products section. Originally, we were going to each buy 1 item, but in the end, each of us bought 2. Because Tang Tang liked the Balala the Fairies toys when she saw them, Lu Yunqi bought 1 Balala the Fairies toy for each of them, and also bought Tong Tong's favorite super big teddy bear. After leaving the children's section, Lu Yunqi finally understood why the more bustling the shopping mall, the more expensive the items inside. Teddy bear toys. Normally, you'd only spend around 100 yuan outside, but here they're 388 yuan, and there's no bargaining. A Balala the Fairy's Princess dress toy also costs 3 or 400 yuan. Hey, Tang Tang, Guogua, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Yunqi was about to head to a jewelry store with his two daughters, a clear female voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yunqi turned around to look. The person who arrived was Qi Xuanchuan's best friend, Bai Cha. Today, she wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and JK hot pants, and her long, straight, white legs successfully attracted the attention of countless men. Wearing less clothing, her petite and delicate figure, and her undulating curves, became even more eye-catching. Hello, Aunt Bai. Hello, Aunt Bai. The two little princesses also turned around when they heard the voice and politely greeted Bai Cha. Bai Cha walked up to Tang Tang and Guogua and paused to tease the children. Lu Yunqi's disobedient and hateful gaze actually caught sight of a snow-white landscape. Amit Buddha, what a sin, what a sin. The lady should be a bit older than hers. Handsome guys, what are you buying? Isn't Xian still working overtime at the company? Bai Cha stood up, holding one child in each hand, and asked Lu Yunqi. Oh, I just brought them to the mall to browse around. Lu Yunqi said awkwardly, trying hard to erase the image from his mind. Aunt Bai, Dad said he's going to buy Mom a necklace. Guogua ruthlessly exposed her. Lu Yunqi felt as if a flock of crows had flown past his forehead. Daughter, sometimes there's no need to say so much. Your Aunt Bai is a rich second generation, a wealthy person. If your dad buys it too cheaply, how embarrassing would that be? Lu Yunqi only has the 100,000 yuan that Qi Xianxian gave him a few days ago, which is all his savings. Judging from the watch Qi Xianxian gave me, it must have been expensive, but I can't afford anything expensive right now. Moreover, if Bai Cha finds out, Qi Xianxian will definitely know immediately, and then there will be no surprise. Hey handsome, you're buying a necklace for Xianxian? Come on, let me give you my advice. I know her preferences very well. Bai Cha pulled Tang Tang and Guogua along and walked into a jewelry store. He acted as if he were buying it for her, extremely excited. Chapter 28, I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that Bai Cha had already entered the jewelry store with her two little princesses, Lu Yunqi also slowly walked in. Approaching Bai Cha, he whispered, don't tell Xianxian yet. I want to give her a surprise. Oh, I see well. That depends on what you're going to use to shut me up. Bai Cha said with a slight tilt of her head. He looked like he was saying, handsome, beg me, and I won't tell Xianxian. Cucumbers I grew myself. Lu Yunqi thought for a moment. He realized that he didn't have any rich kids that anyone would be interested in. Suddenly, he remembered that when Bai Cha came to his house for a meal last time, she ate a lot of cucumber salad. So he spoke in a low voice. Whoosh. A blush quickly rose on Bai Cha's tender face, and a strange anger was about to erupt in her heart. Aunt Bai, the cucumbers my dad grows are really delicious. My mom loves them and eats them every day. Tang Tang looked up, scratched her little head, and said in her childish voice, yes, my sister and I both love to eat it. Guogua chimed in with a helpful comment. Upon hearing this, Bai Cha's anger subsided, but her face turned as red as a ripe apple. It's so embarrassing. How could I have thought of that? No, it's his fault. He didn't explain clearly. He said that he grew the cucumbers himself, but he insisted on calling them his own, which made me think the wrong thing. Gentlemen, what would you like to buy? Just as Bai Cha was feeling embarrassed, she walked over and asked the waiter. Oh, he wants to buy a necklace. Bai Cha realized what was happening, pointed at Lu Yunqi, and said to the waiter, Sir, what kind of necklace would you like to buy? The salesperson asked with a smile. To the waiters, they were truly a perfect couple. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. A women's necklace. Any recommendations? Something under 100,000 yuan. Lu Yunqi walked to the counter and began to examine it carefully. Actually, he didn't know anything about necklaces, let alone necklaces worth around 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the waiter looked at him in shock, then glanced at Bai Cha, who was holding Tang Tang and Guogua's hands, and said, I really envy you. Beautiful lady, your husband is willing to buy you such a nice necklace. After saying that, she went to the counter to get the necklace. White tea. What's going on? Hey, you've got it wrong. I'm just his wife's best friend, not. Speaking of this, she glanced at Lu Yunqi, then turned her gaze to her own hands, where she was holding the hand of a lovely daughter. This scene is indeed quite easy to misunderstand. Lu Yunqi was speechless. When the salesperson came out with the necklace, he immediately explained, I bought it for my wife, not for her, so don't misunderstand. Upon hearing Lu Yunqi's explanation, Bai Cha felt a slight sense of disappointment deep inside. The waiter's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but glance at Bai Cha, a strange look appearing in his eyes. However, she quickly regained her professional smile and began to introduce the necklace. This midsummer night necklace symbolizes sincere love and lifelong companionship, and the design is also very beautiful, which should meet your requirements. How much? Sir, the price for this one is 99,999, the waiter replied. Lu Yunqi glanced at it briefly. The necklace was indeed beautiful and matched Qi Xuanxuan's temperament well, so he said directly, Okay, this is the one. Please wrap it up for me. The waiter was slightly surprised. This handsome guy was too generous. He didn't even try to bargain. I had prepared a lot of lines to talk to him about the price, but who would have thought he would be so decisive? Coming to her senses, she quickly responded and went to wrap the necklace. Bai Cha watched silently from the side, her eyes filled with envy, and she felt a pang of jealousy towards Qi Xianxian. How did she manage to find such a handsome, generous, and talented cook? How about I go to a bar and drown my sorrows? Forget it, this high-risk method isn't for me. Soon, the waiter handed over the wrapped necklace, while Lu Yunqi handed over the bank card that Qi Xianxian had given him on their first meeting. After paying, Lu Yunqi left the jewelry store. Miss, I need to go home and cook for Xianxian, so we'll be leaving now, Lu Yunqi said politely. You want to cook? That's great. Come on, Tang Tang, Guagua. Andy will come to your house to play with you today. Upon hearing this, Bai Cha recalled the delicious food from that night and felt her taste buds being tantalized. She took the two little girls' hands and walked forward. Aunt Bai, do you want to come to our house? Yay. Guagua really likes Bai Cha. When she heard that Bai Cha was going to come to their house to play with them, she shouted excitedly. Tang Tang wrinkled her nose and whispered to Guagua, Little sister, you don't know. Aunt Bai actually just wants to come to our house for a free meal. If she goes, you won't be able to eat as many ribs as you want tonight. Although the sound was soft, it still reached Bai Cha's ears. She bent down and said to Tang Tang, Sweetie, how can you say such things? How about Auntie buys you lollipops later? I smiled wryly to myself. Kids these days really know too much. No, Daddy said that eating too much candy will cause cavities. Tang Tang shook her head and said, In order to eat more of Dad's ribs tonight, I absolutely cannot be overwhelmed by sugary temptations. Finally, it took Bai Cha a long time to coax the two little princesses into a good mood. As for Lu Yunqi, he could only smile wryly and act as the driver. There was nothing I could do. I had promised to give her cucumbers, and besides, having dinner with my best friend who was married on the night we got our marriage certificate was a good idea. And so, Lu Yunqi drove Bai Cha and the two little princesses back to the villa. As soon as he returned, Lu Yunqi went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Bai Cha was pulled to the children's toy room by the two little princesses to play with toys. Around 7 p.m., Qi Xianxian got off work and came home. She was quite surprised to see Bai Cha coming over for dinner again. The daughter of the prestigious Bai family has come to freeload again. It seems her husband's cooking is indeed incredibly appealing. Because today is the day Lu Yunqi and his wife are getting their marriage certificate, he specially prepared a table full of dishes. During the meal, Lu Yunqi placed a fresh cucumber and several cherry tomatoes picked from the planting area in front of each person. This was the first time Bai Cha had ever seen such a large table of food, and there was actually a cucumber in it. Qi Xianxian looked curiously at the cherry tomatoes in the bowl, her questioning gaze falling on Lu Yunqi. What's this? Cherry tomatoes have beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Try some later, Lu Yunqi explained. Qi Xianxian firmly believed that the vegetables and fruits Lu Yunqi had brought had special properties. First, pick up the cucumber in front of you, skillfully break it in half, and start eating it with a plop-plop sound. Bai Cha sat down next to her and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. She swallowed hard, and, seeing Qi Xuanxuan's enjoyable expression, picked up the cucumber in front of her and imitated her. Click. The cucumber juice exploded in Bai Cha's mouth, an unprecedented sweetness that kept stimulating her taste buds as countless juicy bits burst in her mouth. This feeling is just so amazing, so satisfying. Handsome. The cucumbers you grew are so delicious. Bai Cha exclaimed with a satisfied look. Qi Xianxian felt awkward hearing these words. Seeing the blissful look on Bai Cha's face made her feel even more awkward. Chapter 29. The goddess meets her in-laws, the wedding night. Qi Xianxian looked at Lu Yunqi with a cold face. Lu Yunqi, looking completely innocent, was also looking at Qi Xianxian. Their eyes met, and they felt the temperature in the room drop sharply. Bai Cha realized that the anger had suddenly turned into embarrassment, and then she realized that her words had a deeper meaning. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple. He quickly lowered his head and stuffed the cherry tomatoes in the bowl into his mouth one after another, wanting nothing more than to find a hole to hide in for a while. Daddy, I want to eat that big crab. After finishing a cucumber, Tang Tang pointed to a plate of hairy crabs and said in her childish voice. The awkward atmosphere was broken by her childish voice. Okay, Dad, I'll get it for you. Lu Yunqi replied, standing up to pick up a hairy crab for his daughter. Dinner ended in a slightly awkward atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Bai Cha chatted with Qi Xianxian for a while before reluctantly asking her driver to pick her up. After seeing Bai Cha off, Qi Xianxian took her two little ones to play in the garden. Lu Yunqi went to his room and sent out the manuscript that was supposed to be updated that evening. Although my book is doing quite well now, I absolutely cannot stop updating it as promised to my readers. After he finished submitting his manuscript and arrived at the garden, his phone suddenly rang. I took out my phone and saw that it was a video call from my mother, Zhou Huiying. Lu Yunqi was considering whether to answer the call. After all, if Qi Xianxian was unhappy about the sudden video call, he might not be able to get in the car on their wedding night. Whose video is this? Why didn't you answer? Qi Xianxian asked curiously. My mom. Ah. Qi Xianxian suddenly felt incredibly nervous. After taking a deep breath, she said, Let's go get it. Today is the day we get our marriage certificate, so we should meet my future in-laws. Lu Yunqi connected to the video call. On the other end of the video call, Zhou Huiying asked excitedly, Son, where's my precious granddaughter? Tang Tang, Guogua, come and say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Yunqi smiled wryly as he pointed the camera at the two little princesses who were playing. The two sisters came to Lu Yunqi's side, looking at the two completely unfamiliar faces on the screen in their hands. They were a little timid, their little lips tightly closed. On the other end of the video call, Zhou Huiying finally saw her two granddaughters, and her face was full of smiles. She was laughing so hard she could hardly close her mouth, and asked, My two darlings, tell Grandma, which one of you is Tang Tang, and which one is Guogua? Lu Yunqi's father, Lu Kuan, was also extremely happy at this moment, but his expression was not as exaggerated as Zhou Huiying's. Because he spends most of his time working in the fields, his skin is somewhat dull, and he doesn't shave, making him look a bit unkempt. When Tang Tang and Guogua saw the somewhat frightened grandfather, they burst into tears. Son, what's wrong? When Zhou Huiying saw that her adorable granddaughter was crying, she urgently shouted at her from the other end of the video call. Lu Yunqi was completely bewildered, while Qi Xianxian was visibly embarrassed. The couple had no idea what was going on. Their two children were usually very outgoing at school, and they wouldn't act so strangely around strangers. When Lu Yunqi followed the two little ones' gaze to the screen, he seemed to understand something and said somewhat awkwardly, Dad, Mom, why don't you talk to Xianxian first? After saying that, he handed the phone to Qi Xianxian and went to comfort the two little ones. Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan were also completely bewildered just now. They had encountered a problem when they first met their beloved granddaughter, and now that they were about to meet their daughter-in-law, they were both a little nervous. Everyone says that daughters-in-law get nervous when they meet their parents-in-law, but this time, it's the parents-in-law who are nervous. 2 days ago, Lu Yunqi told Zhou Huiying and the others that his wife was a very busy and beautiful woman who was the CEO of a company. Qi Xuanxuan's palms were sweaty as she nervously took the phone. She's managing such a large company as Haochen Group and has encountered so many things, but she's never been this stressed at work before. But now, you must be Xianxian. You're so beautiful. On the other side of the phone screen, Zhou Huiying's smile widened even more after seeing Qi Xuanxuan's stunning beauty. Qi Xianxian was still quite young, and it was her first time meeting her future in-laws, so she was a little shy. She nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Mom and Dad. My name is Qi Xianxian." Hearing Qi Xuanxuan's sweet voice, Zhou Huiying felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Good, good, good. What a wonderful girl. Ha ha ha. The elderly couple nodded and cheered repeatedly, clearly very pleased with their daughter-in-law. For the next 10 minutes, Lu Yunqi was comforting his two children when he heard Qi Xianxian chatting with her parents. Later, I heard Qi Xianxian say, "Mom, in a few days, Yunqi, the babies, and I will go back to Yunqing to see you and Dad. My family is not in China right now, so we can't meet yet. Please understand." It's clear that Qi Xianxian has already told Zhou Huiying and her husband the reason for postponing the wedding. Okay, daughter, if that brat Yunqi dares to bully you, just tell Mom, and Mom will tear him apart with her own hands to get revenge for you. Zhou Huiying promised, patting her chest. Clearly, between her son and daughter-in-law, Zhou Huiying sided with her daughter-in-law without hesitation. And Dad, if that little brat dares to treat you badly, I'll chop him up. Lu Kuan, who had been squeezed into a corner of the screen, also poked his head out and expressed his opinion. Lu Yunqi held his two precious daughters, his face filled with utter despair. Yes, Dad, Mom, Yunqi is very good to me, so don't worry. Qi Xianxian glanced at Lu Yunqi, a strange smile on her face, and then added, "If he dares to bully me, I'll tear him apart myself." After saying that, he clenched his fist with his other hand, which was still outside the video frame. Lu Yunqi, dejected, picked up Tang Tang and Guogua and walked to the side. "You're just asking for trouble here. It's better to get away as soon as possible." As for what happened next, Zhou Huiying taught Qi Xianxian her experience in taming her husband. Half an hour passed. It was time for Tang Tang and Guogua to go to bed, so Lu Yunqi took the two little ones to their room. By the time he had calmed his two daughters down and they came out, the video call was finally over. "Are you done chatting?" Lu Yun got up and went to the garden, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Okay, we're done talking." Qi Xianxian nodded, a slight smile playing on her lips, and continued, "I've discovered that Mom has a lot of experience in managing her husband, and I completely agree with her philosophy." Lu Yunqi instantly remembered his father's status at home, and his face turned very ugly. "Well, madam, since we're getting our marriage certificate today, we don't need to announce the family rules first, right?" Lu Yunqi immediately admitted defeat. "That depends on your performance," Qi Xianxian said with her arms crossed and a half-smile on her face. "Take a deep breath and calm down." Lu Yunqi reached into his trouser pocket, mentally encouraging himself and gathering his emotions. He looked intently at Qi Xianxian with his tiger-like eyes and said, "Madam, tonight is our wedding night, and I have a gift for you." Chapter 30 Wedding Gift, 10 seconds. "Oh, what is it?" Qi Xuanxuan's smile froze slightly as she asked curiously. Lu Yunqi slowly took the necklace box out of his pants pocket. The moment he took out the necklace, Qi Xianxian was stunned. Her face flushed slightly, but she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. She never expected Lu Yunqi to buy her a gift. Seeing the expression on Qi Xuanxuan's face, Lu Yunqi was also very happy. He took the necklace in his hand and said softly, "Come on, let me put it on for you." Qi Xianxian responded softly, then offered her snow-white neck. The moment Midsummer Night was placed around Qi Xuanxuan's neck, it seemed to have found its perfect owner, becoming even more dazzling. "Madam, you are so beautiful." Lu Yunqi couldn't help but praise. The admiration in his eyes was undisguised. Qi Xuanxuan's blush deepened, and her smile changed from surprise to happiness. As the heiress of Haochen Group, she was never short of necklaces and jewelry, but at this moment, she realized that this necklace was the most beautiful and precious. The two were already very close, and Qi Xianxian tiptoed and pecked Lu Yunqi on the cheek, whispering gently in his ear, "Honey, you're handsome too." The heat traveled through Lu Yunqi's ears and reached the depths of his soul, making him feel as if he had been electrocuted. "So gentle, so alluring, it makes my blood boil." He boldly raised his hands and pulled Qi Xianxian into his arms, then lowered his head and said tenderly, "My lady, I love you." Lu Yunqi did not say, "I love you" to her at this time because they had not spent enough time together. He did not believe in love at first sight, and was also worried that Qi Xianxian would think he was fake and pretentious. Love that develops over time is more likely to lead to greater happiness and a longer-lasting relationship. Qi Xianxian pressed her cheek against Lu Yunqi's firm chest, her ears burning slightly. She looked up at Lu Yunqi with deep emotion, opened her mouth, but no sound came out. But Lu Yunqi still understood what she meant from her lip movements. At this moment, their eyes met, and they saw only each other. Under the dim yellow light of the garden, everything around them seemed to hold its breath, leaving the best atmosphere for them. Qi Xianxian slowly closed her phoenix eyes, her alluring red lips parted slightly, and her heart raced. 15 minutes later, the two have returned to the bedroom. Lu Yunqi rushed into the bathroom and took a shower as fast as he could. When he came out, he saw Qi Xianxian sitting on the sofa in a silk nightgown. He said excitedly, "Madam, I'm all washed." Qi Xianxian looked up when she heard the sound, and saw that Lu Yunqi was only wrapped in a bathrobe and hadn't even tied a belt yet. His slightly bulging shorts came into view. Her pretty face was flushed red all the way to her neck. Her ears felt burning hot. Her heart was racing, and intimate images were uncontrollably flashing through her mind. "Can't you just fasten your belt properly?" Qi Xianxian spoke with a hint of resentment, but her expression was quite honest, especially with Lu Yunqi's barely visible abs, which made her unable to look away. Seeing that she was staring intently at his abs, Lu Yunqi's lips curled up slightly, and with a mistake, his bathrobe slipped off. "Ah, you. Qi Xianxian exclaimed softly, but when she saw that Lu Yunqi actually had 8-pack abs, she swallowed the words back. He seemed to freeze in place, drool almost overflowing from his mouth. Gurgle. He swallowed hard. "Madam, would you like to feel it?" Lu Yunqi stepped forward, took Qi Xuanxuan's delicate hand, and placed it on his abdominal muscles. The moment her delicate hand touched his firm abs, a tingling sensation swept over them both. Qi Xianxian subconsciously tried to pull her fingers away, but those strong abdominal muscles seemed to have an irresistible attraction, and she couldn't bring herself to remove them. The subtle sensation between her delicate hands and abs made her reluctant to let go. Lu Yunqi felt the faint warmth emanating from that jade-like hand, and thought to himself, TSK, so my wife has a taste for this. Then, suppressing the heat in her heart, she asked with a tender expression, "Do you still like it?" Qi Xuanxuan's inner passion led her to subconsciously reply, "Yes. It's quite sturdy." However, her hands did not stop moving at all. Following the lines of those abdominal muscles, she felt them. This feels really good. "Madam, may I touch your abs?" Lu Yunqi whispered with a mischievous grin. Qi Xianxian suddenly raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Yunqi, then withdrew her hand, climbed onto the bed, assumed a lying position, and curled her red lips upward, saying, "Then give me a massage first. If I'm satisfied, I'll grant your request." "All right." Lu Yunqi immediately climbed onto the bed and began his family's traditional massage techniques. A dozen minutes later, Qi Xianxian got up and went into the bathroom to shower. Less than 5 minutes after entering, he came out of the bathroom and saw Lu Yunqi still standing dumbfounded at the bathroom door. He frowned and said, "You're all sweaty. Go and take a shower." "All right." Lu Yunqi rushed into the bathroom and came out as fast as he could. He excitedly went to the bed and asked impatiently, "Madam, were you satisfied with what happened just now?" At this moment, looking at the beauty lying in front of him, Lu Yunqi's hands could no longer restrain themselves, especially the faint fragrance on Qi Xuanxuan's body, which made his blood rush to his head. Qi Xianxian lay on her back on the bed, seeing the sparks in his eyes almost overflowing, and she also felt a little hot all over, her cheeks burning hot. "Anyway, he's my husband, and our children are already so big. I'm fairly satisfied." Qi Xianxian nodded, then said in a very soft voice, "You only have 10 seconds. After saying that, Qi Xianxian closed her eyes shyly and could hear her own heart beating. Although Qi Xuanxuan's voice was very soft, Lu Yunqi could still hear it clearly at such a close distance. Looking at his wife's charming appearance, he almost drooled. A trembling hand touched Qi Xuanxuan's delicate skin through the thin silk nightgown. Abdominal muscles, upwards, like a dance on fingertips. In an instant, a tingling sensation spread throughout Qi Xuanxuan's body. She bit her red lips lightly, trying to suppress the electric current running through her body, lest she make a sound. At this moment, Lu Yunqi felt that he was the happiest man in the world. At this moment, Qi Xuanquan's face was like a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. Oh, I started counting down the time when I agreed, Qi Xianxian said confidently, suppressing her laughter. Lu Yunqi almost became withdrawn. Women's logic is truly peculiar. What he said made such a good point that I couldn't refute it. Lu Yunqi didn't intend to argue, because he knew that when it came to reasoning with women, men always lost. Qi Xianxian noticed the disappointment on his face. She turned to the side, her delicate hand once again touching those firm abdominal muscles. I'm going to start. Chapter 31. Beauty Cherry Tomatoes. A bath is enough. 2 hours later. Back in bed, Qi Xianxian nestled in Lu Yunqi's arms and fell asleep like a docile kitten. Even my dreams taste like happiness. The next day, very early in the morning, Qi Xuanquan's phone rang. Lu Yunqi glanced at Qi Xianxian, who was fast asleep in his arms, and lazily picked up her phone. Hello, who is this? A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah, who are you? How did Xuanquan's phone end up in your hands so early in the morning? Lu Yunqi glanced at his phone screen vaguely. The contact name was White Tea. Hey beautiful, can't you let us sleep a little longer this early in the morning? Morning? I'm her husband. What do you say? Lu Yunqi said in a helpless tone. Oh, it's you. I ate some of your cherry tomatoes, and I'm poisoned, Bai Cha said, her voice trembling with tears. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi's heart tightened. His wife had eaten cherry tomatoes last night, and there had been no unusual reaction. He quickly asked, Hey, beautiful, don't rush. Tell me what happened first. I'm peeling all over, and I have a terrible smell. I don't even dare to look in the mirror anymore. Bai Cha screamed almost in despair on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi quickly lifted the blanket and glanced at Qi Xianxian on the bed. Suddenly, it was as if I had been struck by lightning. What the hell is going on here? Isn't it supposed to be good for beauty and skincare? How could that be? Qi Xianxian was still fast asleep, unaware that her body was now covered in patches of skin, just like Bai Cha's, as if she had shed her skin like a snake. System, can you explain what's going on? Host, this is all a natural phenomenon, don't panic. They all ate beauty cherry tomatoes, and the system's products have very significant detoxifying and beautifying effects. Just take a shower, and everything will be fine. Lu Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Hey, beautiful Bai, don't panic. You just ate too many of my cherry tomatoes. Your current reaction is just the effect of them. Go take a shower right away, and you'll be fine. Lu Yunqi explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Bai Cha immediately hung up the phone and rushed into the bathroom. I was really shocked when I glanced in the mirror while using the bathroom this morning. My skin was incredibly itchy and I smelled terrible, but otherwise I was fine. On Lu Yunqi's side, after hanging up the phone, he was about to pick up the sleeping Qi Xianxian and take her to the bathroom. Qi Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes, her breathing slightly moving. Ugh, honey, what's that smell? Why does it smell so? Ugh, Qi Xianxian asked curiously, pinching her nose. He quickly sat up in bed and then let out a loud scream. Honey, what's wrong with me? It's nothing. It's just that beauty cherry tomato we ate last night. Its powerful detoxifying and beautifying function worked its magic last night, eliminating some toxins from your body. Now we'll just take a shower. Lu Yunqi gently stroked Qi Xuanquan's cheek and comforted her tenderly. Call out. Qi Xianxian didn't want to say anything more. She was afraid that if she stayed for even a second longer, she would vomit from her own stench. I rushed into the bathroom and took a quick shower. After washing up, I stood in front of the mirror again and was completely shocked. This is completely different from before I took a shower, not to mention my mood. In the mirror, Qi Xuanquan's skin looked like a freshly peeled egg, white, tender, and bouncy. It looks like it would break at the slightest touch, and water would be squeezed out. Qi Xianxian gently stroked her skin, completely immersed in the moment, feeling incredibly excited and joyful. Suddenly, the scene of Lu Yunqi touching it flashed into my mind. His expression must have been quite something. As I stepped out of the bathroom, my phone rang again. Qi Xianxian picked up her phone, and Bai Cha's excited voice came from the other end. Hey, handsome, I'm done washing up, In a luxurious villa in Chongqing, Bai Cha is still standing in front of the bathroom mirror, admiring her skin. She called mainly to thank Lu Yunqi's little tomato. Perhaps because I was so excited, I just said something simple and excited. Upon hearing this, Qi Xinxian remembered that Bai Cha had also eaten quite a few cherry tomatoes at her house last night. She smiled and teased, "Do you want me to wash them for you again?" Bai Cha was so startled by Qi Xuanxuan's voice that she almost dropped her phone into the toilet, feeling a sense of guilt. But as Qi Xuanxuan's best friend of many years, how could she be so easily fooled? Great, great. How about we take a bath together? Bai Cha replied happily. Get out of here. After eating such delicious cherry tomatoes from our farm, remember to think about how to thank my husband, Qi Xinxian said, feigning anger. Okay, no problem. As long as you don't mind, I can offer myself to you, Bai Cha replied. Qi Xinxian had already returned to the bedside, and the phone was ringing loudly. Lu Yunqi happened to hear this and felt a chill run down his spine. Two stunningly beautiful women. Get lost. Qi Xinxian hung up the phone angrily. Seeing Lu Yunqi's somewhat horrified expression, he was still quite satisfied. 7:30. After changing the bedding, Lu Yunqi got up and took the child to school. Qi Xinxian continued sleeping. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, but her legs were so sore that she could barely stand. After dropping off Tang Tang and Guagua, the housekeepers were curious why the young lady hadn't gotten up yet. Lu Yunqi explained and then returned to his room. He glanced at Qi Xinxian, who was still fast asleep, and was about to close the door and leave when he heard her gentle voice behind him. Honey, will you drive me to work today? Qi Xinxian didn't want her assistants to see her current state, but she had to go to the company to handle matters. Good, Lu Yunqi responded and walked to the bedside, helping Qi Xinxian get out of bed. 9:30 a.m. Lu Yunqi drove to the underground parking garage of Haochen Building and accompanied Qi Xinxian in the president's private elevator to the president's office. They didn't encounter many employees along the way. Although Qi Xuanxuan's secretaries noticed something was amiss, they could only keep it to themselves. Honey, you work here. I'll go home and make you lunch and bring it to you. After escorting Qi Xinxian into the office, Lu Yunqi spoke. Okay, drive carefully on the road. Qi Xinxian sat in the boss's chair and smiled happily. Although her legs still hurt, she felt very happy. For a woman, having such a considerate husband in her lifetime is enough. Lu Yunqi had just turned around when the office door opened. Hey, handsome Lu, what are you doing here? Where's Xinxian? The person who arrived was none other than Bai Cha, who was extremely excited. Upon opening the door, she saw Lu Yunqi and greeted him happily. Miss Bai, why aren't you staying at your Bai group? Why are you running here to me? Qi Xuanxuan's voice came from the boss's chair behind Lu Yunqi. Oh, so the handsome guy is here. That's amazing. He wasn't even up yet at that time. He must have been exhausted last night, taking so long. Shut up, what nonsense are you spouting? Tell me, what do you want? Qi Xuanxuan's face darkened as she snapped. Chapter 32 Bai Cha wants to star in Demigods and Semi-Devils. Hey, I came here specifically to thank you. Look how smooth and tender my face is now. Bai Cha walked to the desk and proudly pointed to her face. Bouncy and juicy. You think you can be so smug in front of me? Qi Xinxian said irritably. Irritably? Just kidding. Bai Cha is eating tomatoes from her own garden, and she still has the nerve to show off in front of me. Bai Cha glanced at Qi Xinxian sitting in the boss's chair. Damn, DJ. That was too hasty. Hey, Xinxian, I've come here for two things. First, I want to ask where you bought your cherry tomatoes. Second, I heard you bought the film and television adaptation rights to Demigods and Semi-Devils, and I'd like to ask you for a role. Bai Cha, not wanting to make a fool of herself, simply stated her purpose truthfully. Honey, you two chat first. I'll go back and cook for you. Lu Yunqi said. I haven't written anything today yet. I need to hurry back and write a couple of chapters. Drive carefully on the road. Qi Xinxian wanted to stand up, but her legs were still a little weak. Afraid that Bai Cha would notice, she sat down and said with concern, Handsome, remember to make an extra one. I want some too. Just as Lu Yunqi lifted his foot to leave, Bai Cha suddenly spoke up. Lu Yunqi looked back at Qi Xinxian, who nodded helplessly. After Lu Yunqi left the office, Bai Cha approached the desk again and said with envy, Xinxian, I'm really envious of you now. You have such a handsome and warm-hearted husband who makes you loving lunches every day. Hearing her best friend praise her husband, Qi Xinxian was also very happy and said with a smile, You should hurry up and find one too. TCH, do you think a good man like your husband is as easy to find as cabbage? Where are you going to find one that easily? Bai Cha pouted and complained. Okay, let's get down to business. The cherry tomatoes you wanted were bought by my husband. As for where he bought them, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Qi Xuanchuan's desk was piled high with documents, leaving her with very little time to chat with her best friend. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought your chef bought it. Bai Cha was secretly delighted, but said with a surprised expression. If Lu Yunqi bought the cherry tomatoes, then she could find out. After all, he still owes her a favor. The second thing, did your family allow you to act? Qi Xianxian asked curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Cha said, Of course. Oh dear, don't worry about the details. I just think that demigods and semi-devils is so well written, and I want to fulfill my martial arts dream. I don't want to play the main character Wang Yuyan, since I'm not very famous. But I should be able to play supporting characters like Azzy, Azu, or Mu Qingwan in the book. Although Bai Cha is the daughter of the Bai family, she studied acting. However, after being forcibly hugged by a male fan during a performance, the Bai family forbade her from acting again. Instead, she went back to take over the Bai family's wine business, but she always harbored a dream of becoming a good actress. I recently found a really good book on Chidian literature website. I originally wanted to buy the copyright myself, but after inquiring, I found out that Qi Xianxian had beaten me to it. So I came to Qi Xianxian to ask for a role. Are you sure you just want to play a supporting role? Qi Xianxian asked with a serious expression. She was aware of Bai Cha's acting skills. Before retiring, she was considered a third-rate actress. However, Bai Cha's image was more than capable of playing a supporting role. But she always felt that the idea behind white tea was not that simple. I think it's pretty much settled. How about I invest half the money and let me play the lead role? I could barely handle it. Bai Cha spoke in a humble manner. Qi Xianxian. However, Qi Xianxian wasn't a professional in this matter, so she had to see what Ning Nanan had to say, and therefore she didn't rush to agree. Let professionals do what they are good at. Qi Xianxian took out her phone and called Ning Nanan. On the other side, 10 a.m. Lu Yunqi returned to the villa, instructed the housekeeper to go out and buy some groceries, and then carried his computer to the garden to start writing. These past few days, he's been updating with tens of thousands of words every day, so the book is becoming increasingly popular. When he turned on his computer and logged into the authors section, he was completely shocked. Unbeknownst to many, Demigods and Semi-Devils has made it into the top 10 of Chidian Literature Network's new book chart, and it has been prominently displayed on banners ever since. During this period, many middle-aged people made a special trip to Chidian to read books, based on word of mouth. Don't ask him how he knows. Because in the current book club, those countless level 1 accounts seem like paid trolls, but Lu Yunqi himself knows that he doesn't actually have them. These level 1 accounts didn't originally have the habit of reading books online. They only registered accounts specifically to read Demigods and Semi-Devils. The current donation leaderboard for Demigods and Semi-Devils has received donations from over 12,000 people, many of whom are level 1 accounts. What surprised Lu Yunqi even more was that dozens of donation messages appeared in the author news last night. User M3322323 has donated 1 million book coins to Demigods and Semi-Devils. User 231324 has donated 1 million book coins to Demigods and Semi-Devils. User M3322323 has donated 10 million book coins to Demigods and Semi-Devils. User 231324 has donated 10 million book coins to the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils. On Chidian Literature Network, 1 million book coins is equivalent to 10,000 RMB, and you will also receive a silver treasure chest, while 10 million book coins will receive a gold treasure chest. Many onlookers also joined in the fun by creating a thread in the book club's online community. This is so damn exciting. Are gold treasure chests this easy to get? This is truly a once-in-a-century battle of the gods. Who says otherwise? I thought I was watching a live stream. The app's site-wide announcements never stopped. But does anyone know who these two are? I know. Those two are game developers. They probably both have their eyes on this book and want to buy the game development rights to it. I see. Then it's all right. Anyway, game developers have money. Lu Yunqi looked at the donation records in the author's backstage. The two of them had each smashed more than 10 gold treasure chests, worth more than 1 million. Wow, we really have meta tycoon. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. The two wealthy patrons' competitive donations will surely net me at least 1 million, not even counting royalties and other people's donations. Now I've become a legend with this book. Once the royalties come in, I can go home and buy my parents a big house, Lu Yunqi muttered to himself. Before we knew it, it was already 11 a.m. It's time to cook for my wife. Well, I didn't write a single word this morning, so I'm definitely not going to be able to update at noon. After browsing the fan forum all morning, I found that the Demigods and Semi-Devils app already has over 1 million fans. And all the data is incredibly impressive. It looks like it can make a run for the monthly ticket rankings at the end of the month. Chapter 33 Houchin Entertainment acquires film and television adaptation rights. At noon, Lu Yunqi prepared the meal and delivered it to Qi Xianxian. This time it was the same as usual, except that 2 more beauty-enhancing cherry tomatoes were added to lunch. President's office, Houchin Building. Qi Xianxian sat in her boss's chair looking at documents the whole time. Occasionally, her secretary would come in to report on company matters. She didn't move her seat at all that morning. Bai Cha, meanwhile, was leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking tea. She was the general manager of a company, yet she was now staying at Qi Xuanxuan's place just to eat a meal cooked by Lu Yunqi. Qi Xianxian was also helpless about this. Wow, Xianxian, hurry up and look, that book has been updated again. I haven't read it for just 1 day, and it's already so popular in the book club. Bai Cha, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, suddenly spoke up excitedly. Qi Xianxian, who was looking down at the document, paused slightly, then put the document down and began to read it with great interest. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Lu Yunqi knocked on the door. Go in, Qi Xianxian said without even looking up. Lu Yunqi pushed open the door and saw Bai Cha really sitting in Qi Xuanxuan's office, waiting for him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Sigh, this cooking is so delicious, it's almost a sin. I only want to win over my wife's stomach, not her best friend's. However, 2 lunches were prepared this time, since Bai Cha kept quiet yesterday. Otherwise, the necklace wouldn't have served as the fuse for the final battle. Seeing that the 2 of them were engrossed in their phones, Lu Yunqi walked to his desk, handed Qi Xianxian a cucumber, and said softly, Don't work so hard. Have a cucumber first to replenish your energy. Qi Xianxian looked up at the sound and saw Lu Yunqi's handsome face. A look of reproach appeared on her face. It was all because of this guy that she was in such a mess. But she calmly said, Okay. Bai Cha, who was immersed in the world of martial arts, suddenly looked up when she heard a man's voice and saw Lu Yunqi's back. Okay, I admit it, he's really handsome. Even his back view is so captivating. Hey, handsome, that's not right of you. You're only feeding your wife. Can't you see there's a beautiful woman here? Bai Cha quickly put away her phone, stood up, came over to Lu Yun, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. Although the novel is enjoyable, for a foodie, food is clearly the most important thing. You have some too, but of course, the best stuff has to be given to my wife first. Lu Yunqi turned around and handed 2 cucumbers to Bai Cha. He accepted the white tea with the cucumber and was about to express his gratitude when he was soured by those words. He then took the cucumber and went to the sofa. After eating a blood-nourishing cucumber, Qi Xianxian felt much better. Although her legs were still a little sore, it was not noticeable unless you looked closely. Come and eat, Lu Yunqi called out after setting the food on the table. The 2 women went over upon hearing the sound. The white tea was delicious at lunch, but it was also quite sour. After the 2 women finished eating, Lu Yunqi packed his things and left, as he needed to go back and update his blog in the afternoon. In the office, not long after the 2 women finished lunch, Ning Nanan arrived. The 3 women discussed matters related to the filming of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Lu Yunqi returned to the villa, ready to frantically start writing. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 weeks, Lu Yunqi lived a very regular life. He would get up around 7 a.m., take his 2 children to school, return home in the morning to start writing, make a loving lunch for Qi Xianxian at noon, and return to the villa in the afternoon to continue writing. Moreover, during this period, Demigods and Semi-Devils achieved legendary success thanks to Lu Yunqi's incredible update volume, which was both high quality and timely. From the author's perspective, Chidian Literature Network has featured demigods and semi-devils on its homepage banner for half a month. With tens of millions of readers on the website and app combined every day, they can see the book as soon as they enter the site. It's easy to imagine the terrifying amount of exposure that generates a massive number of reads every day. Many veteran authors on Chidian Literature Network felt uneasy seeing this, as normal banner recommendations have a set period, which is fairer to everyone. However, this book, Demigods and Semi-Devils, completely defied expectations by being given a prominent recommendation spot and was displayed on a banner for half a month. But when they couldn't resist clicking to read the book, all their dissatisfaction with the website disappeared. This book is just so good. Even those top writers of fantasy or urban fiction have become fans of demigods and semi-devils after reading its content. The writing style, plot, character portrayal, pacing, and story coherence are all impeccable. From the reader's perspective, Lu Yunqi's update speed is incredibly satisfying. For most authors, maintaining a stable 2 to 4 updates a day, with each update containing about 2,000 words, is considered very diligent, as long as they don't stop updating. For some top authors, being able to update 5 to 10 chapters a day is an incredible blessing for readers. But what about Lu Yunqi? Since its release, in less than 20 days, the book has been updated to nearly 1 million words, averaging more than 50,000 words per day. Of course, no one would think that Lu Yunqi's typing speed was too fast. Everyone subconsciously assumed that it was because he had a lot of drafts saved up. The main reason is that such a large volume of updates makes the reading experience very enjoyable. However, more importantly, even with such a large volume of updates, there is not a single bit of filler. It is full of substantial plot content. This has greatly increased readers' affection for the author. On this day, Lu Yunqi came to deliver food to Qi Xianxian as usual. Upon entering the office, Lu Yunqi was surprised to find that Qi Xianxian was not there, so he simply sat on the sofa and started playing on his phone. Although he had been to the company a few times, he was not very familiar with it. The reason he did not send a message to ask was because he had already confirmed before he came that Qi Xianxian was indeed at the company. I took out my phone and started browsing Weibo. I just opened Weibo and saw an announcement from Houchin Entertainment. We have acquired the film and television adaptation rights to Demigods and Semi-Devils. We look forward to Houchin Entertainment bringing you a new style of martial arts drama. The new series is currently in preparation, so please stay tuned. Lu Yunqi curiously clicked into the Weibo comments section and found it had exploded. Subsequently, several trending topics about demigods and semi-devils appeared on Weibo, with many fans expressing their anticipation for the new martial arts drama. Meanwhile, many artists under Houchin Entertainment also posted on Weibo, expressing high expectations for the new drama, and the male and female leads have already been confirmed. What everyone is talking about is the actress who plays the female lead, Wang Yuyan, because Lu Yunqi also knows her. That's Qi Xuanxuan's best friend, Bai Cha. A second-tier actor who retired from the entertainment industry 3 years ago is now starring in Demigods and Semi-Devils. This surprised Lu Yunqi greatly. He had never heard of Bai Cha before. He had always thought she was just a spoiled princess. Bai Cha's fans were very curious, as they never expected that Bai Cha's first role after her comeback would be in a period martial arts drama. For a time, many fans began to wonder what kind of story this new house tells that could make Bai Cha, a famously aloof goddess in the entertainment industry, willing to make a comeback for it. Chapter 34 goes viral online. As a result, fans of all the artists under Houchin Entertainment, filled with curiosity, began to head to Chidian Literature Network to search for demigods and semi-devils. This made the entire Chidian Literature Network a hot topic on Weibo. The book, Demigods and Semi-Devils, became incredibly popular, and people could be heard discussing it everywhere, even on the streets. And those celebrities' fans even became fans of the book Demigods and Semi-Devils after reading it. A new wave of martial arts fiction is sweeping across China. In the fan community of Demigods and Semi-Devils, many readers left comments. I've known about this book for a long time. I started reading it 10 days ago and have been waiting for the updates every day ever since. In the office, the most talked about topic among my colleagues is Demigods and Semi-Devils. If you haven't read it yourself, you can't even join the conversation. I love this martial arts novel. I'm starting to look forward to the TV series produced by Houchin Entertainment. I want to see just how powerful and domineering Xiao Feng's 18 subduing dragon palms will be in the TV series. If I hadn't seen Goddess by Cha's Weibo post, I wouldn't have known that there was such a good martial arts novel out there. I'm looking forward to the new book. Keep up the good work, author. I'm 40 years old this year, a longtime fan of martial arts novels. The first time I read a novel online was when one of my employees told me that a good martial arts novel had recently been published. So, with a try-it-out mentality, I started reading the book, and now I'm completely engrossed in it. I'm calling the author great. The book club has almost become a large-scale online community. After finishing the latest update, many readers began discussing the plot and martial arts moves in the novel's fan community. In less than 20 days, the readership of Demigods and Semi-Devils has risen to the platinum level and is not far from the diamond level. On the Chidian website's monthly ticket rankings, Demigods and Semi-Devils also performed exceptionally well. After about 20 days of accumulation, I now have 100,000 monthly votes and have directly entered the top 10 of the website's monthly vote ranking. Because the book was published too recently, there is still a big gap between it and the top 3. After all, those are books with millions of words, and they are urban novels with a very advantageous theme. They already have 400,000 to 500,000 monthly votes. Moreover, the number of monthly votes for Lu Yunqi's book only started to surge after Houchin Entertainment announced the purchase of the film and television adaptation rights. Previously, perhaps due to preconceived notions, even if people saw a recommendation for a martial arts novel, they would subconsciously think that martial arts novels had nothing new, so they wouldn't click on the recommendation to read it. Led by the fans of those celebrities, many people who actually clicked to read the book realized just how captivating it was. Lu Yunqi sat in Qi Xuanxuan's office, looking at the lively online community of book lovers, a faint smile appearing on his lips. It seems that all of this was within his expectations. About 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian returned to the office from outside and saw Lu Yunqi sitting on the sofa as soon as she entered. A slight smile appeared on his tired face as he said, "You've been here a long time, haven't you?" Lu Yunqi stood up upon hearing the sound, and looking at Qi Xuanxuan's forced smile, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? You don't look well." Although he wasn't the kind of person who could read minds, he could still do the most basic things like reading between the lines, especially when it came to his own wife. Qi Xianxian smiled and shook her head. "No, it's great. Let me see what delicious food you made for me today." Qi Xianxian didn't want to bring her work troubles to Lu Yunqi, and besides, she was just a little tired. That's because they've been in meetings for a long time this morning about the real estate company wanting to buy land in Yudu. She originally thought that it would be easier to deal with the real estate company after she had achieved some success with the entertainment company. Unexpectedly, the company didn't give her much time. The entire group is like a huge machine running at full speed, and all sorts of problems will inevitably arise. Well, there's nothing in this world that a cucumber can't solve. If there is, then 2 cucumbers will do. Lu Yunqi led Qi Xianxian to the dining table and said with a smile. He knew that there were some things he couldn't help with right now, and since Qi Xianxian wasn't willing to tell him, Lu Yunqi wouldn't press her for details. Before he has enough power, all Lu Yunqi can do is cook delicious food for her every day, and of course, he can also try his best to write a few classic novels, which will be of some help to Qi Xianxian. Today's dishes are delicious. Thank you, honey. After eating half a cucumber, Qi Xianxian felt much more relaxed. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, she couldn't help but praise them. If it's delicious, eat more. Let me massage your shoulders." Lu Yunqi stood behind Qi Xianxian, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and kneading them. Qi Xianxian spent a full half-hour eating a sumptuous lunch. After finishing his meal, Lu Yunqi didn't linger long because he had to go back to writing, and left the office amidst Qi Xuanxuan's reluctant gaze. Back at the villa, Lu Yunqi frantically started typing on his computer. At a current writing speed of 50,000 words per day, it will take about 10 more days to complete the entire book. Lu Yunqi only got up and left the villa when it was time for Tang Tang and Guagua to get out of school in the afternoon. As the car drove straight out of the residential area and was going over a speed bump, a red sports car suddenly crashed into it from the side. Bump. A loud bang was heard, and then Lu Yunqi felt his car move slightly to the side. Fortunately, The BMW has good safety features, and he was unharmed. I pulled the handbrake before slowly getting out of the car. There was a red Ferrari sports car with its hood deformed and the passenger side doors severely dented. Lu Yunqi stepped forward and looked through the windshield. He saw a stunningly beautiful woman sitting inside the car, looking somewhat flustered. He knocked on the car window. When the car window was opened, a rich aroma mixed with a hint of alcohol wafted out. "Miss, should I call the police or settle this privately?" Lu Yunqi immediately understood what was going on and asked calmly. Driving under the influence of alcohol can lead to traffic accidents and, in serious cases, criminal charges and imprisonment. Seeing that the woman wasn't very old and was in a hurry to pick up her precious daughter, Lu Yunqi didn't have time to waste with her. Moreover, there aren't many people watching yet. If more people gather later, it will cause traffic congestion in the morning. "How much do you want? Just tell me, and I'll pay you back," the woman said casually, slightly drunk. He sat in the car with no intention of getting out, still holding his phone, and didn't even look up at Lu Yunqi. She had just returned from abroad yesterday, and at noon she had a few close girlfriends whom she hadn't seen for years, so she drank a few too many drinks. Since the place where I had lunch was not far from here, I thought I'd come and see my precious niece, but when I got to the entrance of the community, I didn't know which building it was. I just got to the entrance of the residential area and remembered to text my sister to ask her how I was doing. I didn't expect to run into her. Lu Yunqi frowned at the woman's attitude and immediately took out his phone. Chapter 35 Sister-in-law Qi Lingshan. "Hey, can you bring me a car out? My car was hit at the entrance of the community." Lu Yunqi was calling the housekeeper at the villa. As for the accident scene, take photos first and leave the rest to the traffic police. Not long after, the nanny, Xiao Wang, drove out of the residential area in a Mercedes-Benz, parked the car, and handed over the car keys. "Son-in-law, what's going on here?" Looking at the scene, Xiao Wang asked with wide eyes and a shocked expression. "It's okay, you can stay here and wait for the traffic police to handle it. I have to go pick up the baby." Lu Yunqi took the Mercedes car keys, gave an instruction, and drove away. "Nothing is more important than picking my daughter up from school." The woman sitting inside the Ferrari clearly heard the conversation between Lu Yunqi and the nanny. "I couldn't help but feel nervous. She still smells of alcohol on her breath. If the police come, she'll be in trouble. At that time, a dark chapter will be left on their glorious life." Shaking her head to clear her mind, she quickly called her best friends for help. As a result, several calls were made, but no one answered. "I probably drank too much at noon, because I fell asleep as soon as I got home." Left with no other choice, the woman reluctantly dialed a number. After a few rings, a somewhat surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, why did you finally decide to call me today?" "I was in a car accident at the entrance of your residential complex," the woman said calmly. There was a slight pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a question. "Lingshan, you're back in China?" His tone was full of doubt. The person driving the red Ferrari was Qi Xuanxuan's younger sister, Qi Lingshan. "Because I was studying in the United States, I only returned to China once during those 4 years, except for when Qi Hao passed away. I spent most of my time in the United States and rarely returned to China." She had told Qi Xianxian several times before that she had returned to China, only to disappoint Qi Xianxian several times. "Yes, I hit someone. I had drinks with some girlfriends at noon," Qi Lingshan said truthfully. She and Qi Xianxian, though close sisters, also compete with each other, belonging to the type of sisters who bicker and tease each other. She always called her best friend first, because she didn't want her sister to think that she couldn't do anything except sing. "Wait for me there. I'll tell you right away. If you dare to lie to me again this time, I will definitely not let you off the hook." In the president's office of Haochen Building, Qi Xianxian was already carrying her bag, ready to go home, and she threatened him. Qi Lingshan didn't say anything and hung up the phone directly. At the entrance of the residential compound, the nanny, Xiao Wang, suddenly received a ring on her phone. "Hey miss, go to the entrance of our community now and see if anyone has been in a car accident," Qi Xianxian instructed on the other end of the phone. "Yes," the nanny, Xiao Wang, answered without hesitation. "How did you find out so quickly?" "Miss, I'm right here. My husband just called me and said his car was hit. He asked me to bring him a car so he can pick up the little princess. I'm waiting here for the traffic police to come and handle this." "That's what the nanny, Xiao Wang, replied. She thought it was her son-in-law calling the eldest daughter, and she was a little puzzled. It had been 9 days. Why was the eldest daughter only calling her now? Qi Xianxian, who was sitting inside the Maybach, had a wry smile on her face. What kind of script is this? My husband met his sister-in-law for the first time at the scene of a car accident? Xiaowang, the traffic police haven't arrived yet, right? Quickly get someone else to drive the other car. Qi Xianxian gave remote instructions. Although Qi Lingshan was a bit mischievous, she couldn't just stand by and watch her younger sister get locked up. Oh, miss, you know the other car owner? The nanny, Xiaowang exclaimed in surprise. She was hired after Qi Xianxian bought a villa here. Qi Lingshan hadn't been mentioned before. Just send someone over quickly, I'll be there right away. On the other end of the phone, Qi Xianxian said something in a very anxious tone and then hung up. He urged the driver again. The nanny, Xiaowang, made a phone call to another nanny, completely bewildered. Qi Xianxian also sent a WeChat message to Qi Lingshan, asking her to let someone else drive the car, and also told her that the person she hit was her husband, who was also her brother-in-law. Qi Lingshan sat in the car, completely dumbfounded after reading Qi Xuanquan's message. Oh my god, what a melodramatic plot. I actually hit my brother-in-law with my car. If other people find out about this relationship, they'll think I, Qi Lingshan, am trying to murder my brother-in-law. Wait, sister, brother-in-law, when did my sister get married? Married? What did that person look like? I had no idea whether he was tall or short, fat or thin. It's all this wretched phone's fault. It's such a waste of time. If I had known, I would have taken a proper look. Not long after, the traffic police arrived. At this moment, Qi Lingshan, led by the nanny, had already returned to Qi Xuanquan's villa. As for the scene of the car accident, it was left to Xiaowang and another nanny to handle. On the other side, after picking up his two little ones from kindergarten, Lu Yunqi drove straight home. Because of the car accident at the entrance of the community, I was delayed for a while, so I had to hurry home to cook for my wife. When I got home, I looked around and saw Qi Xianxian sitting on the sofa, chatting with a woman whose hair color looked somewhat familiar. Why are you back so early today? Something happened when I was picking up my daughter. I'll go cook now. After entering the room, he said something to Qi Xianxian and then turned and went into the kitchen. Mommy, mommy. As soon as Tang Tang and Guogua got off Lu Yunqi, they excitedly ran towards Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian stood up, bent down, picked up the two little princesses, and kissed each of them on the cheek. Honey, did you behave well at school today? Yes, yes. Tang Tang was very well behaved at school today. Tang Tang replied with a smile. Guogua retorted, not to be outdone. Mommy, Guogua was also very good today. Qi Lingshan, sitting on the sofa, stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. She knew she was now an aunt, but she had never met her. When her father passed away, she only returned home to attend the memorial service before going back to the United States. He had never seen his two little nieces before, but now that he saw them, they were so beautiful, perfectly inheriting the Qi family's excellent bloodline. These are your two daughters? Qi Lingshan looked at the two adorable little ones, her heart filled with affection, and asked Qi Xianxian. Mom, who is this pretty Andy? I've never seen her before. Tang Tang asked curiously after turning her head to look at Qi Lingshan carefully upon hearing her voice. That sweet, childlike voice made Qi Lingshan like it even more. They're so cute and adorable. Although Guogua didn't say anything, her eyes were fixed on Qi Lingshan, and she was just as curious as Tang Tang. My two little darlings, what are your names? I'm your mother's younger sister. From now on, you'll have to call me Andy, okay? Before Qi Xianxian could speak, Qi Lingshan interrupted with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two little cuties simultaneously showed expressions of disbelief and looked up at Qi Xianxian. Yes, she is your aunt, and also Mom's younger sister. Qi Xianxian nodded and introduced her to the two children. Chapter 36. Who can truly conquer the aloof older sister? The two little ones' eyes fell on Qi Lingshan again. She looks a bit like her mother. However, she's not as pretty as her mother. Baby, call me Andy, and Auntie will buy you delicious food. Qi Lingshan looked at the chubby little face and couldn't help but want to pinch it. But as soon as she reached out, the two little cuties broke free from Qi Xuanquan's embrace and put a safe distance between themselves and Qi Lingshan. Candy turned around and stuck out her tongue at Qi Lingshan, saying in a childish voice, Humph, no way. We only like to eat what Daddy makes. We don't eat junk food bought outside. A critical hit of 10,000 points struck straight to Qi Lingshan's heart. Having been independent in the US for so long, I've never had a problem dealing with anyone. Yet now I'm being rendered speechless by two kids. Tang Tang and Guogua turned and ran outside the kitchen door to admire their dad's amazing performance. Qi Lingshan turned her gaze to Qi Xianxian. Don't look at me. These two little ones are most attached to their dad. You came all by yourself and didn't even bring them any gifts. No wonder they didn't want to call you. Qi Xianxian shrugged and said calmly. Qi Lingshan glanced at the tall, imposing figure bustling about in the kitchen and asked curiously, Hey, which company's son did you hire to take over? He can even cook? There's nothing I can do about my two little nieces right now. I can only try to figure out who this so-called brother-in-law is that he managed to win over Qi Xianxian, who's always been as aloof as an iceberg. What's worse is that I almost got arrested today because of this brother-in-law I've never met. What nonsense. He's the biological father of both children. Qi Xuanxuan's expression changed drastically. After she finished speaking, she quickly pulled Qi Lingshan to the sofa, which was far away from the kitchen, and slapped Qi Lingshan's slender waist hard. She said seriously, Lingshan, calm down. That's your brother-in-law. You bumped into him just now. Be nice and apologize to him later. My sister is my biological sister, but my husband is the man who can give me a lifetime of happiness. Moreover, Qi Lingshan was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Hey sis, what does he do? Why are you taking this so seriously? You even want me to apologize to him. I almost got arrested by him, and you still want me to apologize to him? Qi Lingshan was displeased upon hearing this. She was the daughter of the prestigious Qi family. How could she possibly apologize to her brother-in-law? Moreover, she often talks to her family on the phone about Qi Xuanxuan's marriage, but she has never heard of it. He must have been keeping it a secret from his family. If that's the case, even if he hasn't officially joined the Qi family yet, he should come and apologize to me and beg me to put in a good word for him. Yes, that's right, he should apologize to me. Because he's your brother-in-law and my husband, you were in the wrong first, so you have to apologize, Qi Xianxian said coldly. However, her cold expression had no effect on Qi Lingshan whatsoever and did not intimidate her in the slightest. Don't look at me like that. He hasn't met his grandparents yet, has he? And they don't even know you're married, do they? Qi Lingshan asked confidently. She clearly remembered that her family was planning to marry Qi Xianxian to the Lung family in Sichuan province, and the Lung family was very interested. To put it bluntly, it's just a family marriage, which is very beneficial to both groups. Who I marry is my own decision. What? Do you think you're so powerful now that you want to threaten me? After hearing Qi Lingshan's words, Qi Xuanxuan's heart was pounding, but she spoke without any fear. How could that be? You're my sister. Of course I wouldn't threaten you, but... Qi Lingshan said, her gaze shifting towards the kitchen. The threat in his words was quite obvious. This seemed to have hit Qi Xuanxuan's weak spot, and her imposing aura instantly dissipated. The two sisters sat down calmly and began to negotiate. Lu Yunqi was busy in the kitchen. He had prepared extra dishes because he saw that guests had come to his house when he entered. An hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. From the kitchen, the other residents of the villa had gotten used to it. Ever since Lu Yunqi moved in, they could smell the alluring fragrance every day. But for Qi Lingshan, who was visiting the villa for the first time, it was a fatal temptation. Glug! Qi Lingshan, who was chatting on the sofa, couldn't help but swallow. Was he a chef before? After the two had finished their negotiations, Qi Lingshan glanced curiously at the kitchen, then turned back to Qi Xianxian and asked. Qi Xianxian shook her head and didn't say anything. Her heart ached a little at that moment. Because during the negotiation, she had already used the most precious cherry tomatoes as a bargaining chip to shut up her spoiled younger sister. Xiao Wang, bring the dishes, dinner's ready. Lu Yunqi's baritone voice came from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Qi Lingshan, a singer, had a gleam in her eyes, as if she had discovered some incredible treasure. Sis, shall we go to karaoke tonight? Qi Lingshan said with a smile. Qi Xianxian felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing that smiling face. This little girl, looking like that, is definitely not doing anything good. But she had just returned, and it wouldn't be good for him to refuse. The villa itself had an entertainment room, which was convenient. Let's talk after we finish eating, Qi Xianxian said casually, then led Qi Lingshan toward the dining table. With the help of the nannies, a full 12 delicious dishes were quickly laid out on the dining table. Wow, sweet and sour pork ribs again today. Tang Tang and Guogua, after washing their hands with the help of the nanny, sat down at the table and excitedly cheered as they looked at the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs. I want to eat 5 pieces today. Guogua picked up her chopsticks, quickly picked up a piece of rib, licked it, and put it in her bowl. He looked warily at Tang Tang and the unfamiliar ant on the table. Seeing this, Tang Tang was not to be outdone, and in the same way, she picked up 6 pieces of pork ribs and put them in her own bowl. Qi Xianxian chuckled. Qi Lingshan stared wide-eyed at her 2 adorable little nieces. Even if these ribs are delicious, as the little princess of the Qi family, there's no need for her to act like this, is there? They were afraid someone would steal their delicious food. Your brother-in-law prepares the 2 babies' dinners every day, and the ribs are their favorite food, but they can only eat them twice a week, Qi Xianxian explained from the side. Qi Lingshan suddenly realized. I thought you were so poor that you couldn't even afford to buy meat for my niece. At this moment, Lu Yunqi came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of cherry tomatoes and a few cucumbers. Fresh cucumbers. Lu Yunqi's voice stopped abruptly as he stepped out of the kitchen. Chapter 37 Misunderstandings with Sister-in-Law. Qi Lingshan also looked over upon hearing the sound, even though she already knew that the person she had bumped into today was her brother-in-law. But at the time, I didn't even see what the person looked like. When she finally saw Lu Yunqi's face clearly, she suddenly understood why her aloof sister would risk being scolded by her family to marry this man. She and Qi Xianxian were sisters, and she knew more than Bai Cha, so she believed that this man was the one who hurt her sister 5 years ago. How did you get here? After calming down, Lu Yunqi walked to the dining table and asked with a somewhat unfriendly look in his eyes. This woman almost got herself killed, and now she's even eating the food I cooked. But how did she end up in my house? And it seems he has a pretty good relationship with his wife. Honey, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Qi Lingshan. Qi Xianxian stood up and introduced. Lingshan, this is your brother-in-law, Lu Yunqi. Duong. A plate of precious beauty cherry tomatoes bounced a few times on the floor before rolling away in all directions. The cucumber dish almost shattered into pieces. Only the plate, being plastic, bounced gently in the air a few times before landing steadily on the ground. Brother-in-law. Hello, my name is Qi Lingshan. Qi Lingshan stood up and said with a smile. If Qi Lingshan had any resentment towards her brother-in-law before, it vanished the moment she saw his handsome face. You are Xuanxuan's sister, sent by your family? Lu Yunqi asked Qi Lingshan warily. I always thought it was just a simple car accident. But what if this woman is Qi Xuanxuan's sister? Could it be that her family disapproves of my relationship with Qi Xianxian and deliberately sent her sister to cause me trouble? No, it should have been there to take my life. But thankfully the BMW was sturdy enough. Yes, I am. Hello, let's eat first. Lu Yunqi said casually. A storm raged within him. He walked over and sat down next to his 2 daughters. Brother-in-law, actually Qi Lingshan wanted to explain something more. Qi Xianxian glanced at Lu Yunqi, shook her head slightly, and pulled Qi Lingshan to sit down. All right, let's eat. Your brother-in-law is a little tired from cooking. She knew that Lu Yunqi might have misunderstood that Lingshan had come to cause him trouble, since he didn't want to give Qi Lingshan a chance to explain. If she were to explain to Lu Yunqi now, it would only make him feel more uncomfortable. A man's pride can sometimes be quite strong in front of outsiders. Qi Lingshan didn't think too much about it, assuming that Lu Yunqi was just tired from cooking, and that's why he didn't want to talk to her. This dinner was destined to end in an awkward atmosphere. During the meal, Qi Lingshan kept putting food on Tang Tang and Guogua's plates, trying to win over her 2 nieces. However, to her surprise, the 2 little ones completely ignored her, even when she offered them sweet and sour pork ribs. Tonight, Lu Yunqi ate very little. After finishing his meal, he took his 2 beloved daughters to play in the children's room. Wow, I never expected that this brother-in-law, apart from being handsome and being a good cook, is completely useless. After finishing her meal, Qi Lingshan glanced at the messages on her phone and said with a half-smile, Get lost. Your brother-in-law is very powerful. Qi Xianxian shouted angrily. Just when their relationship had finally reached a point where they could have daily duels, this girl had to come and ruin it. That's absolutely outrageous. When there is a rift between husband and wife, their nightlife will not be enjoyable. Also, keep your mouth shut. When your brother-in-law gives me cucumbers again tomorrow, I'll share one with you, Qi Xianxian said, sounding a little reluctant. Especially when they saw that the small plate of cherry tomatoes they had just filled had all fallen to the ground and ended up being fought over by the nannies as treasures. Qi Xuanxuan's heart was bleeding. Those cherry tomatoes had special functions that money couldn't buy. Moreover, she now knows that Lu Yunqi obtained these things, but he didn't tell her where he got them. Ah, didn't you say it was a beauty cherry tomato? Tomato? Why are you giving me a cucumber now? I don't need it, Qi Lingshan said, her face slightly flushed. What's so good about cucumbers? They're cold and make your hands ache. On the other side, Lu Yunqi was playing with Tang Tang and Guogua in the children's room when Zhou Huiying called. Tang Tang, Guogua, come and see Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Yunqi answered the video call, pointed the camera directly at the two little cuties, and called out. On the other end of the video call, Zhou Huiying was overjoyed to see her two granddaughters. During this period, I posted a video almost every day, and I always seemed incredibly happy. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. The two little girls walked over and greeted Zhou Huiying warmly, while the grandfather, who was in the corner of the video frame, was completely ignored by the two sisters. Okay, what did you learn at school today, my darling? Zhou Huiying asked with a smile. Grandma, let's fight monsters, the two little girls said excitedly. Ever since Zhou Huiying performed beating up a monster in a video, the two sisters have been deeply fond of it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiying's smile widened, and she waved the magic broom in her hand at the camera. Okay, Grandma is ready. Before fighting the monster, let Grandma give you a kiss, Mua, Mua, Mua. Tang Tang and Guogua, each holding a toy, stuck their heads right up to the phone screen and kissed it. A large amount of drool was left on the screen, making Lu Yunqi, who was holding the phone, admire the two little guys' skills. My daughter is so adorable. I love her so much. Grandma, let's fight monsters now, Tang Tang reminded her sweetly. The two sisters have already picked up the magic shovel in the toy room, ready to learn how to fight monsters with their grandmother. At that moment, Lu Kuan's smiling face froze in the corner of the screen. First impressions are so important. Ever since the first time his dark skin and stubble-covered face frightened his two beloved granddaughters. In the hearts of these two little darlings, the title of Grandpa has disappeared. Instead, they are called Monster. The shadow in one's heart and the loss of face are immeasurable. Lu Kuan mustered his courage and pushed Zhou Huiying aside. In the video, he had a standard slick-back hairstyle, shiny and clean-shaven, and his stubble was neatly trimmed. Gone is his previous terrifying face. Aside from his darker skin, he looks like a sprightly old man. Tang Tang, Guogua, you two little darlings, come and call Grandpa, and Grandpa will buy you candy. Lu Kuan's smile looked a little comical, and he took out a few alpenliebe candies that he had specially bought from the village store. Chapter 38 video. I want to go home. However, the two little ones showed absolutely no interest in the Alps in Lu Kuan's hands. The two sisters stared wide-eyed at the screen, searching for their grandmother. Where's Grandma? Where did Grandma go? As she spoke, her little hands kept tapping the phone screen, as if trying to drive away the old man who had suddenly appeared on the screen. Lu Kuan, showing no sign of giving up, continued to plead. My two little darlings, call me Grandpa. I'm Grandpa. He was crying inside. For the past 2 weeks, the only time he could appear on screen was when he was playing a monster. I've tried so many methods, but it always ends up like this. His two beloved granddaughters selectively ignored him. Lu Yunqi couldn't bear to see his father suffer every day, so he said, Tang Tang, Guogua, you two call him Grandpa first, and then you'll come out. The result. The script didn't follow Lu Yunqi's original character at all. The two little ones burst into tears, sobbing. No, we want to see Grandma fight the monster, boo-hoo. Lu Yunqi was speechless, silently feeling sorry for his father for 3 seconds. Zhou Huiying, standing next to Lu Kuan, looked at her husband with sympathy and couldn't help but laugh. The old man stuck his butt out and shouted for a long time, and in the end, he made his two granddaughters cry again. Hearing Tang Tang and Guogua crying on the other end of the phone, Zhou Huiying snatched the phone and kicked Lu Kuan in the butt. Get out of here. Look at your rude and uncouth manner. You've scared your granddaughter to tears again. I was thinking that since the old man had gone to so much trouble to tidy himself up today, he should be able to leave a good impression on his two granddaughters. Lu Kuan's move was a complete failure. Zhou Huiying picked up her phone and quickly comforted everyone in front of the video call. Okay, my little darlings, Grandma is out, don't cry. After Zhou Huiying's voice came through the phone, the two little girls stopped crying abruptly. This scene made Lu Yunqi want to laugh. Lu Kuan immediately began to question the meaning of life. The greatest wish in the world is for this old man to hear his two beloved granddaughters call him Grandpa. It seems that I'm destined to play the monster again, just to please my two granddaughters. Grandma, hurry, fight the monster. Tang Tang wants to watch Grandma fight the monster. Yes, Guoguo wants to watch too. The two sisters wiped the tears from their faces with their little hands and said excitedly. In Yunxing, a village called Taoweiyuan, 4 or 5 hours drive from Chongqing, a grandmother is fighting a monster, live-streaming the scene to her granddaughter via her mobile phone. The lights in the yard didn't go out until 9 o'clock at night. Meanwhile, in the villa of Yudu Jinxiu Haoding, the two little ones, still wanting more, hung up the video call and obediently followed Lu Yunqi back to their room. 15 minutes later, she fell soundly asleep to Lu Yunqi's story. When he returned to his bedroom, he found that Qi Xianxian hadn't come back yet, but when he thought that Qi Lingshan had come, Lu Yunqi felt relieved. Before figuring out Qi Xuanxuan's family's attitude, Lu Yunqi felt he needed to be careful. How could Qi Xianxian, such a gentle woman, have such a fierce younger sister? Unable to figure it out, Lu Yunqi simply stopped thinking about it and went to take a shower. In the villa garden, the two sisters, Qi Xianxian and Qi Xianxian, had not seen each other for many years and chatted for a long time. The most important topic is how Qi Xianxian should explain to her family that she is already married. Sister, I'm not trying to be mean, but with your husband in this state, you can only hide him away in Chongqing. If Grandpa and Grandma find out, your husband will probably be in trouble. Qi Lingshan sat on a bench in the garden, swinging her snow-white legs, and said with some concern. Although she didn't concern herself with family matters, her sister's marriage was arranged by her grandfather. If Qi Xianxian dared to disobey her grandfather's will, she might be suppressed within the family. Although the two sisters were sharp-tongued, they had a deep bond, so Qi Lingshan certainly didn't want such a thing to happen. He's still very capable. As for his family, even if you keep quiet, they won't find out so quickly. When the child is a bit older, I'll arrange some work for Yunqi at the company, and then we'll talk to his grandparents. Qi Xianxian said with a worried look on her face. How could she not understand these things? But Lu Yunqi is the father of her child, and now her husband. Once she truly takes control of Haochen Group, the family will at most receive a few criticisms from her grandfather. As for the Lung family, at worst, the group will just make less money in the future. I'm telling you, even at a time like this you still can't resist arguing with me. Do you believe I'll call Mom right now, and then let's see what you do? Qi Lingshan threatened, feigning anger. All right, it's getting late. I've had the housekeeper arrange a room for you. It's time to sleep. Qi Xianxian didn't take Qi Lingshan's threats to heart at all. She knew her younger sister's personality well enough. No way, sis. Look at the time. You're already going to sleep. Qi Lingshan took out her phone and saw that it was only 10 p.m., the time when nightlife was just beginning, and exclaimed in surprise. Qi Xianxian glanced at her bedroom and saw that the lights were off. She took out her phone and looked at it. It's already past 10 o'clock. I have to go to work tomorrow. If you're not going to sleep, I have to go to sleep. But I'm warning you, don't drink and drive when you go out. Don't drink and drive. She knew that Lu Yunqi's daily routine was very regular. Unless there was a battle, he would usually go back to his room to sleep after putting the child to bed. Of course, most importantly, Qi Xianxian should go back and explain to Lu Yunqi, so that there won't be any misunderstandings between him and Qi Lingshan. Oh, what a miserable life. My sister got married, and even her own sister has become distant. Qi Lingshan finished her glass of red wine and got up to walk towards the villa. Qi Xianxian watched her younger sister's retreating figure, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. I've discovered that managing family emotional relationships is more challenging than managing Haochen Group. Back in the bedroom, Qi Xianxian turned on the light, quietly walked to the wardrobe, took her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yunqi slowly opened his eyes. 10 minutes later, Qi Xianxian, dressed in a silk nightgown, came to the bedside like a lotus emerging from the water, and saw that Lu Yunqi's eyes were open. "Did I wake you up? Ling Shan and I haven't had a proper talk in years, so?" Qi Xianxian explained. "I know." Lu Yunqi interrupted her before she could finish. "The May Day holiday starts the day after tomorrow, and I want to go back to see my parents." "Okay, I'll arrange things at the company. Then we'll go home together to see Mom and Dad." After Qi Xianxian lay down on the bed, she said gently. Chapter 39. Returning home. Peach Blossom Spring Village. Late at night, after agreeing on a time to go home, the two went to sleep. The next morning, Lu Yunqi got up as usual to take his two little princesses to kindergarten. The two sisters were very excited when they learned that they were going back to see their grandparents. Qi Xianxian also got up very early. Because the atmosphere was a bit chilly last night, the two of them did not have a showdown and went to bed early. When I arrived at the company in the morning, I first arranged things at the entertainment company, and then I arranged things at the real estate company in the afternoon. If it weren't for the blood-nourishing cucumber, Qi Xianxian would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. However, in order to accompany her husband home to visit his parents, she gritted her teeth and finished arranging her work, and then asked her assistant to buy a lot of gifts at the mall. Lu Yunqi spends all day writing, only pausing briefly when picking up his children or bringing lunch to his wife. After updating these past 2 days, Demigods and Semi-Devils has surpassed 1 million words. What made him even happier was that today, Qijian Literature Network had already transferred the copyright fee to his bank account. According to the previously signed contract, Lu Yunqi received 60% of the copyright fee, totaling 32 million yuan, of which he received nearly 20 million yuan. Moreover, the website editor Zhou Yin called him today to tell him that the game adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils are currently under negotiation and should be sold soon. This was something Lu Yunqi hadn't expected. People in the gaming industry have such a keen sense of smell. But then I remembered that 2 big names had each donated nearly 1 million yuan to my book, and it was said in the book club that those 2 were in the gaming industry. Lu Yunqi was relieved. Sure enough, as long as the book was good, it would definitely make a lot of money. In the evening, Tang Tang and Guo were very excited because they were going to their grandparents' house the next day. During their video call that night, they made a promise with their grandmother that they would fight monsters together. The first day of the May Day holiday, the whole family got up very early. Tang Tang and Guo each carried a backpack full of toys, especially the teddy bears that Lu Yunqi had bought for them before. It's a 4 or 5 hour drive. But the road to Yunqing is much easier to travel than the place where I took my 2 little ones to participate in a parent-child activity last time. So, Lu Yunqi simply drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, took his wife and children, and got on the highway home. Behind their car were 2 Mercedes-Benz cars loaded with various high-end gifts, each driven by a female bodyguard. Qi Xianxian said that this was a gift for her father-in-law, so Lu Yunqi couldn't say anything. 5.5 hours later, Lu Yunqi and his convoy arrived at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village in Yunqing. Located in a mountain valley, surrounded by mountains, the village is situated in a small basin, with old-fashioned brick and tile houses in the middle. However, the road is paved with asphalt, and there is a tall archway at the entrance of the village with the 3 characters, Peach Blossom Spring, written on it in regular script. Vehicles passed by from time to time on the way into the village. As the vehicle entered the village, Lu Yunqi saw Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan standing by the roadside, along with many villagers who had come to watch the spectacle. Lu Yunqi was driving when he saw this scene and couldn't help but twitch his lips. If you didn't know better, you'd think some big star had come to the village. After parking the car, Lu Yunqi turned to Qi Xianxian, who was sitting in the back seat, and said, "Wife, you 2 wait in the car for a bit. I'll go down and check." Qi Xianxian glanced at the crowd ahead and said with a smile, "Honey, let's go down together now." After saying that, he opened the back door of the car. The 2 got out of the car and walked hand in hand toward the crowd. Recently, a lot of people have been coming to the village, and they all drive luxury cars. Today, 3 more luxury cars arrived, and everyone had lost interest in watching anymore. It was only after Zhou Huiying's broadcast that everyone gathered at the village entrance. I just wanted to see just how beautiful Lu Yunqi, who grew up in Peach Blossom Village, is now, that Zhou Huiying has described his wife as a fairy descended from heaven. Now, Everyone standing at the village entrance was shocked as they looked at the woman Lu Yunqi was holding hands with. They began whispering amongst themselves, their emotions almost entirely consumed by envy, jealousy, and praise. Many men of Lu Yunqi's age were filled with jealousy and indignation when they saw Lu Yunqi holding hands with Qi Xianxian. Good heavens, this is so unfair. We both came from Peach Blossom Village, so why do other people bring back wives who are as beautiful as angels, while I'm still single? Most importantly, not only is his wife beautiful, but she's also incredibly rich. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Yunqi took Qi Xuanquan's hand and walked to Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan. Dad, Mom. After Lu Yunqi finished calling out, Qi Xianxian, her pretty face slightly flushed, called out, Dad, Mom. Since I've seen him in a video before, Lu Yunqi doesn't need to introduce him again. Zhou Huiying, dressed in a very flamboyant floral dress, excitedly hugged Qi Xianxian. Great, great. My daughter is even prettier than in the video. Mama's been waiting for this for so long. Lu Kuan, with his hair slicked back and shiny, had a layer of dust on it, probably from standing by the roadside for a long time. He smiled and nodded to Qi Xianxian. His eyes, however, remained fixed on the car interior, trying to see his two beloved granddaughters sitting inside through the car window. After hugging Qi Xianxian, Zhou Huiying looked around and asked curiously, Daughter, where are the two little darlings? Qi Xianxian took Zhou Huiying's hand, looked at the villagers gathered around, and explained with a smile. The two little ones are a bit shy. Seeing that there are so many people here, they hid in the car and didn't dare to get off. Oh, okay then, let's hurry home, huh? Zhou Huiying urged excitedly, eager to hold her granddaughter. Okay, Mom and Dad, let's get in the car, Qi Xianxian said, then pulled Zhou Huiying into the car, and Lu Kuan followed. Lu Yunqi stood silently in place, like a transparent person, with no trace of presence. He wore a wry smile, but secretly longed to ask, Dad, Mom, am I really a free gift you got when you topped up your phone credit? Then, he loudly addressed the villagers at the village entrance. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, and fellow villagers, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to welcome my wife and me. We'll head home first, and then hand out wedding cigarettes and candies to everyone later. Haha. Hurry up and go. Look at your mother, she can't stop laughing. Yes, yes. In our village, you're the only one who's made something of yourself now. Don't forget to invite us to your wedding. As soon as Lu Yunqi finished speaking, two elders came out and joked loudly. Immediately, Lu Yunqi returned to the car and became the driver. 3 luxury cars drove toward Lu Yunqi's house amidst the envious gazes of the villagers. Chapter 40, Whose new courtyard is this? Throughout the journey, the two little ones were very excited and kept snuggling up to Zhou Huiying, while Qi Xianxian listened to the intimate interaction between her 2 daughters and her mother-in-law. As for Lu Yunqi, he's a driver. Lu Kuan, completely ignored by his 2 beloved granddaughters, sat in the passenger seat with an envious look on his face, watching the scene in the rearview mirror that made him jealous. As the vehicle approached Lu Yunqi's courtyard, they discovered a rather novel courtyard not far from their own, with a number of people gathered there. So he asked curiously, Dad, whose yard is that? Why is it so lively? Ahem, you mean that courtyard? It was newly built 2 months ago. I heard it's for some kind of TV station, and they're going to film some kind of movie there. Lu Kuan didn't need to look to know which courtyard Lu Yunqi was asking about. Because of this Peach Blossom Spring Village, everyone in the village knows about it. It was precisely because that courtyard was built that more and more people came to the village. Oh, I see. But the scenery in our village is indeed beautiful. It's a pity we came back too late. The peach blossoms are almost all gone, Lu Yunqi said regretfully as he drove. The name Taoyuan Village comes from the fact that every year in March and April, the mountains and fields are covered with peach blossoms. When the peach blossoms are in full bloom, the whole village is like a paradise. They've been here for over a month now, and it's always bustling around there, Lu Kuan said. Lu Yunqi wasn't really interested in which TV station it was. He had just asked out of pure curiosity. The car followed the cement road and arrived at Lu Yunqi's house. On the way, my dad told me that the county government had paid for the road to be built before the TV station came, and now every household in the village has access to a cement road. After getting off the bus, Qi Xianxian truly witnessed the picturesque scenery of this small village. Lu Yun started his business on the mountainside. Looking out, there were terraced fields that stretched from the mountain stream to the mountainside, and above that was a large peach orchard with some peach blossoms that had not yet faded. Looking around, all you see is the green of nature. Taking a deep breath, you are filled with fresh, unpolluted air. This feeling of complete comfort made Qi Xianxian want to shout out loud. It was so beautiful that she felt an urge to live there forever. How's it going? Not bad here, right? Lu Yunqi walked over and asked with a smile. Qi Xianxian nodded. She really likes it here. All right, let's go inside. If you like it, we can come back for a short stay anytime. Lu Yunqi was very satisfied with the look of enjoyment on Qi Xuanxuan's face. Not to mention her, even Lu Yunqi himself loved this place, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, living a carefree, idyllic life. When Qi Xianxian came to her senses, the two little ones had already gone into the yard to play with Zhou Huiying. With a wry smile, he instructed the security guards to move the contents of the two cars behind him into the yard. As soon as Zhou Huiying entered the courtyard, she was stunned to see several capable female bodyguards carrying various gifts into the yard one trip after another. At this moment, Qi Xianxian also carried gifts into the courtyard. She glanced at the old-fashioned two-story building, which was cleaned spotlessly, and was just about to speak. Xianxian, why did you buy so much stuff? Zhou Huiying asked, looking surprised. Qi Xianxian smiled and explained, Mom, these are all for our relatives. It's our first time meeting them, so it's just a small token of our appreciation. Zhou Huiying was very satisfied with Qi Xuanxuan's meticulous work style. At this moment, Lu Yunqi also walked into the yard carrying a large pile of gifts and asked curiously, Mom, didn't second uncle and the others come? This is nothing like my mom's usual cheerful personality. Zhou Huiying rolled her eyes at Lu Yunqi and said, You just got back today. Let's have a good family gathering first, and then we'll invite your uncles tomorrow. Lu Yunqi shrugged and continued moving the gifts, not caring at all. It took the group about 5 minutes to move all the gifts from the car into the yard. Qi Xianxian sent 2 bodyguards/drivers to a hotel in the county town, leaving a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class at home. The Mercedes-Benz was a gift she intended to give to her father-in-law. After the adults finished their work, Tang Tang and Guogua dragged Zhou Huiying along to fight monsters. Zhou Huiying unconditionally fulfilled her baby's request. Qi Xianxian acted as the photographer, recording this precious video of an early human family taming a dinosaur. Lu Yunqi, on the other hand, was like a transparent person, completely invisible, and didn't even have the chance to be a spectator. He could only walk into the kitchen with a long face. Knowing that Lu Yunqi's family was coming back, Zhou Huiying and her husband had already bought a lot of ingredients in advance, and he also took out some vegetables from his own planting space. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch is ready. Dear actors, lunch is served. Lu Yunqi shouted as he placed the last bowl of rice on the table. Tang Tang and Guogua, who were having a great time playing in the yard, probably because they had burned too many calories, immediately put down their magic wands and ran into the house as soon as they heard Lu Yunqi's voice. Zhou Huiying also took off her costume and walked up to Qi Xianxian, covered in sweat. Xianxian, let's go eat. It's been a long time since I've had that kid's cooking. I wonder if his cooking has improved. Mom, Yunqi's cooking is delicious. You'll see when you try it. Qi Xianxian replied with a smile. She was very confident in her husband's cooking skills, believing they were even better than those from 7-star restaurants she had ever eaten at. Okay, then Mom will give it a good try. Zhou Huiying's smile never faded, and she was even happier when she heard her daughter-in-law praise her son's cooking. The unfortunate Lu Kuan was finally able to take off his bulky dinosaur costume and go eat. The family sat around an old-fashioned square table, the enticing aroma of the dishes whetting everyone's appetite. During the meal, Zhou Huiying took meticulous care of the 2 little ones, while Lu Yunqi kept putting food on Qi Xuanxuan's plate and feeding her, showing their deep affection. After feeding her 2 little ones until they were almost full, Zhou Huiying picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. She then praised, Son, your cooking skills have improved. Have you been learning for the past few years? Zhou Huiying did not mention to Qi Xianxian that Lu Yunqi's previous cooking was only enough to fill their stomachs, as he either added too much salt or forgot to add salt. Of course, I can't talk about my son's embarrassing moments in front of my daughter-in-law, but now my son's cooking skills. They're not much worse than me. I learned from watching videos online. Otherwise, how would I cook delicious food for your precious granddaughter? Lu Yunqi truthfully lied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiying nodded. No matter what, a mother is proud to have her son cook so well. This shows that I taught well back then. As lunch was drawing to a close, Qi Xuanquan's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 41 Wife, I'll take you somewhere. Qi Xinxian took the phone and went to the yard. Hey, Xinxian, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm in a paradise right now. The scenery here is so beautiful, ha. As soon as the call connected, I heard a clear and cheerful laugh from the other end. Oh, and then? Qi Xinxian asked impatiently. At this time, when I, as the daughter-in-law, should be making a good impression on my parents-in-law, you actually called me and asked where I went to play. His anger level had soared to 70. Aren't you curious about where it is? I remember you've mentioned several times that you wanted to find a place with good air quality so you could take the whole family out for a relaxing getaway. How about I take some pictures and send them to you? Bai Cha said quite proudly. This is her first time participating in a variety show since her comeback, and she's even come to a very beautiful place, so naturally she wants to share it with her best friend. Send me a WeChat message. I'm busy right now. Qi Xinxian said casually before hanging up. What place could possibly have such beautiful scenery? And besides, this is my husband's hometown. We can come back often in the future. Thinking of this, Qi Xinxian glanced at Lu Yunqi's house, and a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Qi Xinxian smiled, and was about to turn around and go inside, when she received a message from Bai Cha on WeChat. The picture of the peach trees on the opposite mountain was taken from the new courtyard a little to the lower right of Lu Yunqi's house. There are 3 photos in total, taken from different angles. Bai Cha also sent a voice message. How is it? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Do you want me to send you the location? Qi Xinxian couldn't help but smile as she listened to Bai Cha's slightly smug expression on WeChat. It turns out that the program Bai Cha participated in is called Back to the Countryside, and the filming location for this episode was Taoyuan Village, where Lu Yunqi's hometown is located. If Bai Cha knew that the view from where Qi Xinxian was standing was even better than what she saw, I wonder what she would think. After putting away her phone, Qi Xinxian returned to the house. The 2 little ones had already finished eating and were clinging to Zhou Huiying. Lu Kuan teased his 2 granddaughters for a long time, wanting to hear them call him Grandpa. In the end, Tang Tang and Guogua simply called him Monster Grandpa. After playing the monster game at noon, the 2 little princesses were less resistant to Lu Kuan. This made Lu Kuan very happy. Lu Yunqi was in charge of tidying up the table. Qi Xinxian wanted to help when she saw this, but Zhou Huiying called her over to accompany the child. Zhou Huiying told her that a man should be able to handle both formal and domestic tasks, and that these kinds of jobs should be done by men. Luckily, Lu Yunqi wasn't here. Otherwise, he would have been driven mad by his mother's words. Although he cooks every day in Chongqing, he never washes the dishes. Just now, while Qi Xinxian was outside answering the phone, Zhou Huiying told Lu Yunqi that his daughter-in-law was of noble birth and couldn't do such greasy work. As a man, he should cherish his wife more. In the afternoon, Zhou Huiying and Lu Kuan took their 2 beloved granddaughters to play in the yard and saw many domestic poultry. Lu Yunqi then led Qi Xinxian to the orchard behind his house. Besides peach trees, there are other fruit trees planted here, and seasonal vegetables are grown between the fruit trees. This orchard belongs to our family, but there's not much fruit to eat right now, Lu Yunqi said as they arrived at the orchard. Wow, did Mom and Dad grow all these vegetables? That's amazing. They actually thought of growing vegetables in the orchard. Qi Xinxian stepped onto the soil of the orchard, breathing in the fresh scent of vegetables wafting from it. Yes, this orchard is part of the program to convert farmland back to forest. We don't have much land, so we grow vegetables in the orchard. Of course, most importantly, it's close to home. Lu Yunqi took Qi Xuanquan's hand and then asked, so what do you think? Don't you feel that the countryside has its own unique charm? Yes, breathing in the fresh air here is very refreshing, and the scenery is picturesque and a feast for the eyes. Qi Xinxian commented with a smile. As the daughter of the Qi family, Qi Xinxian had never been to the countryside before in her 20-odd years, and it was also the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful rural area. Seeing that Qi Xinxian liked this place, Lu Yunqi was also very happy. Especially after returning this time, seeing such a beautiful hometown, Many inspirations flashed through his mind. The couple strolled hand in hand through the orchard. "Honey, I have an idea. Listen to it," Qi Xianxian suddenly said. What are your thoughts?" Lu Yunqi turned around and looked at her tenderly. "The scenery here is so beautiful. How about we build a villa for our parents here, so we can come back and stay for a while during summer and winter vacations every year? What do you think?" Qi Xianxian said very seriously. She originally wanted to buy a villa for her parents-in-law in the county town of Yunqing, but after she came here, especially after seeing the courtyard of the variety show, she felt that building a villa for them here might be more appealing to them. What she didn't know was that older people often miss their hometown and homeland more because they are surrounded by familiar neighbors with whom they have lived for decades. If they were to move to the county town all at once, surrounded by unfamiliar people, the two elderly people would find it difficult to adjust. Qi Xianxian had this idea mainly because she liked the place, and the house looked quite old. Lu Yunqi released Qi Xuanxuan's hand, turned around and hugged her waist from behind, and said softly, "Wife, thank you. Marrying you is the greatest happiness in my life." Lu Yunqi had also had this idea, and he had already prepared the royalties and copyright fees, planning to give them to his parents when he came back this time, so that they could build a villa in their hometown. Unexpectedly, his wife's thoughts coincided with his own. "Husband," Qi Xianxian turned around and looked at Lu Yunqi's eyes with that expression. The two kissed naturally. After a long while, their lips parted. "Come on, wife, I'll take you to a great place. I'm sure you'll love it," Lu Yunqi said with a mysterious smile, as if suddenly remembering something. "Huh? Where are we going?" "The sun is almost setting." Qi Xianxian was very curious, and at the same time, she was also looking forward to it. "Come with me. Let's set off now." Lu Yunqi pulled Qi Xianxian along and walked out of the orchard, singing happily. The two returned to the courtyard hand in hand, said goodbye to Zhou Huiying and her husband, and then headed towards the mountain behind the house. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, in the newly built courtyard, Teacher Huang was sitting in the yard, adding firewood to the stove, and asked the man next to her with a smile, "Teacher He, do you think we'll be able to have bamboo shoots tonight?" Chapter 42, Singing to his wife from the mountaintop. "It hasn't rained these past few days, so I'm afraid the heavenly King Zhou's wish for bamboo shoot noodles will not come true." Teacher He replied with a smile. These two are Huang Shi and He Ling, teachers from the popular Chinese variety show Back to Field. They are all very famous figures in the entertainment industry, and one of the guests coming to the Mushroom House this time is even the god of songs in the Chinese music scene, Jay Chou. This afternoon, the guest's task was to go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. "It seems we should prepare scallion noodles for King Zhou." Teacher Huang looked at the darkening sky, got up, and went inside. At this moment, in a bamboo forest, a group of young men and women are searching for freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. However, judging from the way they held the hose, you could tell they had never done farm work before. Behind each of those people was a cameraman carrying a video camera. "Little sister, have you found it yet? The sun is almost setting. We found one here, come quick." Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian happened to be passing by the bamboo forest when they spotted the group of people, but no one else noticed them. "What are they doing here? Are they filming a TV series?" Lu Yunqi muttered as he pulled Qi Xianxian up the mountain and glanced at the bamboo forest. "This seems to be a variety show," Qi Xianxian said obediently, following Lu Yunqi up. She had just spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, but she didn't say anything. After all, Bai Cha is currently signed with Haochen Entertainment. Because she is going to star in Demigods and Semi-Devils, the company arranged this variety show for her as a warm-up. "Looks like I can start a homestay business here from now on," Lu Yunqi said with a grin. Qi Xianxian smiled, but didn't say anything. If this variety show becomes popular enough, Lu Yunqi's idea could be a very good business opportunity. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two finally reached the top of a small hill. Here, you can enjoy a panoramic view of the entire peach blossom village. Especially now, when the golden sunlight shines into the mountain stream, the whole village seems to be draped in a golden coat. At the top of the mountain is a huge, oval-shaped rock, and at the top of the rock is another spherical boulder that would take 2 adults to encircle. The people of Peach Blossom Village call this giant rock Baby Stone because its shape resembles an abstract child, and it overlooks the entire Peach Blossom Village from the top of the mountain. Lu Yunqi led Qi Xianxian to the foot of the baby stone and climbed up the ladder carved out beside it. It took the two of them quite a while to finally climb up to the neck of the baby stone. There is a platform about 10 square meters in size, with that huge round stone in the middle. How about it? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Standing on the platform, Lu Yunqi pointed to the scenery below and asked, "Wow, it's beautiful, but it's so high." Qi Xianxian stood on the platform and looked down, her heart racing. Although she wasn't afraid of heights, the lack of any safety measures made her somewhat scared. "This is a place I used to come to often when I was a child." Lu Yunqi held Qi Xuanxuan's hand tightly, his heart filled with emotion. "When I was young, I stood here and said that I would definitely become a rich person. Now, when he returned here, he was indeed a rich man, and he had married a beautiful and wealthy wife. In my mind, I quickly searched through the Chinese little music library for a song that suited the current situation. Honey, are you going to tell me about your childhood here?" Qi Xianxian rested her head on Lu Yunqi's shoulder, her face beaming with happiness. "I want to sing you a song." Lu Yunqi patted Qi Xuanxuan's head, took off his coat, and spread it on the platform, gesturing for her to sit down. "Oh, honey, you can sing too?" Qi Xianxian sat down, her face full of surprise. When Lu Yunqi participated in the baby and parent-child activity before, he couldn't even sing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." What song will he sing this time? Lu Yunqi smiled mysteriously and took out a flute from behind his back. "A song, a moment of happiness, is dedicated to my dear wife." Lu Yunqi held the flute and bowed to Qi Xianxian. The melodious sound of a flute began. "When autumn comes again, you want me to love and possess with a smile. Thank you for the happy moments we shared in this life cuddled together." As Lu Yunqi's singing began, Qi Xianxian seemed to see a happy scene in an instant, her heart rising and falling with the song, immersed in the music. The melodious notes were like butterflies fluttering in the air, carried by the gentle breeze to the entire Peach Blossom Spring village. In the quiet twilight of Peach Blossom Spring, only Lu Yunqi's moving singing voice lingered, while wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys below. In the bamboo forest, Peng Peng and the guests of this episode are excitedly digging up a bamboo shoot. "Listen, it sounds like someone is singing." Someone said something, and everyone perked up their ears. "Do you know some people and some things?" "I'm stuck on the day it happened, and I can't move on." Those beautiful notes entered everyone's ears. "Listen carefully." Everyone stopped what they were doing. Even the cameraman forgot to film. "Wait until one day, fallen leaves quietly drift before my eyes. I'm no longer sad." Eternity finally believed in moments of happiness. Lu Yunqi was completely absorbed in his singing. Qi Xianxian, resting her head in her hands on the baby stone platform, was completely mesmerized. Guests on longing for life. The song ended. Qi Xianxian stared blankly at Lu Yunqi, then stood up and came to him, her red lips conveying all her gratitude. After a long while, their lips parted. "Honey, thank you." Even the most rational woman would be moved at this moment. The setting sun cast its glow on their faces, creating a perfect atmosphere of love. The people in the bamboo forest below, upon regaining their senses, were all shocked. My goodness, where did that singing come from? If there were music playing, that song would be amazing. Even if sung a cappella, this voice is moving enough. The lyrics and melody are both excellent. Even Jay Cho, a legendary figure in the music industry, couldn't help but comment. "Do I feel like I was unwittingly showered with a dose of PDA?" Just as the group was sighing, He Jiong's voice came from the mushroom house. "Peng Peng, it's getting dark, it's time to come back. Night is about to fall." After enjoying the beautiful sunset from the baby stone, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian reluctantly descended the mountain. Back home, Zhou Huiying was playing with her two beloved granddaughters, while Lu Kuan was busy in the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, Daddy." As soon as the two entered the courtyard, the two little cuties came to greet them. It seemed that the two sisters missed their parents very much, as they hadn't seen them for a long time. "Did you have fun playing with Grandma?" Lu Yunqi squatted down and hugged the two little cuties, asking with a face full of affection. "Happy," Guogua answered first. I had a lot of fun fighting monsters with Grandma." Tang Ting nodded, then suddenly asked, "Hey, Dad, what happened to your neck? Did you get bitten by a mosquito?" Chapter 43. Two adorable children accidentally caught in the camera. Yes. Both Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian looked a little awkward after being asked by their daughter. In the evening, after the family finished dinner, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian were responsible for washing the dishes, while Zhou Huiying and her husband took their two babies for a walk on the road. When Zhou Huiying led Tangtang and Guogua past the mushroom house, Tangtang asked in her childish voice, "Grandma, someone is singing over there. Can we go listen?" Guogua also looked up at the yard in front of the road, which immediately piqued her curiosity. "Okay, Grandma will take you to see it," Zhou Huiying replied, holding one of the little cutie's hands in each hand, and walked towards the mushroom house. Inside the mushroom house, Teacher He and others were sitting in the courtyard singing and having fun. This is a regular part of the show Back to Field. The guests organize activities together in the evening each week. Today, because Jay Cho is here, the show has arranged for them to sing. Just as Jay Cho was about to sing with the microphone in hand, a childish voice suddenly came from between the filming crew members. "Wow, Grandma, look how handsome that big brother is." Whoosh. All eyes were now focused on the owner of the voice. A cute little girl in a princess dress, with big, bright eyes, is smiling at Jay Cho between two cameras. The cameraman who was filming the scene change from another angle was immediately charmed by the little girl's appearance. He subconsciously pointed his camera at the little girl. When the photographer looked at the little girl in the frame again, a loving and fond expression appeared on his face. Because it was a live broadcast, the moment the footage was transmitted, all the viewers watching Back to Field went wild. "What's going on? How come there's a child in the shot? But that child is so cute. Oh my God, she's so cute. She looks like a little princess straight out of a fairy tale. What a cute and beautiful baby. Oh no, oh no, seeing this makes me want to have a daughter." An unintentional shot, featuring this adorable child, surprised director Wang of Back to Field by causing a small surge in viewership. After all, he was about to reprimand the cameraman for being so unprofessional. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a childish voice again. "Sister, look, that looks like Aunt Bai." Guogua, standing between two cameramen, pushed them aside, pulled Tangdang out from behind the crowd, and said excitedly. When Director Wang looked at the monitor again, the two little girls on the screen caught his eye. He then instructed his staff to keep a close eye on the netizens' activities. As a result, netizens went even crazier after seeing the two adorable babies appear. "My goodness, which fairy goddess gave birth to these two? They must be twin sisters. Oh no, I'm going to ask my husband to work overtime right now. Ahem, lady upstairs, your husband might not be home. I live right next door. Need any help?" Smirking. "That's old Wang, isn't it disgusting? I really want to hug these two little darlings." At this moment, Teacher Huang and Teacher He, who were sitting in the crowd, stood up and their eyes were instantly drawn to the two adorable little girls. Bai Cha stood up and walked over, squatting down in front of Tangtang and Guogua. "Tangtang, Guogua, what are you two doing here? Wow, it really is Aunt Bai. We're going back to Grandma's house." "Auntie, what are you doing here?" Tangtang said excitedly as Bai Cha approached. "Your grandma's house?" Bai Cha asked, her face full of shock. "Yes, Grandma's house is just a little bit up there. We came out for a walk after we finished eating," Tangtang introduced generously. At this moment, Teacher He and Teacher Huang also came over. "Bai Cha, do you know these two children? This is my best friend's child." Bai Cha nodded. She didn't say it was Qi Xuanxuan's. After all, they were on a variety show and there were cameras pointing at the two babies. "Oh my little babies, you are so cute and beautiful. Can Uncle hold you?" He Ling squatted down and asked Tangdang and Guogua with a big smile. The two sisters looked at the white tea. "This is brother He Ling. You can let him hug you," Bai Cha said with a smile. Among these people, Tangtang and Guogua only recognized Bai Cha. After listening to her words, they opened their little hands. Teacher He picked up Tangtang, his face full of affection, while Teacher Huang picked up Guogua. The two main guests each carried one of the little cuties back to their seats. Bai Cha stood where Tangtang and Guogua had been, waiting. "Hello, Mississippi. That's my granddaughter. I'm so sorry to bother you. Could you please help me carry them out?" Zhou Huiying finally managed to squeeze in after a lot of effort and said to Bai Cha. Bai Cha glanced at Zhou Huiying and said, "Auntie, it's all right. I'm very close to the Tangtang sisters. By the way, didn't Xianxian and the others come?" Zhou Huiying, who had just squeezed in, didn't see the scene where Tang Tang and Guogua shouted, "White tea," and was a little suspicious. When did my precious granddaughter meet a big star? Clearly, everyone in the village knows that celebrities live in this courtyard. Just then, a very magnetic male voice rang out from the road outside the courtyard. Tang Tang Guagua. Bai Cha walked towards the fence of the courtyard upon hearing the sound. On the other side, Tang Tang and Guagua, who were being held by Teacher He and Teacher Huang respectively, shouted back at the top of their lungs, "Daddy, Daddy, we're here." Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian looked up at the sound and asked, "What are you doing here?" Bai Cha had already arrived at the fence of the courtyard. When she saw Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian, she asked in surprise, "Xianxian, when did you two arrive?" "Hey, White Tea Beauty is here too." Lu Yunqi greeted with a smile. Qi Xianxian looked up and replied with a half-smile, "We arrived this morning." Whoosh! Bai Cha suddenly felt like she had made a fool of herself. At noon, he proudly showed off to Qi Xianxian that he had found a picturesque place and even wanted to use his location to call her for a meal. But it turned out that she didn't need his location at all. "Daddy, Mommy," Tang Tang, being held by Teacher He, excitedly called out as she reached the fence. "Hee, Daddy, Aunt Bai Cha and the others are singing here. It's so much fun." "All right, hurry up and call your little sister out too. Don't delay your uncle's work," Lu Yunqi said affectionately. "Oh," Tang Tang reluctantly responded and got down from Teacher He's arms. After calling Guagua, the two sisters headed out of the courtyard. The departure of the two sisters greatly worried the viewers who liked them. "Oh no, where have my two little darlings gone? What's wrong with this cameraman? Hurry up and follow him." Exactly. Tang Tang and Guagua are so cute. How could you? The cameraman. Bear to move the camera away. Chapter 44. The two men's identities are exposed. Director Wang Jieshi, who was in front of the monitor at the time, saw the netizens' reaction and immediately fulfilled the audience's request, directly instructing the camera crew. "Quickly, set up a camera to follow those two sisters." The camera crew acted quickly, and a camera was immediately pointed at Tang Tang and Guagua. By this time, the two sisters had squeezed out of the crowd and reached the road outside. As soon as the camera focused on the two sisters, a perfect couple appeared in the scene. The man was young and handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as an angel. The man held a cute little one in each arm, while the woman stood quietly beside him. A truly heartwarming scene. Then, the handsome young man politely nodded apologetically to Huang Shi and He Ling. At this moment, Huang Shi saw the dad and mom that Tang Tang and Guagua were talking about for the first time. His eyes widened slightly, and then he smiled and nodded in response. However, before the two sides could even greet each other, the live stream of the variety show Longing for Life exploded with comments again. "My goodness, no wonder the two babies are so cute. This couple is just too good-looking. Wow, so handsome. My goodness, that woman is so beautiful. Wow, this divine beauty is making my drool drip onto the keyboard." Laughs while covering face. "I need to know everything about this couple. Are there any busty ladies who know anything about them? I'm shipping this couple. I love them." The sudden appearance of Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian caused a surge in viewership for the live stream of Longing for Life. When Director Wang, sitting in front of the monitor, saw Tang Tang's parents through the camera lens, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He began to make plans in his mind. He also discovered that this episode's guest, Bai Cha, actually knew this couple. If he could bring this family onto the show. I pulled Teacher Huang aside and whispered a few words to her. At this moment, Lu Yunqi and Qi Xianxian had already picked up Tang Tang and Guagua and were preparing to go home, since they were recording a program and didn't want to disturb them. Unexpectedly, just as the couple took their first steps, they heard a warm invitation from Teacher He and Teacher Huang behind them. However, inside the Qi family manor in Yudu, a voluptuous and beautiful woman was lying by a large swimming pool, scrolling through videos on her phone, when suddenly a pair of twin sisters in the video caught her eye. When I clicked on it, I was completely stunned. Isn't this my precious granddaughter? How did they get there? They get there? The two babies are so beautiful. I didn't expect them to be so photogenic. The beautiful woman said with a smile as she looked at Tang Tang and Guagua in the video. But what she saw next made her smile freeze instantly. In the video, she saw her daughter standing next to a strange man, and Tang Tang and Guagua were being held by the man. What's going on? Is Xianxian in a relationship? This guy looks quite handsome. I wonder which family's young master he is. This beautiful woman is Qi Xuanquan's mother, Lu Yunqi. Upon seeing the video on his phone, he was utterly shocked. He took out another phone, found Qi Lingshan's number, and called her. "Hey mom, why are you calling me at this hour?" After the phone rang more than a dozen times, Qi Lingshan's sleepy voice finally came from the other end. "Your sister has a boyfriend." Lin Wanxin's voice was full of surprise, and her expression was even more so. The first surprise was that Qi Xianxian actually had a boyfriend, and this man wasn't Lung Feng, the young master of the Lung family in Sichuan province. Secondly, I was surprised that my daughter had a boyfriend and I didn't even know. Does she even care about me anymore? "Oh," Qi Lingshan replied indifferently. "Oh, aren't you surprised? That's your sister. She found a boyfriend, and she's even on TV. And it's not Lung Feng from the Lung family." Lin Wanxin practically yelled it out. In a luxurious bachelor apartment in Chongqing, Qi Lingshan was lying on the bed when she heard the roar and quickly put her hand aside. "Mom, why are you yelling so loudly? What's the big deal?" Qi Lingshan already knew about this, but when she heard that they were on TV, her tone became shocked. "What? You said they were on TV? They were photographed by paparazzi. This is bad. If we go on TV, not only will our grandparents and family know, but the Lung family in Sichuan province will probably find out too." Qi Lingshan rolled over and sat up on the bed. She quickly took out her tablet and asked, "Mom, which channel did they go on? I'll go check." "You, Qi Lingshan, did you already know all along?" Lin Wanxin had already guessed it from Qi Lingshan's attitude. "Hunan TV. Mom, none of this is important. I'll hang up now and watch the video first." Qi Lingshan didn't give Lin Wanxin a chance to bombard her and hung up the phone immediately after speaking. He then sent Qi Xianxian a WeChat message. "You guys are asking for trouble. My mom just called me and said she saw you on TV. Peach Blossom Spring Village." In the courtyard of the mushroom house, Qi Xianxian was listening intently to Lu Yunqi and his two daughters singing when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Upon picking it up, I saw it was a WeChat message from Qi Lingshan. After reading the content, she was slightly taken aback, then seemed to understand something, put her phone away, and continued watching Lu Yunqi and the others' performance. 10 p.m. All the activities for longing for life have ended. As soon as work was done, Bai Cha left the mushroom house to go find Qi Xianxian. Because Qi Xuanquan's family had already returned to their own yard shortly after she received that WeChat message. Under the bright moonlight, Bai Cha arrived at Lu Yunqi's courtyard and knocked on the door. It was Zhou Huiying who opened the door. "Miss, are you looking for Xianxian?" Zhou Huiying opened the door and asked Bai Cha. The two met at the mushroom house some time ago, and later found out that Bai Kai and Qi Xianxian were best friends. Auntie, are Xianxian and the others asleep?" Bai Cha asked politely. "No, come in, they're inside." Zhou Huiying immediately stepped aside and shouted into the house. "Daughter, someone's looking for you." Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi came out upon hearing the noise. Upon seeing Bai Cha arrive, Lu Yunqi was somewhat surprised. "Beautiful Bai, is there something you need so late?" "What? Can I come to visit my best friend?" Bai Cha raised an eyebrow, then walked up to Qi Xianxian and whispered gossipingly, "How are you?" "Nervous." "You?" Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes at her, then introduced Zhou Huiying. "Mom, this is my best friend, Bai Cha." "Okay, I know. Girl, you and your friend go inside and chat. It's chilly outside," Zhou Huiying said with a smile. The two women responded and went inside. Lu Yunqi was about to step into the house when Zhou Huiying stopped him and whispered, "Son, this girl is too beautiful. You'd better control yourself. If you dare, I'll tear you apart." Lu Yunqi. "Mom, are you still my real mother? How can you treat your son like this?" Chapter 45. Lung Feng, the Vengeful One, and his God-level hacking skills. At Lu Yunqi's home, the whole family was chatting enthusiastically. However, in Sichuan province, hundreds of kilometers away from Chongqing, there is the Lung family mansion. Damn it, what exactly does the Qi family mean? And what does Qi Xianxian mean? A man wearing a gray bathrobe, somewhat handsome but with sallow skin, gulped down his glass of red wine and cursed. This man was none other than Lung Feng, the second young master of the renowned Lung group in Sichuan province. A very arrogant, domineering, and petty rich kid. He will stop at nothing to get what he wants, and he is notorious in the Sichuan province's rich second-generation circles for being vengeful. Anyone who offends him is doomed. He once had a crush on a school beauty, who was very aloof and came from a wealthy family. Despite Lung Feng's relentless pursuit of her, he still couldn't win over the goddess. Later, he directly used the Lung family's influence to forcefully bring the goddess's company to the brink of bankruptcy. Finally, Lung Feng came to her door saying he wanted to marry the goddess and could help her family through their difficulties. Under various forms of coercion and enticement, he finally got his hands on the goddess. The day after he got her, Lung Feng announced that he was canceling his engagement with the goddess, on the grounds that the goddess was not clean and was not worthy of being the daughter-in-law of the Lung family. This incident infuriated the goddess's parents to the point of vomiting blood, and the woman subsequently became depressed. What's even more infuriating is that the goddess's family's company was eventually acquired by the Lung family. Everyone in the wealthy community of Sichuan knew about this, but due to the power of the Lung family, the matter did not spread too widely. The Qi family, far away in Chongqing, were completely unaware of this. The Lung and Qi families have always been partners, especially in the real estate industry, where their cooperation is extensive. The Qi family's real estate projects in Sichuan province are mostly built by the Lung family, while the Lung family's business in Chongqing also relies entirely on the Qi family. That's why the two families wanted to arrange a marriage to strengthen their relationship. Second young master, how about? A bodyguard next to Lung Feng said, making a chopping motion. Shut up, what do you know? Shut up, what do you know? Go make the arrangements. We're going to Chongqing tomorrow. Lung Feng cursed angrily. How could he not have considered using special methods? Winning over Qi Xianxian is the most crucial step for the Lung family to enter Yudu. They cannot use any other means. They can only conquer her. If the Lung family can win over Qi Xianxian, they can not only gradually devour the Qi family, but also bring in a business genius for the Lung family. So, even though the Lung family knew that Qi Xianxian was already a mother of two, they still allowed Lung Feng to marry her. Moreover, their engagement had been announced half a year ago. Qi Xuanxuan's sudden revelation of being with another man was a slap in the face to the Lung family and an immense insult to Lung Feng. Some of the key figures in the Lung family gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Qi family manor, Yudu. It was already past 11 p.m. when a phone call from the Lung family startled everyone in the Qi family, including Old Master Qi. Can any of you tell me what exactly happened? In a large living room of the manor, Old Master Qi sat at the head of the table, tapped his cane, and asked, Dad, Xianxian is quite capable. Under her management, the entire group is running very well. A middle-aged man nearing 50 said. This man was Qi Xuanxuan's uncle, Qi Chun. Dad, I also think that since Xianxian is now capable of managing the company well, we don't need to rely on the Lung family to stabilize our market share. Besides, Xianxian is already married. That's right, Dad. Xianxian is the most capable among the younger generation. Anyway, she's not engaged to the Lung family yet, is she? The news of the two families getting engaged came about half a year ago. At that time, Qi Xuanxuan's father, Qi Hao, suddenly died unexpectedly, and the old master of the Qi family had no choice but to agree to the marriage. After pondering for a moment, Old Master Qi slowly said, If we go back on our word with the Lung family, they probably won't let it go easily. Eldest son, remind Xianxian to prepare for the situation herself. Wanxin, is Xianxian her boyfriend or husband? Old Master Qi looked at Lin Wanxin and asked, This is a very crucial question. If it were a boyfriend, there would be some leeway. After all, in business, having another enemy is never a good thing. Dad, this, I don't know. Lin Wanxin replied, her head down. The moment she saw the video, she called and messaged Qi Xianxian, but Qi Xianxian didn't answer the phone or reply to her messages. Old Master Qi was speechless. However, at this moment, Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi in Peach Blossom Village were experiencing the baptism of love and had no idea that outside, their accidental appearance had already stirred up a wave of excitement. The next day, Lu Yunqi got up very early in the morning. The scenery of Taoyuan village is even more beautiful in the early morning. A thin mist swirls around the mountainside, and wisps of smoke blend into the clouds, making it look like a fairyland. Son, why don't you sleep a little longer? There's nothing to do in this room. Zhou Huiying asked Lu Yunqi, who was washing up in the yard, as she was cooking in the kitchen. I'm used to it. By the way, Mom, I discussed it with Xianxian yesterday. We're planning to build a villa in the village so that we can come back and stay for a while when the kids are on vacation. Lu Yunqi said while brushing his teeth. Sigh, you guys just have too much money to burn. Although Zhou Huiying said that, she was actually very happy because there weren't any nice villas in the village yet. It's a source of pride to be the first in your family to build a villa. Just find a spacious place. Lu Yunqi said after brushing his teeth, and then headed towards the room where his two children slept. When he entered the room, Tang Tang and Guogua had just woken up. Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Dad. Tang Tang and Guogua greeted each other very politely. Babies, did you sleep well last night? Lu Yunqi walked to the bedside and asked affectionately. They're sleeping soundly. The two little cuties answered in unison. Next, Lu Yunqi dressed his two daughters for the first time. Previously, the nanny would wear the clothes, but now that the nanny is not here, Lu Yunqi decided to do it himself. Half an hour later, Lu Yunqi managed to get his two daughters dressed. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. Grandma got up early to make it for you. Wow, great. I want to eat Grandma's breakfast. Yes, I want some too. The father and his two daughters walked out of the room with smiles on their faces, ready to have breakfast. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully dressing your baby for the first time. Reward, God-level hacking skills, 1 dark web account. Note, God-level hacking skills refer to the highest level of hacking skills in the world. The dark web is a global hacker network where you can find any information you want. My God, the dark web hackers? Lu Yunqi stood at the door, completely shocked. Chapter 46 Daring to slander my wife. You're asking for death. After a moment of shock, Lu Yunqi went to the kitchen, ladled out a bowl of porridge, and brought it to Qi Xuanxuan's room. Qi Xianxian was still lying in bed playing on her phone. The excitement and elation of last night had left her legs feeling weak all day. Honey, it's time for breakfast. Lu Yunqi's voice could be heard even before the person carrying the porridge arrived. Just as Qi Xianxian was about to put away her phone and pretend she was still asleep, a trending news item suddenly popped up on her phone. Shocking. The current president of Haochen Group has a child out of wedlock. The trending news article also included a lightly blurred photo of Qi Xianxian. Qi Xianxian was completely stunned. Her first impression was that someone was deliberately targeting her, but she didn't know who it was at the moment. Wife, what's wrong? Lu Yunqi walked to the bedside, saw Qi Xuanxuan's dazed expression, put down the bowl, and leaned closer. When he saw the news displayed on his phone, his face was filled with shock. Ultimately, this matter concerns a woman's reputation, and Qi Xianxian is the president of Haochen Group. It's easy to imagine the huge impact this incident will have once it gets out. Wife, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Yunqi hugged Qi Xianxian tightly and said with deep remorse. If it weren't for that night 5 years ago, Qi Xianxian wouldn't be being used to smear her now. Clearly, this was done intentionally. Otherwise, why would someone release this information now when the child is already so old? Now that Qi Xianxian has just taken control of Haochen Group, her foundation is unstable and she hasn't achieved anything yet, making this the best time to deal with her. Honey, we might have to go back first. This matter is not so simple. It will definitely affect the stock of the entire Haochen Group. I'm afraid someone is deliberately targeting me. Qi Xianxian spoke very calmly. Calmly. As the company president, if such a thing is exposed, it will affect the company's overall interests, and the shareholders will be unhappy. In the face of such a crisis, Qi Xianxian, as the person involved, had to be in Chongqing. Otherwise, she would be in a very passive position. Okay, let's pack up and head back to Yudu right away. Lu Yunqi nodded. His wife was being targeted, so he had to go back. Qi Xianxian got up and changed her clothes, while Lu Yunqi packed her two daughters' clothes and explained things to Zhou Huiying and her husband. But then another difficult thing happened. Zhou Huiying invited many relatives and friends to lunch. In the end, Qi Xianxian decided to go back after having lunch. Anyway, she had already asked her assistant to start the investigation, and a lunch break wouldn't take much longer. When it was lunchtime, Lu Yunqi's relatives filled 3 tables with dozens of people, making it a very lively meal. Fortunately, Qi Xianxian had prepared enough gifts, and each relative received one. Similarly, according to the customs of Peach Blossom Village, each relative gave Qi Xianxian a red envelope for their first meeting. The lunch ended happily and contentedly. When Qi Xianxian and Lu Yunqi's family left, many relatives bid Qi Xianxian a warm farewell. As for Lu Yunqi, only a few of his cousins of the same age exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Qi Xianxian had already sent her assistant and bodyguards back to investigate the exposed incident, and left a Phantom and a Mercedes at home. The Mercedes was reserved for Lu Kuan. Lu Yunqi drove his Phantom with the mother and her 2 children towards Chongqing. It was 8 p.m. Lu Yunqi and his family finally returned to the villa. After arriving home, Qi Xianxian went straight to her study to handle some matters. The 2 babies were cared for by nannies. Lu Yunqi quietly took out his computer from his bedroom and went to the garden. Because he has integrated the God-level hacking skills from the system's daily check-in feature, Lu Yunqi now feels like a top-tier hacker who strikes fear into the hearts of others when he places his hands on the keyboard. If he wanted to, there was no website he couldn't breach and no firewall he couldn't bypass. The clattering of keyboard keys filled the air. Lu Yun initially hacked into the website based on the information provided. Such a weak website, yet it dares to slander my wife. Let me show you what despair is. Lu Yunqi muttered disdainfully to himself. At this moment, inside a building in Chongqing. Oh no, Editor-in-Chief, our website has been hacked. A short, stout man dressed casually and wearing a wig ran into the Editor-in-Chief's office and exclaimed in surprise. This is the building of the company that exposed Qi Xuanxuan's premarital pregnancy. The news portal website is just a small part of Kitchen Media Company, and it has always been in a state of barely surviving. They just received a big order during the day, so the relevant employees are still working overtime. What happened? Isn't the company's network security supposed to be excellent? Get the tech team to restore it right away. The editor-in-chief slammed his fist on the table and stood up, berating the man. If the website gets hacked at this point, the press releases will be published, and you'll lose all the money you were looking forward to. The short, stout man responded and made a call to the technical team. 5 minutes later, the tech team called back, saying they simply didn't have time to deal with this tiny website. The company's mainnet had been hacked. This news gave the editor-in-chief of the portal website a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the editor-in-chief's phone rang. What the hell are you doing? As soon as the call connected, a barrage of insults came from the other end. The editor-in-chief, completely unfazed by the scolding, even bowed and scraped as he asked, Mr. Zhang, please calm down. What happened? You son of a bitch, you have no idea that all of our company's products have been hacked, and our website and app are all down. The person on the other end of the phone yelled. He was clearly quite angry, but that's understandable. Venetia has 2 social apps, each with tens of millions of users, as well as some local portal websites. Everything suddenly became paralyzed. As the company boss, it was a miracle he didn't vomit blood from anger. What's going on? The editor-in-chief of the portal website wiped the sweat from his forehead. I prayed in my heart. Please don't let it be what I think. Please don't. However, the next sentence on the phone made him slump into his chair. You have the nerve to ask? Don't you know what that lousy website you posted today? Now, you better tell me honestly who told you to post it, or you can just die. On the other end of the phone was Chong Wei, the boss of Kitchen Media. Kitchen Media was the culmination of his years of hard work, and it was on the verge of being listed on the new third board. But then, at this crucial moment, his editor-in-chief pulled this stunt. The reason he asked the editor-in-chief about the person behind the scenes was because the editor-in-chief left a message on the computer saying that if the real culprit wasn't revealed, none of the company's websites would be able to function normally. How could a company that hasn't even gone public possibly compete with Lu Yunqi, who possesses God-level hacking skills and is considered the world's strongest hacker in terms of cybersecurity? Chapter 47 Dark Web Number 1, Entertainment Company in Trouble. The editor-in-chief of the portal website told Chong Wei the whole story. He had to tell the truth. Although the man had given him a lot of money, you need to be alive to spend it, no matter how much money you have. Here, inside the splendid mansion villa, Lu Yunqi received a reply from Kitchen Media in the garden and muttered to himself, people from Sihai Entertainment? Shanghai Entertainment can be considered a competitor of Qi Xuanxuan's Haochen Entertainment. But in business competition, they wouldn't do something so underhanded. Lu Yunqi fell into deep thought. A moment later, I found the website address provided by the system on the computer and logged in with my username and password. Account information, no. 1. Account permissions, can command all members on the dark web and possesses all dark web privileges. As soon as I logged in, 2 lines of red messages appeared on my computer, one in Chinese and one in English. However, with Lu Yunqi's arrival, on a remote, secluded island far across the ocean, in a room filled with all sorts of supercomputers, an exclamation rang out. My God, number 1 is finally back. What? Number 1 logged in. Holy crap, it really is. He's back. Several young men and women stared at the large computer screen, screaming and exclaiming in surprise. The dark web, the world's largest hacker organization, is like a god to millions of its members all over the world. The world. He was also the one who founded the dark web, and since its inception, dark web members have spread all over the world. There is no system that number 1 cannot hack, and besides himself, no one can break through his defenses. Number 1 is the biggest spiritual pillar of the entire dark web, a god among countless hackers, and a being that countless enterprises and nations tremble in fear of. It's been a year since he last logged in. This isolated island is the base of the dark web, and countries all over the world are looking for it, because it is where countless amounts of money are made every year. Sometimes, even government agencies choose to buy intelligence from the dark web. Sitting in the villa garden, Lu Yunqi didn't know much about these things. He silently asked himself, System, what exactly is this dark web for? You can find any information you want on the dark web. That's amazing. Lu Yunqi was somewhat skeptical. This is a system-generated product. It has to be top-notch, otherwise how can the host turn things around and take off? Well, Lu Yunqi couldn't find the words to refute it. After getting familiar with the dark web, he was surprised to receive a series of greetings from numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the dark web, all of which Lu Yunqi easily dealt with. This made people on the dark web even more convinced of Lu Yunqi's identity as number 1. I didn't expect there to be dark web members in Chongqing. Lu Yunqi was browsing through dark web members in China when he suddenly noticed that there were actually 3 or 4 dark web members' login IPs in Chongqing. After looking at the screen for a while, Lu Yun checked the time and realized it was almost 10 o'clock. He then sent a few more chapters from the saved drafts on his computer. After all, writing books is the right path. Inside the room, Qi Xuanchuan's assistant had already found out that it was all Kitchen Media's doing. However, to her shock, Kitchen Media had been hacked and its website was inaccessible. The matter was too strange, but the more strange it seemed, the more suspicious Qi Xianxian became. Very few people knew that she had a child out of wedlock, so how could it suddenly be exposed? Moreover, this happened at a crucial moment when the new TV series Demigods and Semi-Devils was about to start filming. 10 p.m. Lu Yunqi returned to his room and saw Qi Xianxian still sitting in the study. He quietly took out a few blood-nourishing cucumbers, went to the study, and handed them to Qi Xianxian. Don't be so nervous. Eat a cucumber to calm your nerves. Qi Xianxian looked up, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and took the cucumber. Honey, I might be quite busy from now on. The entertainment company's new drama is about to start filming. At this critical juncture, she prayed that the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils could be finished quickly so that the company's filming schedule could be brought forward. Although the author still maintained an update of around 50,000 words per day, which was indeed fast enough for those readers, it was a bit slow for Qi Xianxian. Timing is very important in business. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Lu Yunqi walked behind Qi Xianxian, placed his hands on her shoulders, and gently massaged them. On the other side, inside the presidential suite on the 88th floor of the largest 7-star hotel in Chongqing. Useless, utterly useless. They can't even handle such a small thing. Sihai Entertainment is a complete waste of money. Lung Feng sat on the sofa, slammed his phone to the ground, and cursed angrily. He flew from Sichuan province to Chongqing this morning, secretly contacting several companies that compete with Haochen Group, intending to sabotage Qi Xianxian, and then. But when he received a call from the Lung family, saying that the Qi family's attitude was ambiguous, the meaning was clear. Qi Xianxian had basically stabilized the Qi family's Haochen Group, so it didn't matter whether the Lung family helped or not. These words infuriated Lung Feng. He was already extremely vengeful, so he didn't mince words and directly called the Qi family's insider. It took him a lot of effort to find this dirt on Qi Xianxian. His idea was simple. If you can't have it, destroy it. He wanted to make Qi Xianxian and the Haochen group understand the consequences of offending the Lung family. Second young master, I've heard that a public middle school is about to be built in the Na district of Yudu. There are 2 plots of land nearby that are about to be auctioned off. As for the entertainment company, there's really nothing we can do. It seems that Qi Xianxian has some very skilled hackers under her command. This completely paralyzed the company behind that portal website. Sihai Entertainment didn't dare show its face again. Besides, the real estate industry is Haochen Group's main business, as long as. The secretary whispered her report, suggesting that Lung Feng change his strategy. Lung Feng found it increasingly appealing. Acquiring these 2 plots of land in Yudu, which were designated for school district housing, would not only put pressure on Haochen real estate, but also allow the Lung family to make a profit. It seemed like a good option, but would he really give up so easily? That's absolutely impossible. If legitimate methods don't work, then let's use illegitimate methods. Lung Feng seemed to have already made up his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Come here. Lung Feng lay back on the sofa, his legs slightly apart, and pointed to the ground at the female secretary. The female secretary blushed and walked to the sofa. Lung Feng stroked his secretary's hair with both hands. The next morning, Qi Xianxian had just arrived at the office when Ning Nanan knocked on the door. Enter. President Qi, something terrible has happened, Ning Nanan said anxiously as she entered the office. Qi Xianxian put down her bag, turned around, and looked at Ning Nanan's panicked expression, and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? The entertainment company has such a good script, and the casting process is in full swing. Some of the main actors have already been confirmed. Even if my situation affects Haochen Group, it certainly won't affect the entertainment company. Qi Xianxian was very puzzled and also very confused. Why were there so many things happening these past 2 days? Chapter 48. All the troubles piled up at once. President Qi, many of our company's artists have been targeted online. We're afraid someone is targeting us, Ning Nanan said in a flustered manner. As the general manager of an entertainment company, if her artists are targeted with negative publicity, her new dramas will be affected. Qi Xianxian took out her phone and glanced at it. There were 7 or 8 trending topics on Weibo about artists under Haochen Entertainment, and they were all negative. Is the company's public relations department just for show? Qi Xianxian questioned in a cold voice. President Qi, the PR team is working hard, but now that these celebrities have been exposed for their scandals, I'm worried it will affect the new drama. Should we replace them, or what? Ning Nanan could tell that Qi Xianxian was getting angry, so she asked cautiously. You're the general manager of an entertainment company, and you're asking me about this? Are you trying to drag down the reputation of your new drama by continuing to use celebrities with scandals? Qi Xianxian was on the verge of exploding. If Ning Nanan hadn't been the general manager she herself had chosen, she probably would have fired her long ago. Just as Ning Nanan was feeling somewhat ashamed and unsure how to answer, Qi Xianxian was scrolling through Weibo when she suddenly noticed that the top trending topic had changed. The new drama, Rose Romance, produced by Sihai Entertainment, male lead Zhou Yiwei, female lead Su Xiaoyu. Clicking into the trending topics, the first pinned post was a synopsis and poster of the new drama released by the official account of Sihai Entertainment. Moreover, many fans of Zhou Yiwei and Su Xiaoyu were frantically forwarding and promoting the content on Weibo's trending topics, and many Weibo entertainment influencers also released press releases. Zhou Yiwei is a top-tier celebrity in China, young and handsome, with 30 million followers on Weibo, and his personal topics are among the top 50 on Weibo's celebrity list. Su Xiaoyu is a second-tier female celebrity in China. She has a sweet appearance and more than 10 million followers on Weibo, making her very popular among male fans. While Qi Xianxian and Ning Nanan were still in the office, troubled by the scandals involving the company's artists. On the other side, Sihai Entertainment President's Office. Young Master Long, as you instructed, the announcement for the new drama has been released ahead of schedule, and the online response is very good. We are confident that it will crush Haochen Entertainment's demigods and semi-devils. Zhao Sihai, the CEO of Sihai Entertainment Company, smiled confidently at Lung Feng. I will have my secretary transfer the money to your company's account. As for whether your company's new drama will make money or not, it's not important. I'm more optimistic about the female lead. Lung Feng sat on the sofa and said indifferently, It turns out that Lung Feng was behind all of this. He knew that Sihai Entertainment had a new drama that was short of investors, and coincidentally, he needed to completely destroy Qi Xianxian. So they directly invested 100 million yuan in the new drama, strongly supporting Sihai Entertainment and eliminating Haochen Entertainment. As for the female lead in that new drama, a beautiful and graceful woman is the object of a gentleman's affections. Zhao Sihai's smile froze upon hearing Lung Feng's words. Su Xiaoyu is currently the most popular actress promoted by Sihai Entertainment, and she has a particularly stubborn personality, so she would definitely not sell herself for money. Zhao Sihai had heard a little about Lung Feng's character. Cooperating with him was like dealing with a tiger for its skin. What should he do now? Lung Feng will definitely find a way to get what he wants, and he is also the biggest investor in Rose Romance. But Su Xiaoyu will definitely not agree to such unspoken rules. Zhao Sihai hesitated for a moment, then said with a troubled expression, "Young Master Lung, that girl already has a boyfriend, and she's also very stubborn. I'm afraid." What's there to be afraid of? Giving up the performance? There's nothing Lung Feng, can't get. Lung Feng glanced coldly at Zhao Sihai and said indifferently, "The Lung family's influence is so great that even in Chongqing, many companies with market values of tens of billions are afraid of them, let alone Sihai Entertainment, a small company with a market value of several billion. They are not even in the same league." Zhao Sihai lowered his head and remained silent. As a CEO worth billions, he showed no temper in front of Lung Feng. "All right, I have other things to do. As for the matter of suppressing Haochen Entertainment Company, if you handle it well, you will get your share of the benefits." Lung Feng stood up, clapped his hands, said a few words, and left with his secretary. Zhao Sihai was left in the president's office, weighing his options, and finally gritted his teeth, seemingly making a very difficult decision. Noon. President's office, Haochen Building. "All right, let's proceed with the entertainment company's arrangements for now," Qi Xianxian said to Ning Nan, rubbing her forehead. This morning felt even more exhausting than when her father suddenly passed away, leaving the entire Haochen group on her shoulders. First, he himself was exposed for scandals, causing the company's stock price to drop. Then, artists from his entertainment company were collectively exposed for scandals. What troubled her most was that the Municipal Planning Bureau issued an announcement in the morning that it would auction 2 plots of land in the NA area, and Haochen Real Estate, one of the 3 major real estate companies in Chongqing, would definitely be bidding for them. However, the prices of those 2 plots of land skyrocketed because a municipal middle school was to be built next to them, and with the current available funds, it was clearly insufficient to acquire them. It seems that all the troubles have come together on this one day. Ning Nan responded and returned to her post. Knock knock. 2 knocks were heard on the door. "Go in," Qi Xianxian said weakly, her head down. Lu Yunqi pushed open the door and entered, saying happily, "Wife, dinner's ready." He wrote nearly 40,000 words this morning and seemed very happy. More importantly, since he hacked Kitchen Media's website last night, no more negative news about Qi Xianxian has appeared today. Good. Qi Xianxian composed herself, trying her best not to let Lu Yunqi see her exhaustion. A loving lunch still includes essential beauty-enhancing cherry tomatoes and blood-nourishing cucumbers, paired with 4 well-balanced hot dishes of meat and vegetables and a light soup. "Hey, honey, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yunqi asked curiously as he tidied up the lunchbox and saw Qi Xuanxuan's forced smile. "I was quite puzzled. Didn't I already resolve that issue myself? Why does my wife still look so gloomy?" "It's nothing." After Qi Xianxian sat down, she picked up a cucumber that Lu Yunqi had already washed, responded, and began to chew it with gusto. Perhaps only this cucumber can help her relax a little today. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi frowned slightly, then walked behind Qi Xianxian as usual and massaged her shoulders. After a while, he slowly said, "Wife, we are husband and wife. You can talk to me about anything. Don't keep it to yourself." Qi Xianxian smiled bitterly to herself. "I really want to tell you that, but unfortunately, you don't know how to do business. Telling you will only cause you more trouble." "Yes, I can," Qi Xianxian replied perfunctorily, then asked, "Honey, do you know how to use a computer?" She was very curious as to why the website that exposed her for having a child out of wedlock had suddenly been hacked. Hacking into a company's security system, especially a company like Venusia that specializes in internet products, requires very strong hacking skills. Qi Xianxian asked herself. Among all the people she knew, no one had such great ability. Chapter 49. My hacking skills were discovered by my wife. What's wrong? Is your computer broken? Lu Yunqi asked, gently stroking Qi Xuanquan's shoulder. He was a man with god-level hacking skills. How could he not know computers? Qi Xianxian paused in her movements and turned to look at Lu Yunqi's handsome face. 3 seconds later, he nodded. Yes, if you know how. Could you take a look? Actually, her computer is regularly checked by a network security engineer. The reason she asked Lu Yunqi to take a look was to confirm whether he really knew how to use a computer. I also wanted to confirm what I was thinking. I only know a little about this. I can't guarantee whether I can solve it or not. Let me take a look first. You just eat your food. Lu Yunqi said modestly. Then, he went to Qi Xuanquan's desk. Yes, the boss's chair is so comfortable. Place your hands on the keyboard and start operating. Qi Xianxian had already come to the side with her lunchbox and was watching quietly. As Lu Yunqi tapped his fingers on the keyboard, the computer screen, which had been displaying a landscape image, suddenly turned black, with a dense array of English letters and numbers appearing on it. Lu Yunqi didn't notice that Qi Xianxian had come to his side. His hands moved quickly, and the page on the computer screen kept flashing. He did intend to thoroughly check his wife's computer, since it contained a lot of Qi Xuanquan's important data, much of which was trade secrets. Since acquiring god-level hacking skills, he discovered that many websites in China, even large companies like Haochen Group, are not doing a very good job in terms of network security. After all, the only things I can help with right now are writing books, taking care of the kids, and computers. As for business, although I have a knack for it, I don't have any practical experience, so I can't be of much help. Qi Xianxian watched silently from the side, observing the rapidly scrolling bytes on the computer screen and Lu Yunqi's skillful movements, forgetting to chew the food in her mouth. She's now 70% certain that the portal website that exposed her embarrassing moments was likely hacked by her own husband. She was just puzzled as to why she had never noticed before that this man, who looked like he graduated from a third-rate university, was not only handsome and could cook, but was also so good with computers. Just as the test was about to end, a red warning light suddenly flashed on the computer screen. Someone actually tried to hack my wife's computer? Lu Yunqi stared at the computer and muttered to himself. His fingers flew across the keyboard, but instead of intercepting the intruder, he first added 2 firewalls to all the files on his computer, and then followed the intrusion IP to infiltrate the other party's computer. At this moment, a Buick MPV was parked in the parking lot outside Haochen Building. A man was holding a laptop, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Is that all? This is supposed to be Haochen Group, one of the top 5 companies in Chongqing? I really don't know how they got to where they are today. It's laughable that I could hack into a CEO's computer so easily. The man was Gong Jing, a hacker ranked among the top 500 in the world, who had just returned to Chongqing. His codename was Gonggong Ershao. He only got this big job through an acquaintance's introduction. Hacking into Qi Xuanquan's computer, the president of Haochen Group, and copying the files from the computer would earn him 5 million. He had initially thought that such a high reward would mean an incredibly difficult task, but now, after hacking into it, all he could say was, too weak. The firewalls set up by the cybersecurity engineers of Haochen Group were useless against him. Hundreds of defenses were all broken through by his technique in no time. However, he was unaware that while he was complacent, his computer was being reverse-engineered. Inside the president's office of Haochen Building, Lu Yunqi's lips curled slightly, and he crossed his arms, ready to watch the show. All of Qi Xuanquan's files have been protected by him, and what the opponent can see are just smokescreens he has laid. Honey, when did you get here? The computer's having some problems, the screen's black, it's restarting. As soon as he took his hands off the keyboard, he saw Qi Xianxian standing not far from him and quickly explained. I didn't expect you to be so good at computers. Before Lu Yunqi could finish speaking, Qi Xianxian couldn't help but praise him. Although she didn't understand hacking techniques, she wasn't stupid either. The warning that popped up on her computer earlier, written in English, indicated that someone had intruded. Qi Xianxian didn't understand what Lu Yunqi had just done, but seeing how relaxed he looked, she knew that her husband had already solved the problem. Hearing his wife say this, Lu Yunqi knew that his hacking skills couldn't be hidden anymore. He laughed awkwardly and said, Hee, honey, this is just something I messed around with when I had nothing else to do. But don't worry, I can handle that small fry. If the second young master Gong downstairs heard this, he would probably jump up and slap him. A hacker ranked among the top 300 in the world. How dare you call me an ant? When Qi Xianxian heard Lu Yunqi say this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in her heart. At least Haochen Group has invested heavily in establishing its own cybersecurity department, and its computers are regularly maintained with many protective measures in place. They easily broke through the defenses set up by your company's people, yet you call them ants? At the same time, Qi Xianxian became even more convinced that it was her husband who attacked Kitchen Media's website. Thinking of this, Qi Xianxian felt a warm current rise in her heart. Her previous kindness made her feel that she could rely on this man in life. Now, she feels that, at least in terms of cybersecurity, Lu Yunqi is better than those useless people she hired at high salaries. Honey, thank you. Qi Xianxian put down the lunchbox, hugged Lu Yunqi from behind, and said softly. Although she didn't know if the battle between hackers on the computer was over, she felt reassured seeing Lu Yunqi's confident demeanor. Hey, we're husband and wife, don't thank me. You eat in peace. I need to see what this ant is up to. Lu Yunqi took Qi Xuanxuan's delicate hand and kissed it. At this moment, 2 progress bars are displayed on the computer screen. One was copied from Qi Xuanxuan's computer by her rival, and the other was copied from her computer by Lu Yunqi. Honey, this document, Qi Xianxian said worriedly, holding a lunchbox and seeing that the progress bar was already 80% complete. Those are all fake. I've protected all your real documents, so don't worry. Lu Yunqi said something, then placed his hands back on the keyboard and began typing. The parking lot downstairs. Gong Ershao looked at the progress bar that was about to be completed and wiggled his fingers. It's too easy, sigh, no challenge at all. I picked up a bottle of drink from the car, took a sip, and happily waited to finish copying the data so I could go back and hand it in. They even started thinking about where to go and have some fun next. College town? Or is it a certain entertainment company? Chapter 50 The Mastermind. Lu Yunqi sat in Qi Xuanxuan's boss chair, watching the 2 progress bars on the computer screen complete simultaneously, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. With his hacking skills, it would be very difficult for Gong Ershao to find him. So until Lu Yunqi planted the Trojan on his computer and did everything, he was not discovered. The reason Lu Yunqi didn't rush to expose himself was that he wanted to see if he could find the mastermind behind this clue. Although he was unaware of the negative publicity surrounding the artists under Qi Xuanxuan's entertainment company, he was also unaware of the difficulties her real estate company was facing. However, based on the previous deliberate exposure of Qi Xuanxuan's premarital pregnancy and this hacking incident, Lu Yunqi knew that there must be someone behind this. They must be brought to justice. With the intrusion issue resolved, Lu Yunqi added several firewalls to Qi Xuanxuan's computer. Qi Xianxian stood quietly to the side, watching. For some reason, at this moment she felt a sense of being protected by a man, which was very warm and made her feel happy. All right, honey, your computer is now at least 100 times safer than before. You can use it with peace of mind. Lu Yunqi stood up, clapped his hands, and smiled at Qi Xianxian. Now that the Trojan has been planted on the other person's computer, we need to go back and check it out as soon as possible, find out who's behind it, and keep an eye on things. Honey, thank you. Let's go out for a walk together once we're less busy. Qi Xianxian walked up and hugged Lu Yunqi tightly, as gentle as a little woman. You can't blame her. Ever since she took over the company, she's never had an easy time. The entire huge corporation rests on the shoulders of one woman. Okay, no problem. I'll go with you wherever you want to go, honey. Lu Yunqi turned his head and kissed Qi Xianxian on the cheek, saying affectionately. It was the atmosphere that made it so. Qi Xianxian embraced and kissed Lu Yunqi for the first time in her own office. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Yunqi packed up his lunchbox and left Haochen Building. At this moment, the hacker Gong Ershao had already driven away from Haochen Building and returned to Marriott Hotel with a smug look on his face. He originally went to Haochen Building to hack into Qi Xuanxuan's computer via the building's Wi-Fi. Upon seeing how weak Haochen Group's network security was, he arrogantly took the documents, closed his laptop, and left. Inside the presidential suite on the 88th floor of the Marriott, Lung Feng had just seen off 2 female college students and hadn't even had a chance to sit down properly when he heard a knock on the door. I opened the door, my body weary. The newcomer was none other than hacker Gong Jing, nicknamed Second Young Master Gong. Young Master Long, we've got what you wanted. We've copied everything from that woman's computer. Gong Gong Ershao entered the room with a slight twitch of his nose, but quickly returned to normal and said with a hint of happiness, "After all, 5 million is just too easy to come by." "Oh, as expected of a top hacker, very efficient. All right, I'll transfer the money to your account later. Put the computer down and you can leave now." Lung Feng was quite surprised by the second young master Gong Gong's lightning-fast efficiency and waved his hand at him. Lung Feng didn't have the energy to look at the things on Qi Xuanxuan's computer right now. He just wanted to go back to his peaceful life. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gong Gong Ershao's face vanished instantly. "Young Master Long, this kind of thing is a cash-on-delivery transaction, with the money and goods settled immediately. They actually want to buy on credit? When they needed it, they were in a great hurry to ask for it. But now that they're paying, they're not happy about it." Gong Jing mentally labeled Lung Feng as unreliable. Although he knew that the Lung family was wealthy and powerful, it didn't matter to him, the second young master of Gong Gong, since he was all alone anyway. With his hacking skills, he wasn't afraid that Lung Feng would renege on his debt. If Lung Feng did renege, he could simply spend some time browsing the websites of all the companies under the Lung family. However, Lung Feng was also very uncomfortable with his words, and he narrowed his eyes and said, "Would I, Lung Feng, be short of your 5 million? Gong Gong Ershao couldn't help but roll his eyes at him in his heart, but he didn't say anything in rebuttal. "If you don't need it, then give it to me. What are you dawdling about?" Finally, Gong Gong Ershao took the USB drive off the computer, placed it on the coffee table, and then turned and left. On the other side, Lu Yunqi bought a high-spec computer on his way back to the villa, specifically for doing business. The computer that Qi Xianxian bought for him before was naturally used for typing, and its configuration was not very high, sometimes not reaching the running speed he needed. In the villa's garden, Lu Yunqi was using 2 computers, one for writing and the other to monitor the Trojan horse that had been planted. Really, just as he expected, his computer showed that the computer he had infected with the Trojan horse copied the files that had been copied from Qi Xuanxuan's computer to the USB drive. What that person didn't expect was that the files he copied from Qi Xuanxuan's computer, besides being full of gibberish, also contained Lu Yunqi's eyes. Lu Yunqi spent the entire afternoon frantically typing. Perhaps thanks to his god-level hacking skills, he was able to type 50,000 words between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. The speed has more than doubled. Of course, Lu Yunqi also sent it out in one go. There are only about 300,000 words left to go before the story reaches 1.54 million words. At Lu Yunqi's current pace, he can finish it in a few days at most. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Yunqi closed the computer he was using on time. As for the other computer, he set up an automatic monitoring program and placed it in the study. I drove off to pick up Tang Tang and Guogua from their dance class. We had originally planned to spend a few days at Lu Yunqi's hometown during the May Day holiday, but after Qi Xuanxuan's company had that incident, we came back early. Tang Tang and Guogua had already asked for leave from the dance class, so they would have to go back to the dance class after they returned. Because the 2 sisters' dance training class was not far from Alistan Kindergarten, Lu Yunqi unexpectedly bumped into the handsome and effeminate Yu Chuan when he went to pick up his 2 daughters from get out of class. It must be said that the power of time is immense, and the power of love is even more so. When these two are combined, it's a case of a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Nowadays, apart from his effeminate yet handsome face, Yu Chuan is quite manly in every other way, and teacher Su Min seems to have been moved by his sincerity. As Lu Yunqi passed by the kindergarten, he saw Su Min get into Yu Chuan's Lamborghini, which meant things must be going well. After picking up his 2 daughters, Lu Yunqi went home to do his daily tasks. The kitchen is the main battlefield of the mission. Qi Xianxian didn't get home until almost 7 p.m. She looked exhausted, and Lu Yunqi felt very sorry for her. He didn't even let her do anything while eating, spoiling her even more than he would Tang Tang and Guogua. This angered the 2 sisters, who insisted on having Lu Yunqi sing nursery rhymes with them for a long time after dinner before the sisters were slightly happier. "Dad, do you know any nursery rhymes? Teach us. When we start school, our class is going to have a singing competition, and the winners get little red flowers."